Does he remember that day? If only he remembered. He would be grateful that he was able to live through all that pain. A man with blonde hair gets in the way of the squad. In the same second, an unknown force rips every person in the group into small pieces. People in motorcycle helmets walk around among the bodies and debris of the building. They are clearly looking for someone or something. Approached by a blonde man calling him Mr. Bubby, one of the men informs him that they have been unable to find the money. Before he could finish his sentence, the poor man's head burst open like a watermelon. The blonde man advised the others to do their best, or else they were dead. Amidst the ruins of a building, a man sits on his last breath, with his arm torn off and impaled by a metal rebar. He activates a special top-class skill. The system alerts the person that they will be sent back in time. As the man squirms in unbearable pain, the system warns that all his abilities will be cancelled. The man is then asked to choose the date of the move. He chooses February 28, 1985, the date of his birth. It moves into the body of the embryo just as it is being delivered. His mother is having a hard time. Something went wrong. The pain is unbearable for the child. It feels like his head is about to explode. But then he decides to fight. Otherwise, the mother will be in danger. The delivery was successful and without any consequences for the baby. The system reports to the newborn that the achievement overcoming difficulties has been obtained. The skill, a person who overcomes difficulties, has been obtained. The skill that made the first evil the strongest. This is an intimidating skill that can change the course of events, even if the wielder is unconscious. The system then announced the start of the quest, Getting Healthy, Part 1. The quest ended as soon as the baby was fed. Vitals and intelligence increased by 1 level. A new quest began. The guy was given very generous rewards for these simple tasks, much to his amazement. So, the man who overcomes difficulties was not the only reason why the first evil was so powerful. 8 evils and 8 virtues. These were the 16 S-class awakened ones who were dubbed the strongest. Those 8 who were faithful to the system were dubbed virtuous. The 8 who went against the system were labeled evil. Despite the fact that their names were different, they were not particularly different from each other. After all, they only pursued their own personal interests. The guy recalls that he and other people fought them because they appropriated many objects and dungeons with their superior strength. However, people to the 16 chosen ones were no more than mosquitoes annoying an elephant. The strongest of them was the first evil. While the other awakened ones were doubting their powers, he was already at the peak of his powers. It would never have occurred to him that there would ever be another awakened like him. Thanks to him revealing his embryo memories to everyone, the protagonist moved to that exact time. After several futile attempts, the infant was still able to utter a couple of important words. Status window. I got it. A status window opened in front of the guy, making it clear that his name was Na Sanghu. He was given a reward for being able to summon the status window at such an early age. Sanghu became the first awakened man in history. For that, he got the Challenger box. That's the most a guy could ever hope for. The Challenger's box is the highest-ranking box that gave the young man a chance to travel back in time. The guy decides to open it again. He gets the skill Odin's Wrath from the box. Odin's Wrath is the special skill of the 6th benefactor. Sanghu still can't forget that day. Using this skill, the 6th benefactor wiped out half of his fellow soldiers without blinking an eye. Sanghu had just obtained a powerful divine rank skill. Finally, he can fight them. But before the day begins, he must prepare everything he needs. The only reason he went back in time was to protect every last one of them, no matter what it cost him. From Sanghu's memories, he is walking down a busy city street and talking on the phone. The caller praises the guy for being savvy in their business. Just as a colleague is about to invite a young man to tea, the connection is abruptly cut off. While Sanghu is trying to figure out the reason for this sudden dumping of the tube, people on the street start running away from something, and something lands nearby. Blood splatters the young man's face. The fallen, bloody body of the woman lies a few centimeters away from the young man. The guy's eyes are full of fear. While he was trying to realize what was happening, a monster appears behind him, cutting people left and right. The loudspeaker informs citizens that this is not a drill. Unidentified creatures are attacking people. People on the street are asked to take shelter immediately. A window appears in front of the fleeing Sanghu. The system tells the guy to enter the test site. Immediately after the system is alerted, something untoward happens. 11. The bodies of the young man and several other people on the street begin to disintegrate into small particles. It was the day of beginnings. Monsters infiltrate the human world from those dimensional holes. The selected awakened ones were sent to the test site. 14. Some spent months there, some decades. The returning awakened. Ones didn't even have a chance to catch their breath before that bloody battle. The hopeless situation forced mankind to use its strongest weapon, the nuclear bomb. However, they still failed. Civilization had come to an end. The 8 evils and 8 benefactors used their powers solely for their own benefit. Sanku sits in the body of a newborn baby and watches television. The box is broadcasting about the 23rd Olympic Games in Los Angeles. The USSR and the Eastern European bloc are not participating. The guy immediately remembers that there was a Cold War going on between the USSR and the US at the time. Bunch of idiots. A useless conflict that everyone will forget about in a couple of years. They approach the boy and squeeze him, laughing at the fact that he looks like he understands everything. Yes, they're both alive now, but it won't be long before the irreversible happens. There's no time to lose. When the whole family had fallen asleep, Sanku got up from the futon and tried to walk a little, although it didn't work the first time and required some effort. But he still managed to take 10 steps in a row. These actions marked the end of the Become Healthy quest chain. The vitals increased again. 20 points were gained. The reward for completing the chain of challenges was a bronze box. This is insane. A bronze box that Sanku could only get after suffering for a long time in the dungeons. The rewards of growing up are insane. It makes everything so much easier. First evil. If things keep going at this rate, Sanku will definitely kill this guy before the day of beginnings. If this guy is just allowed to continue to develop, he'll be another disaster for humanity. After a while the kid was sitting outside and breathing fresh air, the system alerted again about the start of a new quest. Human Life, Part 5. The conditions were not that difficult. One had to pick a target and talk to him using 10 or more sentences. However, who could he talk to? If a child born only a few months ago suddenly spoke coherent speech, it would be something out of the realm of fiction. Baby looked at the calendar and noticed that Chuseok, the Korean Thanksgiving, was coming up. On this holiday, a child meets a girl named Jia. Jia is 4 years old and should already be talking well at this age. Back in Sanku's past, Jia was a cutie. When she passed the bar exam, she was at the peak of her beauty. The girl who was the pride of the family on her mother's side was also missing on the day of beginnings. The girl ran up to the baby and hugged him and said hello. A quiet, "Hi, Ji," came in response. The boy asked the girl to be quiet and explained that he could only talk to her. Afterward, the infant asked her to keep it a secret. They chatted some more, after which the system notified Sanku that the human life quest chain had been completed. All currently available tutorial quests had been completed. Was this just a tutorial? The system reported that there are no more mandatory quests, and there is an option to skip the remaining quests. The child is then asked to skip the infancy and childhood training. Yes, he would like to spend more time with his parents, but he might accidentally surprise or even scare someone. So Sanku decides to skip his studies. He will find something to do in the future. He's got to get ready for kickoff day! 12 years have passed. 1997. A bald man, swinging a wooden bat, prepares to strike with it. The guy who was the target of this attack dodges, and running around the attacker from the side, delivers a powerful fist strike to the liver of the opponent. Then, until the bully has recovered from the damage he took, the hooded guy stands up and delivers a lightning fast fist punch straight into his opponent's face. The opponent falls unconscious and the crowd watching the fight cheers. One man in the crowd says in surprise, "Damn, that son of a bitch won again." Now he's even taken over Mappo's neighborhood, and that's considering the fact that the fat one had a gun. The man then walks up to the young man and congratulatingly says that the guy is now the real boss of Seoul. Waving away the pestering man's hand, the hooded man explains that he's not interested in any of this. He just wants a stronger opponent. In turn, the man explains that although it's too late to say it, the young man was not made for this. With his skills, he could be a professional athlete. What happens if he gets seriously hurt in one of these street fights? An angry Sanku warns the man that he will not repeat himself. If a man cannot find him a worthy opponent, he will find one who can. In Sanku's status window, the stats indicate that he has the body of an adult male. His strength and intelligence are higher than most professional athletes. However, none of the stats are higher than F rank. Also, due to the fact that he is awakened, the wounds on his body heal much faster than normal people. Sanku's physical characteristics were average, but now he had grown to 180 centimeters. The characteristics he improved during his training affected the period he missed. His physical stats are incredible for a 14-year-old, but he still can't even pass the testing ground. Since there will be no more quests, he has to go to dungeons to level up. Guy was already thinking about a place on a small mountain in Hwaseong City, Gyeonggi-do Province. There's an F-rank dungeon there. The young man has a lot of preparations to make to go to the dungeon. He has to buy a mountain and fence it off from outsiders. He also has to prepare protective walls in case the monster escapes from the dungeon. Now, a site like this would cost about $1.3 million. With the security walls in place, he's going to need a lot of money. That's not all. Dungeons are hidden all over the world. In order to take sole possession of all the dungeons, it will take an incredible amount of effort. Moreover, Sanku should be one step ahead. Since he knows the future, it won't be hard to make money. He will be able to make a fortune in no time. But don't get cocky because the kid's a minor. He needs a trusted confidant. A young teacher interrupts his musings by putting her hand in front of the young man's face. The girl asks the young man to concentrate on his studies and asks him what he is thinking about. A young man apologizes to his teacher. He can't focus on his middle school classes right now. While in class, Sanku again delves into his memories. He is sitting impaled by 2 spears. 2 men from his squad impaled the guy with their spears. They ask the captain not to hold a grudge. After all, he would have done the same if he had been in their shoes. Grasping the spears with his hands, Sanku smiled and agreed with them. He was sure the boys were just following their instincts. The faces of the traitors are immediately filled with terror. Before the former captain can answer anything, the 2 immediately turn to ash. It turns out that by picking up the sticks, the guy activated a special skill with which he sizzled the enemies. "Sons of bitches! They go crazy once they see the box," said a doomed Sanku quietly. A voice came from the depths of the cave. Was that the mark of destruction? The long-haired man stepped closer to the young man, expressing his joy at not being within range of the skill. Realizing that Jonathan was in cahoots with the 2, the boy asked the one if he was really with them. "Relax, son," Jonathan said with a smirk. After saying that, after activating his special skill, proceeded to treat Sanku. The long-haired man used the mark of the cure on the young man. Then, announcing that it was time to pay his debts, he said that he had now repaid his debt from last time. With a sigh of relief, Sanku told Jonathan with surprise that he had not expected there was still room for compassion in this godless world. On the way back from the dungeon, the long-haired man tells the boy that he has heard that he also worked on Wall Street. He then asks the young man if he remembers the financial market of '97. Sanku explains to Jonathan that there was an Asian financial crisis in his country at that time. He was young, but he will never forget it. The forgetful partner only at that moment remembered that the guy was from Korea. Jonathan was a trader who peaked his career in Hong Kong during the Asian financial crisis. Although it's hard to believe with his current state of... At the time, the man was even more ferocious in some ways. They called him the Wolf of Wall Street. Jonathan finds no meaning in being an awakened A-ranga. He misses the days when money was everything. He was able to reach A-rank to the envy of everyone, but he still looked like he was really longing for the old days. The man who can be a trustee is Jonathan. He is now 25, which means he must work for Wall Street. He often mentioned the Wall Street Wolf in his stories because the company he worked for had the word wolf in its name. That should be enough information to find him. Sanku started looking for Wall Street financial companies with the word wolf in their name. Soon, the guy found what he was looking for, his face unburdened by despair and suffering, but Sanku recognized him immediately. The information the young man found includes Jonathan's email, in addition to a photo. A guy wrote a message to a man saying, "Nice to meet you, Jonathan. I would like to hear your opinion on whether the Thai bot is overvalued." Sanku is confident that Jonathan will definitely reply to this letter. In 1997, Jonathan was thinking that hedge funds, investment funds that use larger accounts with fewer owners to maximize returns, were planning to crash the Thai baht, but he wasn't entirely sure. If he starts making ambitious investments with the information that Sanku has, the rumors of his success will become something more. After a while, Jonathan replied to the guy that the Thai bot is not overvalued. "That's it! Don't pretend you don't know anything," said the young man audibly and began typing a reply. In the email, Sanhu apologized for the misunderstanding. What he meant by reevaluating the Thai bot was that someone could capitalize on it. That's when it all started. Jonathan responded as quickly as if he had been waiting for answers. In his reply letter, Jonathan asked the stranger to tell him who he was and who he worked for. Sanku knew he would be interested. Then the young man started writing messages without stopping, trying to get Jonathan's attention even more. There are many reasons why Yuto can use the Thai baht for their own benefit. Asia's foreign exchange reserves and stable high dollar rate make the baht an easy prey for hedge funds. I think the Thai baht will collapse this month, but Thailand is not their ultimate goal. Thailand is only the beginning. Jonathan can't believe his eyes. Thailand is just the beginning. Wall Street really is in chaos right now. Could that mean he's part of this takeover? Jonathan wondered. Who was he? Or should he ask who they were? It could be a test. My office is open anytime. I'll be expecting you. If you are unable to come to my office, here is my contact information, replied the man in the email. This was exactly the kind of response Sanku had expected from Jonathan. Jonathan wondered why this stranger was acting as if he knew all the answers and was waiting for him to understand too. The man has excellent ideas, but he doesn't know where to go. Sanku is betting that Jonathan can't get past that. Soon enough, there will be a declaration of war on the financial market. April 1997. Hedge funds attack on the Thai baht begins. The pound sterling managed to collapse in 50 days. Due to these events, Wall Street predicted the Thai baht would fall in the next 50 days. However, contrary to all expectations, the Thai baht did not fall so easily. On the contrary, it did not give up its position and even seriously shook up the hedge funds. It lasted about 3 months. Eventually, Thailand fell. On the 2nd of July, after conducting the baht attack, Jonathan sent more than a dozen emails asking to be contacted. All of his emails were about how he was up betting that the Thai baht would collapse in May. Well, that was expected. After a long time, Sanku replies to Jonathan with a new message. There, he asked to be contacted if Jonathan had received investment income from a bet on the growth of the baht. He'll probably wonder what it all means. The answer won't be long in coming. After Jonathan replies, the guy sends a new message suggesting that the man should start working for himself and start his own brokerage company, and Sanku himself will make him an investment plan. 11. However, what the stranger wrote to Jonathan after the previous message shocked him beyond belief. In the message, the young man asks for 51% of the company's income as compensation. What the hell is going on here? This lunatic is betting on the growth of the Thai baht? If you think about it that way, he's the one who said that the baht is exactly planned to collapse. He didn't say whether the hedge funds would win or not, but the attack has already begun, and there is nothing Thailand can do to counter it. Even the UK in 1992, with their fantastic economy, couldn't stop them. Betting on the growth of the baht just doesn't make any sense. Those investments Jonathan was sending could only be supplied by VVIPs, personas even more important than VIPs, but the growth of BATA. Moreover, a stranger demands 51% of the profits for an investment plan like this. As he exhaled, Jonathan mistakenly realized one disappointing truth. He had just been duped by a con man. Humbled, the man decides to just forget about this stranger and contact other VVIPs. However, curiosity got the best of Jonathan. He hung up the phone and decided to ask one last question. In his reply letter, he asks the stranger how he came to the conclusion that hedge funds would lose. But it's as if the person on the other side of the screen was waiting for this question. At the same second comes a reply saying that it seems Jonathan misunderstood something. After all, the stranger never once said that hedge funds would lose. One by one, the messages began to arrive in Jonathan's email. The man stared at the monitor with bated breath. Understand, Thai banks have many ways to protect themselves in May. Bilateral agreements, dual rate system, and so on. Thailand has a couple more trump cards up its sleeve. My point is that the Thai baht will just rise for a short period, not beat. Jonathan immediately realized all the possibilities this situation could present by accidentally spilling coffee on himself. All Wall Street is betting right now is that the baht will fall. They are confident and are using this as an opportunity to get close to VVIP. Is it possible that someone else knows about the growth of the BATA? No, even if they do, Jonathan decides to give it a try. Jonathan's boss can't believe what he's just heard. Butt's gonna grow up? He calls the man crazy and throws the man's report papers in his face. These greedy hedge funds are doing everything to bring down the baht, and Jonathan suddenly thinks Thailand can protect itself? The fat man offers Jonathan things right now if he's going to continue to keep screwing around. He's afraid that there might soon be a rumor about an idiot working at their company. An annoyed Jonathan doesn't realize what he was thinking. He knew this was what was going to happen. As he arrives at his workplace, he informs the guy that there is no point in betting on the growth of the Bata. Unfortunately, their Wolf Corporation is not going to work with something like this. Sanku reminds the man that a little earlier, he had offered Jonathan to work for himself. Who does that bastard think he is? Giving him 51% of the profits is the same as letting him control his finances in the future. Who would agree to that kind of contact? When Sanku advises the man to think hard before the end of May, Jonathan offers to meet and discuss it in person at his office. Then the guy stopped responding to his messages again, which made Jonathan very angry. All of his co-workers make fun of Jonathan. He's the only one who didn't profit from the fall of the bot. The people in the company look down on him. End of May. News channels and newspapers are bursting with morning headlines. The ASEAN Central Bank has signed a bilateral agreement. Thailand receives $12 billion in aid. It's been a nightmare on Wall Street. The Thai bot is rising. Everyone's going crazy. They're going to lose at least $300 million. The only person who predicted the rise of the bot and lost nothing on it was Jonathan. Remembering all those correspondences, Jonathan realizes everything. That's right, he was indeed right. A colleague standing behind him informs the man that he has been summoned by the company boss. After a while, the boss is already introducing Jonathan Hunter as the pride of Wolf Corporation. He will introduce a new outstanding SVIP employee, furious about the rise of the Bata while remaining unaffected himself. But that's what he thinks and wants. Jonathan tears off his company badge and places it on the table in front of the SVIP. Paul states that as of today, he is leaving Wolf Corporation and starting his own brokerage company. When enticing SVIP, he remarks that he is not going to change his number, so they can contact him at any time. When the boss tries to contradict the man, he interrupts him, reminding him of how the fat man recently told him to get out. Jonathan just does what the boss wanted him to do. The fat man asks the man if he has a sponsor. Jonathan replies that he will soon. The fact that he was the only one to avoid disaster is already known to all of Wall Street. When his former boss starts to turn to insults and tells the man that he won't always be so lucky, Jonathan replies that no one knows what will happen next. And did Wall Street ever need such lucky people? Jonathan packs his bags with peace of mind and writes to Sanku about quitting his job. He makes his crazy decision, after which he clarifies where he should come. As usual, doing strength exercises, Sanku hears the sound of a message sent. Abruptly jumping up, he looks at his email. After reading everything Jonathan sent him, the guy sends a short message. Got it. Come to Seoul, right now. Sanku didn't really miss those times in middle school, though he was glad to meet his friends again. However, now everyone thinks he is strange. He doesn't look like a middle school student. The guy looks like he's been suspended 5 times. Sanku is even relieved that they aren't getting closer to him. The bell rang for class. All the students immediately scattered to their classes. The corridor, which was instantly empty, brought back memories that Sanku wanted so hard to erase. That horrible scene, no one survived. Standing alone, Sanku was noticed by the same teacher. The girl herself didn't notice the tears welling up in her eyes. Seoul International Airport. A passenger airplane arrives on the runway. Sanku stands with a sign that reads, Jonathan H. Welcome, waiting for his American guest. As soon as Jonathan came into the boy's sight, he noticed that the long-haired man was dressed as he had been the last time they met, and with a mace in his hands. 12. Not believing his eyes, the young man shook his head and tried to come to his senses. Oh no, he was just imagining things. In front of Sanku stood the same Jonathan the broker. Approaching the boy, the man introduced himself and said hello. The young man also greeted the guest and offered to go somewhere else. As they walked, they thought about their own things. Sanku was not used to seeing Jonathan looking so neat, even though he had tried to get used to his partner's new appearance by looking at his pictures. Jonathan was surprised at how well the young man spoke English. Taking a seat at the table and looking around with a smile, the man asked the boy when that mysterious stranger was coming. The man also told the young man that the stranger had a very unusual way of communicating in letters. But what Jonathan heard next shocked him. I was sending those messages, Jonathan, Sanku pronounced. After these words, the guy thanked the man for coming and then waited for a response. Such a statement made Jonathan very angry. How old is this guy? 19? 20? He dropped everything and came here for this? With anger in his eyes, the man asked Sanku if he realized what he had done. Looking at the angry look in his former partner's eyes, he felt that he had met the real Jonathan. He wondered aloud if Wall Street judged by age, and then, offering an alternative option, the boy suggested to Jonathan that if he was not satisfied with something, he could fly back. However, before leaving, the young man gives something to his guest. Standing up from his chair, furiously grabbing the papers from Sanhu's hands, Jonathan asked what the hell this was. After reading what was written in these papers, Jonathan was stunned. Sanhu asked the man to sit down and listen to what he was about to tell him. Didn't the Asian financial crisis predict the moment when the US government would provide them with unlimited dollars? This means that the 21st century will be a golden milestone in Asian history. All the hedge funds had done was put in a teaspoonful of money. Sanhu finished his monologue and asked Jonathan how he would evaluate his report. After summarizing everything he's read, Jonathan realizes that the guy thinks that for what it's worth, Thailand will fall. In response, the young man asked quite reasonably what Jonathan had thought before he read this report. He won't be able to answer that easily. That's the situation on Wall Street. In 1992, it all started after hedge funds got a bang from the Thai government. No one could have predicted this outcome of a battle in a war that was thought to be already won. However, against all expectations, on July 2nd, the Thai government declared surrender. That's how they prevailed in the end. But this report left out an important detail. After explaining all this, Jonathan waited for the young man's answer. "It's not for me to answer that, Jonathan," Sanhu explained, and looking into the man's eyes added, "You have to answer me yourself, whether you have the right to work with me or not." When Jonathan heard this answer, he realized that the boy would not tell him anything until he had signed the contract. He would make it worse for himself if he underestimated the young man because of his age. After sitting down and calming down, the man explains to Sanhu about having everything with him, money and documents. He will definitely not be without a job. Then with a smirk, he asks the guy what he has. Convincing his interlocutor, the young man says the opportunity is worth it. And even more so, what would have happened to Jonathan if Sanhu had picked someone else in March? He would have lost all his savings betting on the fall of Thai baht. Even now, talking to the man, Sanhu is losing money he could have made. Puzzled, Jonathan asks the young man for time to think. He doesn't trust the boy completely. After all, he is too unpredictable. Unsatisfied with this answer, Sanhu gets up from the table and agrees to wait. But only until the 3rd of June. The American guest sincerely does not understand why there is such a hurry. After all, the 3rd of June is very soon. However, after looking at the graph in the report the guy gave him, the man notices something. Last time in 1992, the correct period on the chart was at the July 2nd mark. Sanhu explains to his confused colleague that now all they have to do is calculate how much they will lose in the next few days. "Just because you can predict a trend doesn't mean you can predict a date! Not unless you're a god!" Jonathan shouted after him. "Well, please love and pity God," the guy replied and headed for the exit. The man was amazed that this kid knew not only the approximate time, but also the exact date. That's impossible. As he left, Sanhu reminded Jonathan that he had until the 3rd of June. But if the man can't make up his mind by then, it's over between them. If this is the Jonathan the guy knows, he'll make the right choice. The next day, Sanhu gets a new email. In it, Jonathan asks a guy for advice on what he should name his company. Sanhu asks his partner if he regrets his choice. Jonathan's face literally said what he thought about the situation. However, it is too late to think how truthful and valuable that report was. The man can understand how the young man predetermined the fall, but how does he know the exact date? Not wanting to give away his secret, the guy replies that it's all thanks to the calculations. Not satisfied with the answer, Jonathan asks the guy to forget about it. He has no more doubts. A man asks Sanhu if he will continue to initiate him into his plans. The boy replies that he will tell him about some tricks. Jonathan has no choice but to trust the young man. From that moment on, he believes everything Sanhu does. A man asks the young man to give his name so that he knows the name of his business partner. The boy introduces himself as Sanhu. Son. Who? Jonathan didn't fully hear the name, but he liked it. In that case, he suggests naming their company Jonathan and Son Investment. The guy didn't like that suggestion. He doesn't want his name mentioned in the title. A perplexed Jonathan agrees, and then tells his partner that he has $400,000 in funds to get them started. His entire capital is estimated at $400,000, and he's going to give Sanhu 51% of that. This man is definitely out of his mind. After inquiring, Jonathan asks the guy if he has money to add to the amount. The young man replies that if he had the money, he would not have called his partner to Korea. Then the man asks the obvious question, why did Sanku choose him then? How did he know about him? The guy replied that he was on the Wolf Corporation website. His identity wasn't that important. Hearing this, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, out of Jonathan's mouth comes a phrase that Sanku had heard before. The paths are inexplicable. Fortune will never catch up with you if you count on it alone. If she's the only one you're counting on. That's right, he said that before. At that time, Jonathan was originally going to save up his points until he could open the challenger box. But instead, he decided to spend all his points to open the master box because he was going to sell off all the items in the master's box and end his life indulging in carnal pleasures. However, he has gained a powerful skill that can only be knocked out of the challenger box. Getting a highly ranked item in the box is a true miracle. However, this miracle, still, it ended up in the hands of someone who had already given up. Despite Sanku's best efforts to talk him out of it, Jonathan decided to take revenge. This was his last memory of Jonathan. A while later, the boy learned of his death. Why are you looking at me like that? With those words, Jonathan interrupts the boy from his musings. Was he really so moved that the man called him a possibility? The young man is actually his opportunity. And that will be enough, sunshine, the man adds. Taking the papers out of his briefcase, he asks the lad to give him his divine calculations. Then Sanku asks the final question. Will Jonathan follow him without further question, even if he asks him to bet everything on the line? The man says yes without a second thought. He has already bet everything on this young man. Now sign these papers. The guy holds out the contract to Jonathan. Taking the papers in his hands and reading them carefully, the man notices the first 6 digits in the Korean equivalent of a tin, which must mean Sanku's date of birth, 12. You're 12 years old? Jonathan shrieked in surprise, looking at the boy sitting across from him. With a smirk, Sanku asked his partner to stop surprising him, suggesting they think about their business. Second week of June, 9th through the 13th. Sanku is confident that the market will drop 10% during this period. Does that mean Thailand will raise the white flag this week? No, they will surrender a little later. Jonathan asks his partner why he is targeting the second week of June. The guy asks the man if he remembers what he said earlier. Thailand is just the beginning. When the Thai market falls 10%, chaos will reign throughout Asia. Many will support the hedge fund's attack on the bot, and their ultimate goal will be Jonathan, with passion in his eyes, decides to assume that Hong Kong will be next. But he's wrong. Korea is next. What are you talking about, sunshine? Foreign funds can't enter Korea without permission, Jonathan explains to the guy in surprise. That's right. They can't shake Korea in the foreign exchange market. The culprit is not hedge fund money. The fear that will spread through East Asia is the real culprit. Foreign funds will leave Korea. There's a real wave coming. Will Sanku try to stop it? Is it because of his patriotism? Jonathan explains to the young man that no matter how brilliant he is, this wave is beyond anyone's control. But the boy has known this for a long time. He explains that money is his only goal. The economic war will be fought by an alliance of hedge funds, but when it is over, they will realize who really benefited from this war. Jonathan will make a bet with 50 times leverage, Sanku informs his partner with confidence. This statement shocked Jonathan. After all, it meant that the risk of losing everything would be 50 times greater. Even if the downgrade is 10%, the chart will not fall in a straight line to the minus 10% mark. It will go up 2%, it will go down 3%, and so on, loosening up and down until there is a certain dissonance and then promptly collapse afterward. Therefore, the greater the leverage, the more important trading skills are. If the leverage is 50 times, a 1% drop for them becomes a 50% drop. In turn, a 2% drop turns into a 100% drop. In other words, since they are betting on the Thai baht falling, it will mean a profit of $400,000 for them. That's right, Sanku's going to pour his entire fortune into the turnover. All $400,000 with 50 times leverage. All ups and downs will be multiplied by 50. It's a huge risk. It's like trading $20 million instead of $400,000. However, the Jonathan that Sanku knew had only reached his prime because of his trading skills sometime in October, when the hedge fund alliance got a serious bang for its buck in Hong Kong. As long as a man trusts him, the results will be unimaginable. Guy writes a letter to Jonathan asking him not to doubt him. The young man expects good news from his partner. They must do this to prepare for the next war. There is only 1 week left from the 9th to the 13th. If the bait drops 10%, they get $2 million. It's in your hands, Jonathan. In hysterics, sitting alone, Jonathan screams, "All right, you crazy boy! I'll show you what the great Jonathan can do!" Seoul International Airport. A passenger airplane arrives on the runway. The scene from Jonathan and Sanku's first encounter is back before us. A long-haired man in leather armor and a mace is dragging a huge dead monster by the scruff of his neck. Of course, eyes deceived the kid again. This time, however, Jonathan brought a far more valuable winnings than mana crystals from an S-rank monster. 700, the man muttered as he approached the young man. Walking up to the guy, Jonathan can't look his partner in the eye for a long time. But when the man dares to look into Sanku's face, tears come to his eyes. Taking a breath of air into his lungs, he shrieks, 700 times, sunshine! 700 times $400,000! We've raised $280 million in the last week. We're geniuses! Sanku calls his mom and warns her that he will sleep over at his non-existent friend's house tonight. When he hangs up the phone, he sighs with relief. Then the guy starts looking at the reports his partner sent him. 70,000% net profit. Jonathan did even better than he expected. Still, this risky trading was worth it. While the young man was going through the papers, Jonathan was going crazy behind him. He couldn't believe that they had managed to pull this off, from dirt to dukes from the first time. They became a leading hedge fund with only 2 people. Since the man was not going to sleep, Sanku suggested that he discuss what they were going to do next. Jonathan asked the man with interest what unimaginable information he was going to give out this time. But the young man suggested imagining that Thailand would try to implement a floating exchange rate system. Taking this day as a day of attack, they will put all their savings at maximum leverage. No jumps will follow this time during the currency collapse. It's a one-way fall. No one will buy the falling currency. Everyone will wait for it to hit its low. But Thailand's sudden action will instantly crash the market rate. Obviously, the implementation of a floating exchange rate system can also be a declaration of surrender, a voluntary acceptance of defeat in this war. Sanku asks his partner how much he thinks they will earn from $200 million. The man is literally stunned by this statement. Bet all $200 million? Does this guy really think the hedge fund alliance is just going to watch it if they bet $200 million on a bot drop with maximum leverage? Turning around, Sanku reminded him that the hedge funds would be the ones to wage war. If the young man got the day of the attack wrong, they would lose everything. Jonathan cried out that such a big bet without a risk control strategy was just crazy. He accused the guy of not being able to pull something like that off unless he was a god. Turning around and looking at his partner, Sanku's gaze seemed to recall what he had said recently. Please love and pity God. Putting his hand on Jonathan's shoulder, the guy told him what data to start collecting from the next day. We need to check what percentage of Thailand's foreign exchange reserve they bid off, making $280 million. The man explains that this data is not easy to obtain. And even more so, is it possible to make any calculations with them? Turning around to his partner, Sanku asks why he thinks why the guy called it a bet, and at $200 million rather than the $280 million they earned. The remaining $80 million would be enough to sign a contract with the head of the Bank of Thailand. That's why he instructs Jonathan to go to Bangkok, the capital of Thailand. The man looks at the boy with horror. Is he really 12 years old? He expresses his displeasure to the young man. After all, just one mistake and he is a dead man. Sanku explains that Thailand knows that defeat is inevitable. They will use it to calculate the consequences. 1997 will be their starting point. Turning around and leaning against the wall, the guy utters, Jonathan, let's bet everything. The next day, Jonathan seemed very anxious, his look, the look of an awakened man treading in a dungeon. While Jonathan is mining for information in the heart of enemy territory, Sanku decides to get down to business as well. The impact breaks the arm at the wrist. The knife flies out and falls to the ground. While the assailant lying on the ground, writhing in pain, the man tries to restrain Sanka. The guy explains to his opponent that he should not have pulled out the knife if he was not prepared for the consequences. However, the man standing behind still tries to dissuade the young man. This guy's worse than a stubborn bull. Rumor has it, he's even got some gang ties. The man kneeling in front of the young man is surprised that he knows so much about him. He warns the boy that he will not leave him alone and will not just forget about it. Such a statement from the Ambo clearly took a liking to Sanku. That same night, the sounds of motorcycle engines were heard somewhere near an abandoned factory. A whole armed gang trapped one hooded kid. All the gang members in that place at that time were greatly surprised at what was happening. Why doesn't he run? Did he think he was going to die? Ordinary training is not as effective, and Sanku has already realized this. At the same second, men armed with bats and metal pipes pounced on the young man from all sides. With his first swing of his leg, Sanhu smacked one of his attackers in the face, knocking him out instantly. At the same moment, the guy turned around and with a hand punch to the bridge of his nose, sent the second foe into a knockout. He then dodged a blow from a metal pipe, after which he kicked the attacker in the face with his knee. When a big man with a wooden bat ran up from behind and attacked Sanku, the young man ducked and lunged and stunned the Ambo with a palm strike to the face. At the same second, a brick hit the back of the guy's head. The opposing hitter relaxed and threw out a brick, talking about how problematic the bastard was. However, one strike was not enough. Sanku takes his foe by the scruff of the neck and throws the offender against the concrete floor with all his might. Wiping his face clean of his blood, the guy notices something again. Yeah, that's it. The abilities he sees in a bunch of their attacks. The system seems to be pushing him to use his abilities. But if he uses Odin's Wrath here, no good can come of it. In that case, he'll have to fight hand to hand until he reaches his goal. The head of the gang didn't like the sight. Annoyed at having to do everything himself again, he starts the bike and takes off. Speeding up, he drives his motorcycle into Sanku's back. The guy flies a few meters away. As he lies holding his back and writhing in pain, the gang leader orders his subordinates to finish the young man off. A defenseless guy is attacked by the remaining gang members he hasn't had time to deal with and beaten to a pulp. Out of the crowd of ill-wishers comes the same big man who Sanku broke his arm in the fight. The big man is looking for the final blow. Beaten, lying in blood, Sanku wonders why this happened. Wasn't it enough? However, he was not going to give up so easily. Everyone around was stunned when they saw that even after so many blows, the guy was able to get up on his own. But it didn't last long. He sprinted, swung around, and kicked the already exhausted boy in the jaw with all his might. The blow was so powerful that it may have been fatal for the guy. System alert. The skill, Man Overcoming Difficulties, has been activated. The thug, who just a short time ago had almost celebrated victory, now stood aghast looking at the guy. System alerts. The skill, Man Overcoming Difficulties, has been activated. Vitality level has been changed from F to E. Strength level has been changed from F to E. Dexterity level has been changed from F to E. Intelligence level has been changed from F to E. Odin's Wrath level has been changed from F to E. In a panic, the Ambo pulled out the Bowie knife he had used in the previous fight and started waving it around, asking people to stay away from him. Sanku was already behind the enemy's back, and the enemy was literally folded in half by the power of the blow to his face. Primary regeneration is complete. You are temporarily immune to pain. This is the man who overcomes difficulties. Sanku has a hard time getting used to this sensation due to the sudden increase in characteristics. Seeing what this monster had done to his comrade, the other members immediately pounced on the guy. However, this fight was predetermined before it even started. With a single blow of his fist, one of his attackers flies a dozen meters away, bouncing off the surface several times. A bandit with a wooden stick who was watching immediately approaches Sanku and extends his hand. The enemy puts his weapon in it, thus surrendering to the enemy. The guy immediately snatches the stick from his opponent's hand and with a lightning-fast blow breaks it in half on the poor guy's head. Throwing the remains of the stick out of his hands, the young man notices the motorcycle the gang leader is sitting on and activates Odin's Wrath. Without a single touch, the man flies off the saddle of his bike and the bike itself ignites. The bike explodes, burning with red flames. People are left lying around. Are you sure he's human? The remaining gang members stare in horror at the departing Sanku, not daring to touch him. He had gotten what he had started the massacre for. The Overcoming Man skill is not activated by harming yourself. It activates after taking damage from enemies, and only when it is no longer possible to fight. Sanku still needs to get used to it, but it's a really useful skill. These are his weapons against the monsters, the 8 evils, and the 8 benefactors after the Day of Beginnings. While Sanku was swinging his fists through the air, he got a phone call. The guy was told that someone was requesting a call from overseas. The familiar, "Hey, sunshine," came from the phone. It was Jonathan, calling from Thailand. The partner praises Sanku. He was indeed right. They acted like they were just waiting for them. The man luckily managed to get out of there alive. He found out that the amount they were able to earn was just above 20%. That's close. By close, he did not mean Thailand's current situation. He meant that Thailand still had a much larger foreign exchange reserve than had been anticipated. Therefore, he could not be sure whether the funds would win the war. The guy reminded Jonathan that they had already decided to bet everything and asked if he had any objections. The partner said he'd already agreed when he'd spent $80 million to get the papers. Whatever the outcome, what is happening now is just crazy. Jonathan asked the young man when they would attack. July 2nd, the highest leveraged bet. A flustered Jonathan won't stop asking Sanku about how the hedge funds and Dragon Fund will react. The guy explains that at the end of the day, they're all just ratepayers. When a representative hedge fund like the Dragon Fund makes its move, the rest will follow suit. Reminds me of those squabbles between the 8 benefactors and the world hunters. Once a leader gets to the front of the line, all the factions supporting him will follow and sow confusion. Pied Pipers. What an accurate definition. So if Sanku is right, these two will rake in all the investment funds of the world. On this one incident alone. When Jonathan starts complaining that his weak heart is about to stop at this rate, Sanku encourages him by telling him that he is much stronger than he thinks. His partner needs to stop worrying about nothing and focus on attacking. Attack? Well, you could say that. World's wealth, I'm coming for you. Came from the other side of the wire. 1st of July. On this day, Hong Kong joined China. Some say history repeats itself. The modern version of the Opium War is repeating itself in Asia. Western investment funds shoved dollars to them instead of opium to weaken their economies, attacked them using their national currencies as cannonballs. A civil war broke out in Asia because an S-rank dungeon was discovered there. The war was led by one of the 8 benefactors and his followers. This time, however, the war was won by an irritated Sanku sat there complaining to himself that there were no pagers at this time, let alone cell phones. Now all he has to do is sit and wait for a letter from Jonathan. The amount of foreign currency they can exchange for the 200 million they have, thanks to maximum leverage, will eventually convert to 10 billion. Even if they bet everything on a fall, the faction against them has to back the bet to make the deal happen. The bait market can't handle that. The bot exchange in the future will be far less than $10 billion a day. Most likely these two will have no one to exchange with. So they are trying to monopolize tomorrow's collapse. At this point, a letter arrived in the mail. Preparations for the attack are complete. Sanku felt as if he was entering a dungeon with a bag full of equipment and provisions. He used to go into dungeons even if he wasn't sure if he could come back alive. Now, however, he is trembling in anticipation for another reason. He is confident that victory is within his grasp. All their hard-won points will not go to waste. Suddenly, Sanku caught himself thinking that he had relaxed a lot. 46. Even though it has been less than a year since his return, it seems that the past is far behind him. The guy writes Jonathan a message back. It says that he has also prepared everything, and they are going to clean up the huge dungeon tomorrow. This letter isn't addressed to Jonathan. It's addressed to Sanku himself. So he won't forget his true purpose. Sanku sits in class and writes a test, glancing at the clock every time. It's noon. There is a 2-hour difference with Thailand. In half an hour, Thailand's central bank will announce the introduction of a floating exchange rate system. That's when it all starts. Judging by what happened in Sanku's past life, there will be a guild gathered. No, a group of people betting on Thailand surrendering. There will also be those who bet on Thailand surrendering by mid-July. And of course, there will be those who bet on Thailand's victory. Tonight, these groups will get a taste of how wrong they were. However, when Sanku enters the dispute, few will bet on Thailand's surrender. All that money that the other groups bet on Thailand winning will end up in his hands. The teacher again distracts the boy from his important thoughts. She reminds him that he is looking at his watch, and they are sitting here writing a test. Sanku apologizes to the girl and promises to focus on work. Fascinated by this answer, the girl noticed that the boy was talking like an adult. Speaking of which, their class teacher. She's supposed to be the same as she was before Sanku's time travel, but the kid doesn't remember her at all. Lunch break. It's 1:30. It's time for action. Sanku goes to the class teacher and on the pretext that he is not feeling well, asks to leave early. The teacher is very surprised. It's not the first time. She thinks the kid's making a habit of it, even though he's growing up every time they meet. Taking a look at the test, the girl realizes that Sanku took it for 100 points so that he could leave early. Usually, he intentionally makes mistakes to avoid getting the highest score. The teacher realizes that the young man would not do anything wrong by skipping class, and so she lets him go. After thanking her, the boy turns around and goes to leave the classroom. However, the teacher calls out to him. The girl wonders to Sanku if he's being bullied. It's just that he always walks alone. The guy explains that he has a temper. He likes to be alone more. He thinks to himself, why did she ask? Is she following him? Sanku feels bad for her. No, it's not important right now. He has other things he needs to deal with right now. They all realize that Sanhu is not like other children his age. A class teacher who lets him go home without any questions when he asks. His parents, seemingly oblivious to the cell phone bill. And the guy will soon forget how to use Wi-Fi because of having to unplug the cable internet from his phone and connect to his computer just to get online. He still can't get used to that slow internet. Going online, Sanku immediately contacted Jonathan. In the course of correspondence, it turns out Thailand has already announced the implementation of a floating exchange rate system. But the website with information on foreign currencies is currently frozen, so no one can check market prices. The guy asks his partner how much they have at stake now given this situation. Preliminary calculations pointed to a sum of $10 billion. Jonathan bet on an average of $33 per Thai baht. At the moment, one Thai baht is worth exactly $30. However, due to the current situation, Jonathan has managed to increase the bet as much as $60 billion. Even though Sanku had expected it, but seeing it all live, the guy was shaking like an alcoholic. Everything will become clear at the very end. More and more people are standing up against the position they have taken. This will only confirm their profits. Concentrating, Sanku reminds Jonathan that it will be up to the young man to decide when and what should be approved. The partner need not worry about the resistance their opponents are putting up. Things have changed dramatically after today's announcement. Trading began. The currency began to fall rapidly. 29 baht, 28.9 baht, 28.8 baht. The decline won't stop until it's over. Guy is asking Jonathan to lock in a profit. In the batter's war, the main strength of the hedge fund alliance is the spot market. The futures market is only one of many strategies. Futures markets, which have no guarantee of success, have a supporting role in mitigating the risks of the spot markets. Sanku puts all his chips in the futures market. 50 times leverage, no less. It's all just crazy and doesn't make sense, but they won the bet and made a huge profit. Now all they have to do is approve everything. Suddenly, Jonathan sends a message. Our approval has made a difference in the market, they reply. Sanku doesn't understand what's going on. This is a deviation from known history. The baht is rising rapidly. The falling baht has started to sell. What the hell? The baht is rising. $31, $32, $33. The sudden baht surge stopped. Everything stabilized and the currency continued to depreciate. The baht is falling again. Their intervention had a minor effect on the course of history. 80% were successfully confirmed. Jonathan suggested that the remaining 20% be postponed until the date of the deadline. Sanku realizes that his partner doesn't want to leave without potentially more profit while the baht is falling. However, the guy talks him out of it. The war is over. All that's left is scraps for the hyenas. He asks Jonathan to come back to Korea. The battlefield is about to change. The Thai baht was crushed and hit a record low. The exchange rate yesterday was 30.40 baht per dollar due to the announcement of a floating exchange rate system by Thailand's central bank. The collapse of the baht sowed fear throughout Southeast Asia. A long-haired man, hunched and drooping, dragged heavy luggage behind him. Sitting down at the table across from Sanku, he set the metal case on the table with a clatter. There was a tense silence. Impatiently, Jonathan spoke in a trembling voice. In the process of calculation, expected profits have decreased. That was expected, Sanku replied, looking intently at his partner and the briefcase beside him. So, how many here? Jonathan waved his hand in front of the young man's face. $50 billion. The said sum made both comrades very sick and gave them headaches. Jonathan admitted that he didn't even know how he had gotten here, so shocked was he. Not recovering from the shock, Sang-hoo told his partner that they should get to work. This is just the beginning of the Asian financial crisis. Guy asked the man to take care of his condition. Malaysia and Indonesia will not participate, but Hong Kong will join soon. As soon as Jonathan heard about Hong Kong, his headache was gone. His eyes lit up as soon as they started talking about the market. Before the discussion, however, Sang-hoo asked the man for one favor. "I'll start by saying that there's some land in Korea that you and I need to buy," the guy said without hesitation. An unknown force threatens Jonathan. The creature grabs the man in its huge hands. "The sun?" the man utters with horror. The creature was a man very familiar to Jonathan, a man who gave him everything, but could just as easily take it all away. The man is completely at his mercy and dependent on him. It scares him to death. Jonathan is awakened from a nightmare by a young foreign stewardess. An airplane lands in the United States at John F. Kennedy International Airport. Even after getting into a car, the man can't forget the nightmare. He consoles himself that he is just taking it too personally. He recalls the words he had spoken to Sang-hoo. "I'll start by saying that there is land in Korea that you and I need to buy." Jonathan asks the kid why he wants to buy the land. Does he plan to invest in real estate? The young man replies that real estate is just the beginning. From that point on, they will bet on any market if it makes money. Jonathan is starting to lose his mind. Does that mean $50 billion is just seed money? Sunshine, you and me. Nothing's going to happen to us, right? In response, the guy offers his partner a little snack. He's too tense. During lunch, Sang-hoo explains the future plan of action. They will share the company. Jonathan asks the guy how many companies he has in mind. The young man replies that the more complex the structure, the better. Then no one will be able to trace the original owner. The system should be such that the employees of their company don't even realize who they are dealing with. The man guessed what Sang-hoo wanted to do. He proposes to set up 100 paper and shadow companies. This could be considered criminal activity. Then the guy reminds his partner how hard it was for him to work alone, going from country to country. Before Hong Kong, you should have prepared your team. Skills don't matter. What matters is loyalty and trust. Hearing this phrase, Jonathan said with a grin that he had a couple of ideas. He has a lot of friends from his past jobs that he would like to involve. After a successful operation in Hong Kong, they will buy a couple of mid-sized investment funds, like Wolf Corporation, where Jonathan worked. On top of that, the guy had his partner round up the best experts, someone like Jeffrey K., the company hunter. Such people will use their funds, but they will not be privy to the inner workings of their company. When the separation is complete, Sang-hoo plans to name one of them Jonal and send him to Korea. He will use it to shop here on his own behalf. When Jonathan asked him why he had chosen that name, the young man replied that Jonal was his father's name. They should be focusing on work right now. They don't have time to drink money right now. There will still be a time when we have all the money in the world in our hands, don't you agree? That's right. Now we must continue to conquer the summits. Jonathan Investment, that will be the name of our company. You can take the glory, Jonathan. You can think of it as compensation. Compensation for using your name and assigning a little more stock. How much longer are you guys going to stand there with those dumbfounded faces? You guys finally made it to the big leagues. Welcome to Jonathan Investment. There's a monster called the Ant of the Abyss. These creatures travel in armies of several hundred individuals, mercilessly destroying everything in their path. They're always hungry. Hedge funds and their backers are a carbon copy of these ants. They have swarmed across Southeast Asia. However, the money meant for them ended up in Sang-hoo's pockets. It looks as if the story has changed and become much more sinister. They must have latched onto the young man and his partner. Think about it! The usual group monopolized the fall of the bat on the 1st of July and skimmed off all the cream. Suddenly, the guy was called by his new nickname by a man nearby. Na Sang-hoo is now known to everyone as President Kim among his own and Manager Kim to outsiders. When he approached, Sang-hoo asked if there had been any changes in the terms of the contract. The man in the green jacket said that Chairman Choi had said he agreed to the terms. He has his own building in Gangnam, so he can probably be trusted. The friendly man remarked that he felt envious when he saw a boy working in big business at such a young age. He then asked President Kim to follow him. Sang-hoo had a condition for leasing office space, a 2-year contract in exchange for everything to be paid in clean money. But his name wouldn't be on the checks. It's all probably illegal, but it's an absolute win for her and Jonathan, as all the money will go into President Choi's bribery fund. The man in the green jacket opens the door and shows the boy his new room. Everything had been cleaned out, and all that was left was to get things started. All in all, Sanku had only one reason to rent this office: data security, that's all. At the same time, the guy finally managed to get himself an APLS modem. He's finally free of old-fashioned modems. Turning to the man behind him, President Kim said that he would deposit the rent money for this office now. And if the workers bring in the 2 boxes standing in the hallway, he would even give without change. While the boy is looking at the new modem with tears of happiness in his eyes, the man in the green jacket thanks the president, adding that if he needs anything, he should not hesitate to call him. Soon, Sanku was alone in his office with himself and his belongings. Well, now, before Jonathan goes back to Korea, the guy decides to spruce up the place a bit. Cutting off a small piece of duct tape, he tapes a piece of paper to one of the walls. On the sheet was a drawing of a type of monster that had escaped from the dungeon in the tragic future that might come if Sanku didn't succeed in fixing things. This place will be the first outpost. Soon, Jonathan began to report on how things were going. He hired a new company to work on the division and selected 8 more groups to follow. Because of using the method of changing companies after each separation, some employees didn't even realize who they were dealing with. In the end, they were just dealing with paperwork. If you take into account the companies working for tax purposes, you get only 1,000 branches. The cost of orders will surely exceed expectations. Sanku needs to send the financial allocation plan himself. In an email, the guy asked Jonathan how things were going with the contracting of Jeffrey K. When the partner replied that the man was willing to work with them, Sanku praised him, telling him that there was something else they needed to work on. The young man asks his comrade to think with his head and try to predict and compile the top companies prioritized for acquisition in the future. However, they should stick with CEO Donald Pina for the moment. After reading this message, Jonathan realized what the boy meant. When it comes to prediction, it is obvious that it is much more profitable to work with IT companies than with anyone else. After all, the information infrastructure is developing at an incredible speed. And if by talking about Donald Pina, Sanku means more than just trivial investments to catch this man, right? Jonathan's right. This is not just an investment. Up until the year 2001, it will be very profitable to invest in IT companies thanks to the economic phenomenon blossoming at that time, the dot-com bubble. Up until the point where a crisis happens on this ground, investors will be putting huge amounts of money into the most overvalued IT stocks and startups. When the dot-com bubble eventually bursts, Sanku and Jonathan will achieve big market cap gains. But that's only a small part of the plan. The database language they created was ingrained in the jargon of that realm by the 80s of the 20th century. Dungeon, monster, skill, attribute, item, seal, chance box, and so on. The data that was stored in that base had leaked into that system even back then. The incomparably better data program was something created by their headquarters. Guild Data, subordinate to a second benefactor. Revolution was the name of their organization. If Sanku had a chance to look at the database built by the Revolution, even the war between the 8 sins and the 8 benefactors would be handled differently. Of course, the guy already knows that the story will change because of his intervention. Naturally, internal development will be affected as well. That is why it is important to minimize the change as much as possible. Sanku replies to his partner that they are now prioritizing prediction. They can, of course, increase Donald's salary and stock option to the highest industrialized values. But he could still decide to leave or just not join. And there's nothing they can do about it. And so the beliefs and calculations have to be as plausible as possible to make this man bite. Without objecting, Jonathan agrees, saying he'll do as son said. 8 sins and 8 benefactors. I'll be sure to take all the powers you guys need. The guy promised himself, looking into the monitor. A few days later, the house where Sanku lives with her parents. There is a news program on television. The program talks about the meeting of the directors of Island Financial Holdings Group, which took place on the 21st of this month. Foreign expert company Goldwish has approved a joint investment and announced the launch of a new company, Journal Investment, with a benefit promised by the government. That's right, Goldwish is just one of the shady companies that Sanku created. To think the state went against its own principles to help with this merger. It's ridiculous. On the other hand, it was obvious. Since all foreign investors had been blown away by the wind, they would surely want to hold on to at least some bits and pieces. After getting dressed and walking to the door, the boy informed his mom that he would be back soon. Turning to her son, The woman asks him to bring Chongo to visit sometime. The young man talks about him all the time, but his mom never met him. He's his best friend. Awkwardly avoiding the question, Sangkoo promises to bring Chongo home sometime. The woman then asks the boy if he is still boxing. The young man said that if she was worried about him, he could give it up. Patting her son on the cheek, the mom clarifies that she didn't mean that at all. Even though it's not easy for him, she's proud of how hard the boy works. He can do whatever he wants to do. As she sees her son off, the woman asks if he has enough allowance. As she zips up her sweatshirt, Sang-hoo reassures her that everything is fine. However, he still has a lot of work to do. Still, maybe he should really focus on continuing to receive his allowance. Even though he may be the richest teenager in the world, it sure doesn't hurt either way. One of Seoul's main office centers, where Sang-hoo rented his personal office. Putting on his hood, the guy walks leisurely to the back entrance of the building. Near the elevator, he notices 3 people he doesn't know. As he approaches one of them, the young man notices a name tag on his chest that reads, Damming Bank. This building leased the first floor to Korea's #1 bank, which sponsored the opening of a top online store. The front entrance for visitors and regular employees is at the front. So these people are their management or important bosses. At this point, Sang-hoo managed to overhear a rather interesting conversation. One of them started talking about the mysterious manager Kim, who had slipped them to a German international investment bank. As he expected, it was most likely just a prank, wasn't it? However, his colleague said that this was not the case. After checking the information, all their words were confirmed. So the ones who monopolized the fall were the ones who raked in all the money on July 2nd, and they were just a small team. What are they, gods? If they skimmed all the cream, their accounts after the war must be incredible. There's a fortune in there, and they must have found a use for it. Moreover, no similar activity seems to be forthcoming in Malaysia, the Philippines, or Singapore. That leaves only Hong Kong. The man in the blue jacket demands his coworkers close the dislocation for the morning. When one of them decided to object, the man shouted at him, asking how he could not understand such simple things. Those crazy money vacuum cleaners are targeting freaking Hong Kong. As soon as the coworker is done with his preparations, he is obliged to run down to the conference room to let everyone know. They need to get rid of those parasites. Are these people really going to catch them? In that case, Sang-hoo will have to disappoint them. This situation is not only in Korea. Now probably all the banks in the world are in the same situation. Except how are they going to get rid of Sang-hoo with Jonathan? They have already split into countless shady companies, and now it is not even possible to track them down. Walking into his partner's office, Jonathan looked around in surprise. Surely this is an office and not a training room. He certainly thought about it, but Sang-hoo must be working out like crazy. What do you think? Do you like my form? Jonathan inquired, throwing clumsy punches on the exercise machine. To think of A-rank hunter Jonathan moving like that. Sang-hoo is incredibly amazed. Then the man saw the katanas standing on a special stand. Does this guy really know how to use them? Interrupting his surprised partner, Sang-hoo asked to let him check the documents he had prepared for him. Here's a list of paper companies, corporations set up to perform certain tasks rather than produce goods and services. After rereading all the documents, Sang-hoo noticed that it was as messy as they had hoped it would be. There are about 1,000 or so shady companies here. If they lost this ledger, they wouldn't be able to trace the money back to where it went. Moreover, if they lose it, in that case, the inability to trace the direction of their investments would be the least of their problems. Jonathan confirmed it. If anyone else sees those documents, the two of them are going to jail for sure, and most likely life in prison. However, Sang-hoo notes that if they manage to sway the judge and jury to their side, it may be possible to dodge taxes for offshore. Otherwise, forfeiture. But in case of anything, one can always settle any issue with money. All these two are doing now is creating funds that they can use in the future. This may be considered criminal activity, but it's just a small change. Other than that, everything will remain the same. Making a copy of the documents, Sang-hoo asked his partner if he could keep the original. With a relieved exhale, Jonathan agrees, explaining that he's okay with that. His consciousness is only doing what he needs to do right now. Reality for this man is already staggered. Opening the safe nearby, Sang-hoo notices that his partner must be very tired. So he should find a room first. From that day forward, the guy forbids Jonathan from using the corporation's credit card. From now on, he will only pay for everything with cash. Just like a criminal, isn't he? No, like a real millionaire. I take it as the same thing now, Jonathan remarked, taking the wad of bills in his hand. After closing the safe, Sanku asks his comrade to have a good rest. But when the guy says they will see each other tomorrow, a surprised Jonathan asks why they won't do it in the evening as usual. You could say I'm on vacation, explained the young man, looking at his partner. The dumbfounded Jonathan looked at the boy and didn't immediately realize what that meant, and just mumbled something in surprise, unable to find the words to answer. At that moment, behind Sanku's back, he noticed something attached to the wall. There were some pretty detailed drawings of fantasy monsters hanging there. Does Sun really like drawing monsters? He's probably still a kid inside. DP Crump is one of North America's Big Four investment firms. And this is Emily from Jonathan Investment. The DP Crump employee greeted the woman and examined the documents she brought him. Apparently, she was offering him a new type of transaction called a swap. A swap is a trade and financial contract in which two parties exchange cash flows or obligations from two different financial levers. Most swaps involve cash flow based on a notional quantity, like a loan or bond. The man explains that on his part, he has to say that he needs to think things over, as he usually does. However, he does not want to waste this girl's time. The employee explains that it is unlikely that anyone would be willing to accept such an exchange. But at this point, a perplexed Emily asks him to read the contract more carefully. Jonathan Investment is only one of the parties. After saying that, the man looked at her dumbfounded. Covering his mouth with his hand in surprise, he explained that he couldn't make such decisions alone, and so he should call his superiors. Hong Kong raises the interest rate by 100%, and by contract, DP Crump will receive everything below that. Anything above that will go to Jonathan Investment. Holding a contract in his hand, the man in glasses asks Emily how much this exchange will cost. $500 million, the girl replies uncertainly, looking at him. Cocking his head, the man remained silent, trying to contain his laughter. Of course, now he had reason to ridicule the suggestion. Even Emily thinks it's ridiculous. An interest rate increase of 50% is already inadequate, but an increase of 100, that's nonsense. To claim you'll get a return on values above that is just insane. Jonathan, you crazy bastard. Did he really call his past colleagues at Wolf Corporation to his office to make them look like idiots? Tapping a folder with important papers on the table, the satisfied man in glasses agrees to this exchange. He checked the documents several times, but saw nothing suspicious. $500 million, haha. They're just offering money for nothing. After shaking his hand, Emily thanked DP Crump and said that Jonathan Investment looked forward to continuing to work with them. However, looking into each other's eyes, they both realized that they would probably never meet again. Preparations for the attack are over. All bets of $500 million have been made. That's the end of the bonds. Now it was up to Jonathan himself. 2 months later, October. When Sanku entered the office, he saw an exhausted Jonathan in front of him, glaring at him. As he approached his doomed partner, the guy asked how much they had already lost. Clutching his head, the man explained that it was almost impossible to count. On-exchange dates and sizes are put individually on the depth of the world stock market. Because Jonathan Investment acted cautiously to avoid getting caught, all stock markets in the world, except for the Asian stock market, rose slightly. Even though the partners have prepared for such a situation, watching such a huge loss will not be easy. A dumbfounded Jonathan can't believe that he is once again betting everything he is based only on Sanku's words. An interest rate hike of 300%? Hong Kong will destroy its stock exchange with its own hands. When Sanku said this, it was still a long time before the man could accept what he had just heard. Does he really mean to say that Hong Kong will do something that crazy? Moreover, the guy seems to be absolutely sure of it. Sanku explained that this is their only way to get rid of the speculation. Are they really just going to accept the collapse of their own market? In answering this question, Sanku decided to finally tell us what Hong Kong is aiming for in the first place. Hong Kong and Japan are Asia's financial fortresses. The place they're targeting is probably just Japan. But if they go after that nation, the United States of America will not just let it go. And since Hong Kong realizes this, that leaves only Korea for them. That's right, the country Na Sanku was born in, Korea. In the history that Sanku knows, at this time Korea had a financial policy that strongly discouraged foreign investment and intervention. Because of this, speculation only multiplied across Southeast Asia to increase fear. And despite the low odds, they hit Hong Kong, where financial chaos was at its peak. All investors, caught off guard, revealed their assets from Korea, and foreign banks, instead of extending corporate loans, demanded their prompt repayment. All this caused Korea to literally implode. Fear turns to chaos when you start to consider that the country is actually on the verge of bankruptcy. But at this moment, suddenly, the speculators resume their policy of slavish, long, and hard labor. But this time, the situation will be a little different. And then came the moment for which Sanku had been preparing for months. Has the sun really made up its mind to do this? Let's go now, to Hong Kong. It's time to give them a beating, the boy said confidently, kneading his hand. After these words, Sang-hoo and Jonathan started attacking the Hong Kong stock market, just like the hedge funds did in July, trying to crash the Thai baht. Only this time, their goal is not to destroy the market, but just to shake it. 100 million. 1 billion. They attacked everything. Construction, communications, heavy industry, chemical industry. They lowered the stock price of all the industries in Hong Kong at the same time. Everyone except the banks. They decided it was still necessary to leave them room to retreat. "Sunshine, some bastards are following us!" Jonathan shouted in panic, looking at the guy. If someone has found them, it's very, very bad. However, it's too early to make any hasty decisions. When Sanku reprimanded his partner that the New York office should protect them right now, Jonathan jumped up sharply from his chair, saying he understood. There are only two possible options. Even though he and Jonathan were careful, they were discovered by those speculators attacking Hong Kong. Or some savvy stock market participants took advantage of investment blunders. At this point, the partner, holding a cell phone in his hand, announced that he would begin the exchange right away. Good work. Now, if they wait a bit, they can find out who is watching their actions. If those bastards are few in number, they'll settle down quickly. But if it were those speculative investors, they sure wouldn't stop. Whose side are you on now? Defense funds are being pulled. Please, just do it. If the Hong Kong stock market crashes because of Sanku with Jonathan, history will change too much. This means that events in the future will be impossible to calculate. Suddenly, the guy noticed something very comforting. With a relieved exhale, the partners realized that these uninvited guests had finally calmed down. Those nasty bastards almost brought the whole of Asia to disaster. The Hong Kong stock market was about to be destroyed. Relaxing Sanku suggests that the man clean everything before the market closes. It was enough to scare the guys. Lucky that no real changes have been made. Now, all they have to do is wait for the Hong Kong government to make a decision. Sunshine! Sunshine! Suddenly came Jonathan's hysterical shout as a surprised Sanku put on his jacket. Glancing at his partner, the guy noticed he was on his knees, clutching his head. "You've made a mistake, Sunshine!" Jonathan shouted in panic, looking at the young man with a stunned look. "You're wrong, damn it!" An employee from DP Crump sits in the jovial company of his co-workers, laughing about a recent offer he received. The man in the purple jacket can't believe that Jonathan Investment has entered into a contract whereby they will only lock in profits after Hong Kong raises interest rates by 100%. How did they come up with that? Then the man asked his coffee-sipping companion how much these underdogs had paid. When they heard the sum of $500 million, their colleagues were very surprised, their mouths hanging open in surprise. The man is actually the general manager of DP Crump and calls him Clive. The dumbfounded comrades sincerely congratulate him, noting that the man has earned $500 million without lifting a finger. Fortune is clearly on his side. Quietly closing his eyes, the general manager remembers those terrible times when he lost a fortune in Thailand. Clive was about to tear at the hair on his head, but it seems that now he's going to get back in full. Isn't that right, Jonathan Investment? How grateful he was to these guys. Suddenly, a rather pleasant coincidence happened. The news was broadcasting a live program about Hong Kong. A satisfied Clive wondered what they were going to say now. After a few seconds, the joyful smile was gone from his face. When he heard what they said on TV, he was immediately stunned. Hong Kong raised the interest rate by 400%? Isn't the anchor mistaking the zeros? The three men in business suits sat still for a while, staring doomedly at the television. While they can't even move from shock, their subordinates are frantically calling everyone involved. What the hell are they talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Klein just can't believe this is all happening in front of his eyes. The interest rate below 100% goes to DP Crump, but all values above that go to Jonathan Investment. A 400% interest rate means DP Crump has to pay 4 times $500 million. When did it all go down? Sunshine, you crazy son of a bitch! You did it! Jonathan yelled so hard that his voice was literally heard all over Seoul. It's not just Hong Kong. All the stock markets of the world collapsing overnight. Spot market charts, futures market charts. It's all going down like a stone. And they gain exactly as much as others lose. The Asian financial crisis is only getting worse. A domino effect. The second coming of Black Monday. Hong Kong, the US, Japan. Stocks are falling everywhere. Europe is no exception. Another jackpot. Now that's their point of reference. In the original story, they called the man overcoming difficulty and Sword Davy overly powerful. But the financial power that Na Sang-koo has achieved exceeds even them. The very next day, everyone already knew about the stock investor who looks into the future. He's the god of investing, and his name is Jonathan Hunter. When a partner tells him that Forbes magazine is trying to uncover the identity of the second owner of Jonathan Investments by practicing, Sang-koo asks his partner why the regular list of billionaires would be so interested in them. Jonathan tells him that this magazine has the power to ensure that they have the freedom to do as they please. It seems they've even found an approach already. Do they really think they're the Internal Revenue Service or something? Forbes can't really know who Sang-koo really is, can they? Putting his hand on the magazine with himself on the cover, Jonathan confirmed the guy's words. If they found out, the whole world would go crazy. All they know is that the mystical John Doe owns 51% of Jonathan Investments. But at the same time, if Forbes knows it, all of Wall Street knows it, doesn't it? Closing his eyes, Jonathan promises that he will protect Sang-koo so that his identity is not revealed. The best experts have already been hired. Then the guy asked how close Forbes got to them. Given that Jonathan Investments monopolized the fall of Thailand and that they won the party against the world's banks, Forbes magazine calculated that this company was valued at $22 billion. So they took the estate of the enigmatic John Doe for $11.2 billion and Jonathan Hunter for $10.7 billion. They would both be placed at the esteemed 18th and 20th places in the ranking of billionaires. And luckily, that's all they know. Right. And if you count all the money the partners have in the assets of their shady companies that also made investments, Sang-koo and Jonathan would rank first and second after each other. A few months later, winter came. A week after the shock in Hong Kong, the Korean government launched the services of the International Monetary Fund 2 weeks earlier than in previous history. The school only the class teacher knew how dangerous this IMF was. To these immature children, it was nothing more than another obscure acronym. Sang-koo had been like this in the past, hadn't he? Although opening the gate that the monsters were pouring out of wasn't the only problem. As the boy was walking up to his office, he met an employee of Deming Bank, located on the first floor of the building, who called out to him. The man noticed that the man on the Forbes cover looked a lot like the boy's colleague. The man had seen Jonathan many times over the past few months, but apparently never remembered. Well, looking at Jonathan's scruffy appearance, he would hardly have confidently associated him with the beautiful image on the cover of the magazine. Sang-koo has no reason to talk to him, and he still has someone to meet. When the boy simply walked past the bank employee, the latter looked at the boy in surprise. "Arrogant bastard," the man said irritably, glaring at him. At this time, a beautiful woman is sitting in the waiting room reading a newspaper. Not realizing where such an enchanting person came from, the other visitors look back at her in confusion. Among them, only Sang-koo knew why the girl had come here. "Miss Jamie," a guy called out to her, stepping closer. Glancing at the young man, the woman wondered if he was the interviewer she was supposed to meet. "I've been expecting you," Miss Jamie said, smiling sweetly. Walking with the woman to the cafeteria, Sang-koo gave her his card. This time he's known as the communications manager, Ethan. After waving his business card, Jamie decided to inquire if her job application had been rejected, or if she should still worry about the competition. However, Ethan pointed out that if it were a regular interview, they wouldn't have given the girl a business class ticket. Therefore, they had already decided to hire her. Moreover, the information about Jamie's illegal activities did not interest them. They looked at her experience at Wilshire Lands. Naturally, the girl's looks were also taken into consideration. This company needed a representative who was a gorgeous Asian woman and a real estate expert. Ethan explained that Jamie needed to understand why he paid so much attention to her beauty. Wilshire Lands hired Jamie as general manager of Asian investments. She was both strategist and cannon fodder at the same time. She needed to turn all the negativity directed at the company into something positive. However, the most important character trait of this woman is that she is willing to engage in illegal operations for her own gain, making a split-second decision. She was tried for malpractice. Jamie was only out on parole because her previous employer, who was also a leading investor and CEO, had misappropriated money. Since August, Na-Sang-Hoo had been looking for someone like this woman. I never heard the name of the company, Jamie suddenly reminded. Jonal, Ethan answered her confidently. Jonal Investments, a company whose CEO will be Miss Jamie. We've got a breaking news bulletin on the air. For the first time in history, both ruling and opposition parties have been directly affected by regime change. These are challenging times, and the elected president is charged with the responsibility of rebuilding a collapsing economy. This morning's report takes place inside the walls of the Blue House, South Korea's main government building. Today, the country's leader saw Miss Jamie as part of a business meeting. Teaming up with Jonal Investments, the president announced a massive investment of $15 billion. The president-elect said he looks forward to working together to address the financial crisis. While Sang-Hoo was watching the newscast on TV, a man entered his hotel room through the back door. The guy immediately congratulated the disguised woman for successfully completing the task. She has become the person this country, no, the whole world of finance wants to meet the most. As she took off her jacket, Jamie asked the young man not to talk about it. She would never be able to get back in once she left the hotel. After saying that, Ethan held out a company card to the woman. Having given this, the guy asks the girl to see to it that the money is always in the set account. She will not be able to get receipts about the transactions in which this card was used. But what was wrong with this strange woman? Sang-Hoo put all the cards on the table and she didn't blink an eye. Well, it's for the best. It means the young man has chosen the perfect person. Afterward, the guy asked Jamie how she selects employees for the company. The woman recalled that Ethan had allowed her to go by her own preferences when hiring employees at Jonal Investments. For his part, the guy explained that he could also guarantee Jamie's free use of the inside capital. He would only intervene when he gave her a specific order. The girl tells me that this evening her former co-workers will be moving into the country. She has already completed her negotiations with a real estate consulting company. She also decided to hire people from the accounting firm Samwoo and the law firm Kim and Park. In this country, most problems can be settled with the help of these two firms. Cho Dae-won will be the accounting director, and Park Chang-shik will be the legal director. These people can really get things done by utilizing their industry connections. This woman has really good taste. Good choice. All that's left is to find the headquarters. Jamie notes that even this striking building, which is literally right outside his window, is now selling for pennies. Not to mention that market prices continue to fall. However, Ethan recalls that about half of the landlords were knocked out. Not long ago, Jamie had a meeting at the Blue House. It was Na Sang-Hoo's special order. The goal was to get the real estate market open as soon as possible, and she got results with ease. The real estate market was opened 6 months faster than in past history. Hot sale. It sells the remains of a burned-out house for a low price. However, the situation of this country was much worse. Jamie narrated that she saw at the hotel that many of her longtime competitors have also come to Korea. She is, of course, considering real estate. But the woman can't get rid of the thought that investing solely in real estate will prove to be a waste of money. Opportunities like this will never happen again. Standing at the window, the girl asks Ethan if his clients are interested in anything other than real estate. The guy explains that these people are only interested in one thing: profit margins. If it requires it, Jonal Investments shouldn't just focus on real estate. But as you know, the responsibility for everything rests solely with Jamie. The woman thanks the young man, remarking that if that's the case, the profits will be swell. Right now in this country, even a child can become chairman if he has dollars. Deciding to close the topic, the girl explained that she would take Ethan's recent words as an agreement to extend the policy to companies in other industries as well. That country's company stock would still end up in the hands of foreigners. This country is a great place to start a company. Jamie had suspicions, but the more she learns about the place, the more she likes it. The woman thanks the guy for the opportunity. She promises to definitely justify his trust. Hearing such flattering words, Sang-Hoo looked at the girl thoughtfully. Noticing the young man's strange look, Jamie remembered something else she wanted to talk about. The woman said that in her free time, she always looked at the special orders that Ethan gave her. Those places in the documents that the guy marked as priorities, in her opinion, deviated significantly from the rate of return he had mentioned. It seemed to her that the most prestigious real estate in Korea was in Seoul. Jamie, I understand your desire to show off your ambition, but that's enough for now. An irritated Sanku suddenly interrupted her. I will not interfere in any of Jonil Investment's affairs. I also believe that you will be able to achieve clients because of your abilities. However, you must obey my special orders without question. When Jamie heard such threatening words, she was immediately silent, looking at the angry boy with horror. I think I went a little overboard. The woman muttered quietly, trembling with fear. Nodding, Ethan reassured her, explaining that he understood. Ethan immediately recommended that she choose a member of one of the bank's top 3 lending teams if she wanted to expand her investments to companies in other industries. In addition to all that has been said before, there is another property that Sanku has ordered Jamie to purchase. It has nothing to do with finances, nor will it be profitable at all. The money is amazing, but this is more important. And we're talking about those Korean dungeons. Acquiring this mountain and finding the dungeon. All of this took some time. This place looks nothing like it did that day. There was a military facility here at the time. In those days, the government did not give up its position. This mountain and the dungeon were under their control. The martial law that everyone seemed to have forgotten about had been enforced. The awakened ones, like Na Sanku, who had survived the testing ground, were sent to the reserve. They thought they were enslaved by the government, that they were being used as lab rats. But everything changed when they saw the entrance to the dungeon. The awakened realized they were in a much worse position. While Sanku was surveying the surroundings, a car pulled up behind him. Stepping out of the vehicle and closing the door behind him, the man in the green cap remarked in surprise that this place was hard to find. Shaking the guy's hand, the man said hello, introducing himself as Chow Min. Holding out his business card to him, Sanku introduced himself as Kim Jono of Jonil Investment and asked Min to show him around. After driving around for a few minutes, the man decided to check with Chonho about the exact location of the construction site. Looking out the window, the guy explained that starting from the entrance to the mountain where they met, this whole area belonged to their company. The construction site starts from the entrance, and I wish the builders had managed to get it as rounded as possible. Dazedly holding onto the steering wheel, Min realizes that they've been driving through the mountain for about 20 minutes. Soon the man stopped the vehicle. He explained that it seemed impossible to drive the truck any further. Warden, you do buildings too, right? Chunho asked, not looking at the surprised man in the green cap. Min immediately told him that he could take on any project of any complexity. Then the fellow told him that in that case the man would have to pave the roads. Turning to look at him, Chongho wondered if the chief could do it. We need to start as soon as possible. It might be winter now, but as you could see, the amount of work was quite large. Cut the mountain, pave the roads, and erect the buildings? Because of that damn International Monetary Fund, Min couldn't find a single project to work on no matter how much he looked. There's no way he's going to miss this opportunity. Of course he will. He can do it. This is exactly the kind of response Na Sang-hu expected. The man has a great attitude. Walking away back to the truck, the guy adds that when Min will be handing over the facility to him, the guy should keep in mind that the timeline should be as short as possible. Jonil Investment is not about cost, but about speed. Chonho receives bids from other companies as well, but he wants Minu specifically to win this construction project. Scratching the back of his head in surprise, the man wondered why the guy had chosen him. Sanku looked at him thoughtfully, and then glanced at the pictures on the windshield of the car. Isn't this a difficult time for fathers? From what he heard, Min looked at the guy excitedly, struggling to hold back tears. Wiping his eyes with his hand, the man thanked Chonho. Thank you, Kim said quietly. Honey! Came a shout from the house where Nasanku lives. A drunken father stormed home calling for his favorite son. Taking her husband under her arm, the wife asks Jonil to take a breath first. It's okay, Sanku is here. It's the last day this year. In Sanku's previous life, his father had also come home insanely drunk. That day, he received a death sentence, or to be more precise, a voluntary resignation at an early age. But this time, the opposite happened. A satisfied Jonil asks his son if he should change jobs. Sanhu, your father is going to be transferred to an insanely rich company, the father shouted happily, grabbing the boy by the shoulders. They're all pompous idiots, but it has to be said that a family needs food on the table. So it wouldn't be wise to turn down an offer like that. That's right. Sanku's father joined his own son's company. And the ironic thing is that the name of the company is his name, Jonil. Yeah, that's something a guy couldn't expect. Sanku entered the financial world precisely because of his father's influence. Jonal gave his son a bank account with $1,000, which was a lot of money for a schoolboy. The father asked the boy to think about what stocks to buy with the money and then discuss it with him. The man asked the boy to talk about such important things more often. Very shortly thereafter came a time when even monkeys could make money on stocks. $1,000 became 1,200, then 1,300. Sanku became a successful high school trader when he still knew nothing. Intoxicated by his beginner's luck, the boy immediately asked for more investment money from his father. This time, however, Jonal did not give him the money for nothing. He lent it to him. Soon the precipitous decline began. The US.com bubbles were constantly bursting. Sanku's finances shrank by half and then by half again. Jonal came to his son, asking what happened to the money he had borrowed. Looking at him menacingly, the man explained that it had to be paid back next week. Yes, the father spoke to the boy in such a way that the kid broke into a cold sweat of fear. All because he had lost his father's precious $2,000. Give it all back, even if I have to take money from my mother. I need that money right now, Jonal said, sitting down next to his crying son. Looking at his father in tears, the doomed Sanhu asked how he could do it. The man said he didn't care and advised the kid to save money every time he received his allowance. In any case, Jonal had to take away his son's CD player, phone, and computer. However, the lad knew that all this was not even close to enough to repay that incredible debt. Besides, his father decided to tell his mother. He asked her not to argue with his mother because Sanku was old enough to realize that she could lend money and forgive the boy if he asked nicely. You see, I just wanted you to realize why your father was fired. I also wanted to increase your interest in economics. Jonal explained then, taking the boy by the shoulders. Your current situation is exactly the same as your father's was that day. It was after these words that Na Sanghu made up his mind about his career. His goals were clear. The first bank account he received from his father became his talisman. It's been a few days since the new year. The realization of this crazy dungeon project was already well underway. In the end, the construction contract was awarded to the boss of Min. It's good to see him so confident and passionate about the cause. The man had assembled a great team. No wonder he spoke of good connections. While Sanku was thinking about this, behind him, he saw strange people watching the construction site. Turning around, the boy realized who they were. They were villagers from the village near the construction site. Sitting in the car, the young man told the driver that he had noticed that this village did not have a town hall, so he was thinking of building one to make the settlement quieter. However, the man in the green cap explained that this was not necessary. His negotiations with the head of the village had been successful without it. For his part, Chonho adds that he is going to completely fence off the mountain and close the entrance. The whole area? Then in that case, not only the villagers but no one else would be able to enter the mountain. If you don't, there will be a chance that someone might accidentally stumble into the dungeon. Jonal Investment is a foreign company, which may cause the locals to dislike it. Therefore, Jonho wants Boss Min to earn the love and trust of the villagers. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, the man promised to make the best of it. Exactly, solving the issue by force was not an option for a big job. It takes a tremendous amount of money to build relationships. During a pleasant tea party, two men discuss amongst themselves a recent attempt at a contract with Pyeongdong Construction. But unfortunately, the Civil Affairs Department pressured them, and the deal fell through. The man's name is Cho Dae-won, and he is the accounting director of Jonal Investments. He wonders from his interlocutor sitting across from him if the man was a colleague of manager Kim. The man noticed that they were quite good at communicating with each other. Jonal Investments. Legal director Park Chang-shik asked his partner to stop making jokes. President Kim has never been his colleague. The fact is that he is obliged to communicate with him respectfully because of his position. In fact, Park is going to prove himself to him in the next Gangnam-ku election. Daewon notes that the fellow seems to be working pretty hard for this. But he wondered why Park hadn't asked him for help if he was in such a mess. Daewon explained with a chuckle that Daewon couldn't take the strain. However, after calling Puck his son-in-law, the man explained that he was mistaken about him. In fact, they are both in the same boat. The colleague agrees, noting that it's true. They are indeed in the same boat. Clinking glasses, they decide to toast the prosperity of their Jonal Investments. But be that as it may, President Kim is the chief. It would be wasteful to leave it as a throwaway card and not use it. President Kim has already brought in a few clients from the West, but it's because of them that Park and Daewon's business is going to go bad. They have nothing to offer. Can they do anything on their own to please Kim and at the same time get closer to these people? Engaging or asking the president himself for advice against his will is risky. It could have irreversible consequences. In the meantime, if we wait a little longer, there may be something to show results to win the trust of President Kim, and at the same time satisfy people in the West by glorifying the name of Jonal Investments. It should be noted that there is far more than one company that can help with this, like Pyeongdong Construction, with whom Park recently failed in negotiations. Pondering all of this, Daewon glanced thoughtfully at the dining table. Suddenly, he noticed a lone vehicle key lying on the table. The key was engraved with the brand logo of very famous Korean cars. Apart from this company works in many other important industries. Smiling contentedly, the man mused aloud that if things worked out the way he expected, it turns out they already had the right asset. Noticing his co-worker's sinister grin, Puck worriedly asked what he was up to. "I'm talking about Daewoo Group," explained Daewon to his partner, looking at him slyly. "They are already rotten to the core. Nothing is impossible for the two directors of Jonal Investments to achieve their goal with their help. Soon, the VIPs will be booed in the community. That's when Daewon and Park will give them perks, share the credit with senior manager Kim, and throw money in the face of people from the West. This way, they will surprise the president and gain a lot of influence among people from the West and other clients, increasing the visibility of Jonal Investments." Once again raising his glass, Daewon decides to give a rousing speech. "Director Park, let's not stay in office for only 2 years as congressman. We have much bigger plans." A few more days passed. January of the year 1998. Holding a newspaper in his hand, Sang-koo reads the morning news. Many companies went bankrupt due to the effects of high interest rate. The unemployment rate has risen greatly due to the leading companies announcing the reorganization plan. In an effort to open up caused by the severe economic crisis, Japan even canceled the Japan-Korea Fisheries Agreement. The basic order of things hasn't changed yet. However, there are some minor changes. For example, DP Crump and Deutsche Bank will not enter Korea until the third quarter of this year. Well, the reason for that is obvious. They all lost out to Jonathan Investment. The more they lose, the fiercer they become. In the story that Na Sang-koo knew, they came to this country in the first half of the year to make as much money as they could. Eventually, the worldwide sale came, and it was all provided for. Relaxing in his chair, Sang-koo threw the newspaper on the floor. But what would have happened if they had succeeded? Korea's 3 corporate giants are Daehyun, Daewoo, and Ilsing. At that time, Daehyun was much more successful than Ilsing in the domestic market. Outside the country, Daewoo ranked first. Overseas, there were over 400 subsidiaries owned by them. It was a gigantic conglomerate with 100,000 employees and twice that many abroad. As she approached Ethan, who was hitting the machine with all his might, Jamie asked him if he knew about the Daewoo Group. Without looking away, the guy said that everyone had heard of them. "A warrant is being issued for the chairman of the Daewoo Group this evening?" the woman suddenly said. Then the young man stopped abruptly, holding the punching bag with his hand, and looked perplexed at his female co-worker. Wiping off the sweat with a towel, Ethan wondered what had happened. He wanted to know everything in detail. The fall of the Daewoo Group was not only caused by the International Monetary Fund crisis. 2 years ago, there were problems that led to this sad outcome. And now, like hyenas, they will pounce on Daewoo Group? But how? Jamie then decided to remind the guy that when she became executive director, she hired 2 potentially useful Korean directors, Cho Dae-hwan and Park Chang-sik. Yes, that's right. Now these 2 are busy with political games and bribery. By putting them in these positions, Jamie expected them to be useful. However, all they care about is politics. Often they can be found surrounded by other bureaucrats. They seemed a little suspicious at first, but I guess that's the way it is in this country. However, thanks to them, Jonal Investment alone may have a chance to move Daewoo Group higher on the list and boost their reputation. Ethan reminds the woman that bribery exists in every country. It's just that in North America, they've legalized it through a process called lobbying. No matter how you look at it, the idea is the same. Guy hopes Jamie can accept that in the future. Of course, it's understandable that this country has its own wild moors. After all, the word chaebol exists for a reason. But Ethan asks the woman not to stop and keep going. The clients will be very happy that Jonil Investments will raise the Daewoo Group on the list. Two directors plan to make a scapegoat for the International Monetary Fund out of Daewoo Group. This company is best suited to be sacrificed to the world. The plan would then be to restore Daewoo Group to its former glory, while promoting the name Jonil Investments to the masses. Ethan realizes that the government won't accept this so easily, which is why Jamie explained that she had already taken the next step. She just got back from a meeting with the finance minister, so that's the real reason for the Daewoo Group's downfall. This woman put the final nail in their coffin. The reason why the likelihood of survival for smart and money-hungry people like her is so high even in times of peace is because they always knew they were allowed to attack someone for their own gain. Their heads were always full of workarounds in the system to come out of them victorious. Well, another reason to remember them. These three are really impressive. Jamie and the two directors. The woman said that the Daewoo documents held by the current law had already been sent to the court. Ethan was greatly surprised at what he heard. There was no way they could hand over those documents so easily. And what did they want? They require at least $5 billion in additional investment, and for Jonil Investments to take over the entire Daewoo Group, including their liabilities. Of course, with a little more effort, Jonil Investments can probably only take some important sectors. After hearing all these explanations from the girl, Sang-koo realized that it seems Jamie still needs time to enter the financial world of Korea. In the near future, Korea will hold elections for the ruling party. Sang-koo already knows that the Democrats will win. In that case, if Jonil Investments is the only one to make a profit after such a collapse, the relationship with the government will be negatively affected. If the company miraculously overcomes the financial crisis, a tax audit will follow. The directors are not just concerned about assets and profits. They are trying to get the company into the top 3 conglomerates in the country. They will not only get the fame, but also all the infrastructure behind the Daewoo Group. Ethan glanced at Jamie and realized that she couldn't personally run a company that large. Having succeeded in buying out the company, she should have thought about hiring a foreign management expert by now, shouldn't she? A guy asks a female employee to find a new executive director for the current Daewoo Group Board of Directors. Preferably not from the family of the first CEO, but someone he trusted. Jamie was surprised to recall that the two directors, Cho Dae-won and Park Chang-sik, had said the same thing. Did all of this really mean Ethan was letting her continue with this buyout? Pouring himself a cup of coffee, the guy asked the girl to make it not look like Jonil Investments are some second-rate players. They have all the trumps on their hands. The young man then turned sternly to his female coworker. Jamie, you don't need to worry about additional investment funds or the direction the industry is going. A little aggression won't hurt. Do you understand me? Whether it's land, a building, or a company, don't let the competition take anything away from us. Jonil Investments needs to monopolize the country's crisis. Seoul International Airport. A private jet arrives at the runway. The man who stepped onto the ramp was immediately met by dozens of paparazzi. Look at this! The first visit from the god of investment. It's Jonathan Hunter. As Jonathan said, in the long run, Korea is still worth investing in. Other investors got it wrong. Soon the press conference with Jonathan Investment began. Many newspapers wanted to interview this great man. Finally, the host allowed a reporter from MBS to ask his question. Taking the microphone, the man told today's visitor to this country that he too wants to succeed in investments. Where should you invest? The reporter asked him to name at least one company. The other people at the press conference started booing MBS. What kind of ridiculous topic is this? Stop indulging your greed. Excellent question, Jonathan suddenly replied contentedly. If I had to invest in one thing, he said, putting his index finger up. After these words, everyone around him froze, preparing to hear what he was about to say. Invest in fear. The very next day, his fame was printed on every newspaper in Korea. The most popular headline at the time was, Investment God Jonathan, invest in fear. Infeft in fear. Sang-koo mocked him, raising his index finger upward with a serious face. As the guy struggles to contain his laughter, his partner tells him to stop. Sang-koo noticed that Jonathan was very warmly welcomed in Korea. The man himself was surprised by this. He could hardly handle the pressure. To think that they had given him a national reception. Holding out a beer to his companion, Sanku explains that this only shows how hopeless the situation of this country is. But Jonathan adds that they have found a ray of light. The initial payment from the International Monetary Fund has arrived, and the man himself is also downing US dollars here. The guy agrees with his partner. Korea will pay back the IMF quickly, even faster than the original story. But Sunshine, you did all that, didn't you? Jonathan inquired, wiping his lips contentedly with his hand. Swirling a glass of whiskey in his hand, Sanku explained that if his partner was referring to Daehu, he had no specific plan to help Korea. But it happened on his territory, so it was just a pure accident. Then my partner decided to find out more about Jonal investments. The guy said that when he gave them such power and the right to freely dispose of capital, they immediately began to use it. Meanwhile, a comrade asked if they were going to take over the entire Daehu group. Yes, something like that. But Sanku added that the restructuring and management of the subsidiary should begin immediately. However, Jonathan can't understand it. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Isn't it safer to change things gradually and leisurely in such a large company? Why does the sun take such a risk? Sanku confidently explained that the dollar will still be the center of mass. Once this country separates from the IMF, it will quickly return to normal. This is just preparation. Jonathan smiled and noted that he seemed to think his country was a jewel. Apparently, his purchase of Daehu was not just for money. Finishing his whiskey, Sanku explains that if his partner is interested in his true goal, all he has to do is wait for the guy to achieve it. Grinning, the comrade asks Sunny not to be shy about his patriotism. The boy has earned more than enough, and therefore can do what he wants. $10 billion, the boy suddenly said, leaving Jonathan puzzled by these words. In addition to the $15 billion I was going to contribute. Until we take charge of Daehu, I'm going to put $25 billion into this country. Realizing the insanity of this plan, a dumbfounded Jonathan looked at the boy sitting next to him. Catching his head, his partner asked the young man to think about it carefully. If they continued like this, they would definitely get 3 life sentences. The man tries to explain to him that they can't blindly believe every plan. If the tax office gives them a good audit, then all the shit will come out. Interrupting him, Sanku explained that he and Jonathan shouldn't be in a hurry right now. But the government couldn't sit still. Expecting a clearer explanation from the boy, Jonathan asked what he was getting at. $25 billion. This is an opportunity to launder them, Sanku said, turning confidently around to his partner. Why the Korean government would choose to help with this is understandable. They need the money now, and there aren't many options. But how they're going to do it? Meanwhile, kneading his neck, the guy explained that it was up to them. The challenge for Jonathan Investments is simply to show them the numbers. Realizing that this might work, Jonathan grinned nervously. Sunshine, when did you become like this? The man inquired, leisurely bringing the bottle of beer to his lips. Naturally, it was a rhetorical question, and Jonathan didn't expect a concrete answer. Taking a small sip, he set the bottle back on the table with a clatter. When did you become like this? You look at the whole nation as a huge company to launder your dirty money. After a ruthless tax audit, the Daehu Group began corporate training in an attempt to stave off bankruptcy. There was no lavish ceremony to mark the employee's resignation. This is another difference in the new story. The positions of all directors except the managing director have also been retained. A few days later, school. Sanku asks Jamie how things are going with the final buyout of Daehu Group. The woman said there was competition, but there's no need to worry. In the end, they will remain behind the scenes. In turn, the boy remarked that she was finally settling in pretty well. Laughing, Jamie suggested that the visit to the Blue House had been good for her. But when she decided to strike up a conversation about the distribution of finances, Sanku stopped her, saying they would talk about that later. Stuffing his phone behind his sinus, the guy relaxedly realizes that the Daehu situation is slowly coming to an end. Get up, said the young man suddenly. The beaten hooligans lying in front of him immediately rose up, standing meekly in a line. Sanku explained to them that he didn't care what these guys were going to do next. The main thing was to keep them out of his sight. Got it? Inquired the young man, leaning over to one of them. When the guy let them go, the hooligans, running away from him in tears, shouted that this bastard was definitely connected to the Russian mafia. How do you explain the fact that he speaks English so well? They're not even useful for training, but they can be very annoying. Sanku scratches the back of his head, trying to think of an excuse to get out of class. Suddenly, the class teacher climbs out of the first-floor window, calling out to Sanka. She then gestured for him to come into her office. When the guy came to her class, the girl explained that she just wanted to tell him something. The teacher explained to the young man that the kids don't really hate him. The kid just scares them a little, and she doesn't mean that he has done anything wrong. However, Sanku wasn't listening to what the girl was telling him. Looking at her, the boy realizes that this is all very strange. No matter how much he thought about it, his current class teacher was a completely different person. Sanku didn't pay attention to it as it was a minor change, but now he constantly notices her attitude towards him. After coming to his senses, the kid hears the teacher ask him to try to bond with the other kids to realize that school is a wonderful place. "So promise this to your teacher," the girl pronounced, holding out her little finger to the young man. Something is clearly wrong here. Sanku decides to look into it. Some time passed, and Sanku came to school again to observe the teacher additionally. Over the past few days, he has hired several professionals to investigate about his class teacher. Woo Young-hee, 24 years old. Place of birth, Seoul, the eldest daughter in the family. She doesn't like to show off. She has minimal contact with other people, so she has no friends among adults. At first glance, it may seem that she's only a bland persona with no social life. But this one has two unique traits. First of all, she gave up about Sanku a long time ago. Judging from the investigations, this woman has a special interest. It's not perversion, but some kind of eccentricity. The problem is that Sanku is right up there on her watch list. This woman knew him when he was still in junior high school. After she passed the interview, she continued to work hard to become Sanku's classroom teacher. And second, her psychiatric diagnosis is embarrassing. Of course, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications are used to manage anxiety and depression. However, her symptoms were constantly making themselves known, causing her family's relationship to deteriorate significantly. This woman regularly sees sudden hallucinations. Terms from arcades are often their main subject. The attending physician said that the patient's main delusion is that she believes she can feel other people's emotions. Regardless of the duration of Woo Young-hee's treatment, nothing helped. After all her hallucinations and delusions are real. That's how Sanku met one of them. This woman is almost awakened. Not to mention she has the super rare ability of an empathic healer, one of Seoul's major office centers. Sitting in his chair, Sanku gazes pensively at the night city through the window. To think Woo Young-hee is a healer. Empathic healers are so rare, not only because such characteristics are extremely rare, but also because they have an extremely low chance of survival after awakening. Such people can understand other people's emotions not through talking, but by feeling them. At the test site, the healers weren't just in great danger. They could feel the desperation of the other survivors. That's why many of them couldn't stand it. In Woo Young-hee's case, since she's almost awakened, it must be even harder for her. Sanku never got her name in the original story. It's probably for a reason. At that moment, a cell phone call came in on a table nearby. When he took the call, he heard Jonathan's irritated voice. He immediately said that everything was done. When an overjoyed Sanku asked if these men would come over to their side, his partner said in an annoyed voice that there was nothing human left in him. These fools acted as if they wanted to bite off his hand. The young man praised Jonathan, adding that he knew his comrade could handle it. In turn, Jonathan himself reminded the boy that he was from Texas. I guess the son now understood. There it was. The magic of Texas. Finished with the conversation, Sanku looked at his phone relaxedly. He was pleased that his partner had finally recovered his spirits. A few days earlier, "Jonathan, are you going to resign?" Sanku, dissatisfied with the results, asked angrily, tossing the report on the table. His puzzled partner asks him what's causing this reaction. The time when they needed a lot of money has passed. Doesn't it make more sense to think about safety now, rather than investing aggressively like they used to? There is no point in taking risks now. Putting his hand on the report, the guy agreed with Jonathan that investing in the DOW wasn't a bad thing. But there is not much good in it either. Not to mention that the portfolio you just put together brought us a measly $10 billion, added an exasperated Sanku, pointing his finger at the papers. Jonathan must know how much money they really have. His share is at least $30 billion. Recently, he said that he wanted to take his share and use it, so the guy asked what his partner's plans were, but what he suggested was just useless. Jonathan is afraid of losing his money. He's losing his grip, losing his... However, Jonathan decided to remind the son that their capital was as much as $65 billion. If they stopped here, they would still have money for more than 10 generations to come. Then an angry Sanku asked his partner why not tell that to that family and see their reaction. When he realized that he had almost said too much, he coughed, realizing that there was no reason to say the name. At that moment, Jonathan asked him what his purpose was. Does he really want to become the god of tycoons? The estimated fortune of such an organization is over $50 trillion. They formed a country and became legends who changed the course of world wars. Wondering why he had traveled so far back in time, Sanghu asked his companion what he meant by goal. He explained that he hadn't thought of anything like that, and that he and Jonathan were just hungry to win. Hungry to win, well said. The partner remarks while the self-shamed young man mentally apologizes to Coach Hiddings. The fact is that this phrase was said by the coach of the Korean national soccer team, Goose Hiddings, during the World Cup in 2002. In any case, shaking the report in his hand, he advised the man to save his money and use it for some clients. Jonathan looked at him puzzled and wondered which clients he was talking about. Looking at his partner in surprise, Sanku asked if they were still buying up mid-sized investment companies. Suddenly, he realized that Jonathan hadn't even thought about it. Shaking with anger, he glanced dazedly at his partner, who was sweating with fear. Cancel all your interviews and other events. It's all because of your extraordinary thinking. Even if the water in the well overflows, you won't even notice, shouted an angry Sanku, pointing his finger at him. Meanwhile, Jonathan calmed him down by telling him that he was not trying to justify himself. The man explained that he didn't like bossing around those who were better than him. Even though he's done it many times, Jonathan asks the guy again to be the face of the company instead. He just can't bear the tension. But Sanku, trying to recover from the shock, explains to his partner that he has long known why the young man cannot reveal his identity. The boy asks his companion for confidence. He is sure that Jonathan Hunter would have succeeded anyway if he hadn't met him. The insecure man only grinned at such a statement. But when Sanku asked him to stop being childish, Jonathan apologized, explaining that it was all due to stress. The guy must know how awful he feels. That's why I say you need to exercise. You know your muscles have atrophied even more, don't you? Didn't you know that a healthy body is a healthy mind? Sanku yelled at him again. He advises his partner to use his position as an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities instead of being picky. In any case, as the business expands, Jonathan soon realizes everything. The ravenous beast that rested within him would soon awaken. Trying to hold back tears, Jonathan asks how someone like him can demonstrate his abilities. Seeing this, Sanku realized that perhaps this man should be given a little more time than he thought. Well, the guy decides to help him out a little. He asks his partner if he knows that Bluestone's important clients have entered the country. Bluestone is the greatest private equity firm in the world. Jonathan looked at him dumbfounded and asked if he was going to buy Bluestone. He was talking about second-rate companies. After reassuring his partner, Sanku remarks that he would like to, but of course he won't. The guy explains that it would be fine if this company suffered a loss due to the Asian financial crisis. But unfortunately, they're in great shape right now. However, they have a weakness. Bluestone's third partnership fund. Jonathan looked away in surprise, noting that there didn't seem to be anything the boy didn't know. That's right. Bluestone is pouring everything into their third product, and without members coming to Korea, it would be a dead weight for Bluestone. So Nasanku's plan is to strike at the very core. He's confident his partner can do it. Eventually, these important people, instead of Bluestone, will join Jonathan. In fact, let Bluestone be quite attractive. Much more ambitious is their subsidiary, Blue Rock. 20 years later, Kim Chansu, Zillion, and Jessica will join forces to grow this fund management company as much as possible. And at the peak, their fortune will be around $4 trillion. But right now, Blue Rock is nothing, and will remain so from now on. The shadowy companies that control the financial world from the underground. Henceforth, this title should be reserved for Nasanku only. When the boy flew back home, his parents thought he was back from Sunday school. However, in fact, he took advantage of a short break and flew to the United States to take care of some business. He hired Zillion and Jessica before they even got jobs at Blue Rock. And then he started the brilliant analyst Kim Chan-soo. But there is something else, more important, that he had time to do. It's directly related to the future of mankind. The building of the private research group Zopi. Extending his hand, the man introduces himself as the Chief Inspector John Clark. The young man shook his hand and greeted him and called himself Ethan again. John sat down in his chair and said that he had been informed that the boy was a trustee and was looking for a beneficiary. Sitting down across from him, Ethan confirmed it. Missing person investigations require proof of relationship to the missing person. And when a person is reported missing, you only need to prove your involvement. With these conditions, it is easy to find a beneficiary to transfer funds to. Right now, Sanku should behave within the law. Now he should give information to the chief inspector about who he is looking for. His name is Bobby, born in Brooklyn. He's between 12 and 15 years old now, probably lives in New York right now. Puzzled, John Clark asked the young man if he had any further information. Ethan replied that he might be able to describe the appearance of the person he was looking for. Unfortunately, all other information was lost. Looking puzzled at the guy, the inspector explains that the data is woefully lacking. With so much information, this case will require a lot of time and money. He's asking him to search all of North America, isn't he? In response, Ethan said that he knew that very well. No matter how much time and money it takes, the money that will go to the beneficiary will definitely cover everything. The boy asks Mr. Clark not to worry about it and to do his best. Sanku needs this man. After all, this bastard will be the leader of 8 evils and 8 benefactors. He will be known as the first evil! New York, Jonathan Investments main building. On the table in front of Jonathan is Zillion's file. The man asked if the son had hired him himself. In response, the guy narrated that he was going to transfer some offshore funds to this man. About $15 billion. Looking at the document, Jonathan notices that his partner has made such a move, even though the man is from the Morgan Group. He's surprised. So you hit the jackpot, huh? Taking the case from him, Sanku promises his comrade that he will soon be convinced of the rightness of his actions. Zillion is ideally suited to be the leader of the vanguard, and as a present, the young man decided to show his partner something entertaining. He opened the laptop and put it in front of Jonathan. Glancing at the monitor, the man asked what it was. Looking closer, Jonathan saw his autobiography, or more specifically, his investment book. Dumbfounded, he covered his mouth with his hand and realized that this kid had made a book by collecting all his investments. Continuing to stare dazedly at the monitor, the man asked son if he was sure he didn't have a doctorate or something. No wonder it struck Jonathan so hard. After all, there are many theories in this document that the world has not yet seen. With a smirk, Sanku explained that he was not listed as the author of this book. He had purposely left the preface blank. If we publish this book in your name, no one will suspect anything, Sanku explained to his dumbfounded partner. He asked the boy to wait a little longer, adding that this was getting out of hand. But after a little thought, he remembered the promise he had made to his partner at the very beginning of their journey. Phew, okay, sunshine, I'll reap all the benefits until you decide to come out into the light. Jonathan exhaled doomedly. At this point, the man asked Sanku to do one favor. He asked if the boy could stop talking to him so formally. When the bewildered young man asked what he meant, his partner held out his fist. Age is just a number. Let's stop being just business partners. Let's be friends, sunshine, you and me. Sanku was surprised to hear Jonathan say this. He had already forgotten what friendship was. Friendship was something incomprehensible to the awakened. He and Jonathan were just co-workers. They shared trophies from the war and points. However, the current Jonathan is different from his past version. Sanku feels like he deserves to call this man his friend. At the same instant, the guy extended his fist in response. Okay, man, Sanku muttered, batting his fist away at his friend. A few days later, Seoul High School. Correcting his glasses, the substitute teacher explained to the students that their classroom teacher, Woo Yeon-hee, had taken time off for family reasons. During spring break, riots broke out at the school. Woo Yeon-hee's mother came to the school to protest. She was outraged that her daughter's mental illness was limiting her access to children's education. The plan to prove that Woo Yeon-hee is awakened will have to be put on hold for a while. The most important thing to do now is to prepare for the entrance to the dungeon. After all, this is the only place to improve your skills before entering the testing ground. Night had fallen, and it was the right time to venture into the dungeon again for the first time in many years. Carrying a hiking backpack and many necessities, Sanku walks up to a high wall fenced with barbed wire on top. As the young man looked at the incredible structure before him, memories came flooding back to him. The building surrounding the entrance to the dungeon. It's a perfect protective structure posing as a mental hospital. Bossman has done a very good job. With such success, he should start his own construction company. Either way, there's no guarantee that Sanku will definitely survive today. Opening the heavy door, the boy slowly stepped inside the room. In the same second, he saw the huge entrance to the dungeon in front of him. He knows the feeling very well, but years later he has begun to forget it. Everything happens as if for the first time. When Sanku approached the portal, the system asked him if he wanted to open the dungeon, even though it's only an F-rank dungeon. But the guy can't believe he's going down there without the escape seal. Going into such a place alone is more like signing his own death warrant. However, for Sanku, it was the only way to improve his abilities right now. Reaching out, the guy clicked the yes button on the system window that popped up in front of him. In the same instant, the dungeon unlocked and the entrance began to open. After a while, a slope appeared in the floor. Tensely glancing at the passage, Sanku raised the lantern above his head and shone it there. It happened just as he expected. The beam of light just didn't go any further, as if it kept shining into the floor. Turning off the flashlight, the annoyed lad realized that, as before, electrical devices and firearms were useless in dungeons. You can only rely on swords forged in Nam Da Moon, and so the flashlight and phone can be left at the entrance. Sanku has some painkillers and emergency supplies. He may only have this crappy survival backpack that can't even compare to what he had before, but the guy has no other choice. As he approached the descent, the young man stepped his foot into the passage. The system reported that the dungeon entrance had been completed. A new message has arrived in the email. Sitting at his computer and going through some papers, Jonathan noticed a new letter from Sun. As he opens the mail in anticipation, the man can't even imagine what new scheme Sanku has found to make money. However, when Jonathan saw what the message said, he was horrified. What is this? What the hell is this? A will? The huge monster opened its jaws and pounced on its victim. Jumping back sharply, Sanku slashed the creature's mouth with a single swing of his dagger. Then, as the enemy fell to the ground, the enraged fellow ran up to him and drawing his knife over his head. In the next second, he threw several punches into the monster's neck, cutting its throat. While he was on his knees chopping up the already dead creature, another monster jumped out from behind him. The enemy immediately sank his sharp fangs into the young man's shoulder, biting through it for several centimeters. Holding back from screaming, Sanku unwraps the knife in his hand, trembling with shock. Then, with a lightning-fast strike, he stabs the dagger into the eye of the monster behind him. As the wounded creature screams in pain, another monster pops up in front of the wounded guy, not giving him a break or any way to stop the blood. At the same moment, the enraged enemy leaps from his seat and, stretching his arm forward, prepares to tear the kid to pieces with his claws. Overcome with unbearable pain, Sanku gritted his teeth and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes began to blur. As he waited for the moment to attack back, he noticed the monster's paw in front of him. Unfortunately, the opponent was so fast that the wounded young man had no chance to dodge or try to block the blow. In one powerful motion, the monster sealed Sanku's head to the ground. The moment the young man helplessly stares his death in the eyes, the creature has already opened its jaws to tear the boy's face apart. Looking hopelessly into the monster's face, the boy realizes he has no chance of survival. But fortunately, he felt his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword, after which he realized that it was quite easy to hit the enemy from this position. The system has reported that Sanku has killed the scout Declan. The main mission is called Exterminating Declan. So far, the guy's only killed 3 of Declan's 60 soldiers. Struggling to lift himself up, the young man grabbed the sword-pierced monster and carelessly threw it off of him. "Damn, I almost died," Sanku said quietly, wiping his chin clean of blood. Classification number KF07, Declan's soldiers. Because they were very docile, the awakened called them dogs. Sanku expected it, but even in an F-rank dungeon, hunting 1 or 2 dogs is hard enough. It's a labyrinth dungeon. Declan's 3 scouts met Sanku on the road right next to the entrance. Because the layout of the maze changed every time someone entered, no one could predict what would be in any particular room. There were 3 types of dungeon trials. The first was the boss challenge. The second is a hunting test. And the third is the combat test. To leave the dungeon, you had to either pass one of 3 types of trials or use the escape seal. There was one simple reason why Sanku chose this particular dungeon as his starting point. He already knew the strategy for the boss battle, And the reward for the hunting challenge was an escape seal. Already wandering around the dungeon without strength, the guy realizes how pathetic he is after all. He risks his life to fulfill a simple quest that the system has given him. Suddenly, after about an hour of useless walking through the labyrinths, Sanku found something interesting after all. In front of him is a brightly glowing dungeon box. Because it looked just like the bronze box, many awakened people were spent. If you're lucky, you can get something good out of the bronze box. Otherwise, the box puts a curse on the person who opens it, like chaos or fear. It's a matter of luck. Walking backwards with annoyance, Sanku realizes that if he gets the curse, he won't get out of here alive. He shouldn't even look at it. At that moment, he noticed a small wooden door in front of him. Without a second's hesitation, the young man immediately threw off his heavy backpack so that nothing would prevent him from moving freely. Anything could be waiting for him behind that door. Please let there be only one. Just one scumbag! Just one, please! Sanku spoke hopefully several times, reaching for the doorknob with a trembling hand. Opening a small slit, the boy carefully peered inside. Unfortunately, his pleas were not heeded. There were not one, not two, but several dozen monsters in the room. Seeing the door ajar, Declan's soldiers immediately stared at it, expecting the enemy to come out of there. However, the gap disappeared in the same second. Holding the door firmly shut, an irritated Sanku realized that he was specifically so screwed. He had hoped to stock his skills, but there seemed to be no other choice. The young man had to use Odin's Wrath, an ability that can infuse a selected target with a powerful electrical charge. The duration of the effect is only 30 minutes. Recharge time, 24 hours. The system immediately informed the guy that he had summoned Odin's Wrath. The effect was applied to a long sword from Namdemon Forge. Without wasting a second, Sanku immediately kicked the old door, holding him back into splinters. "Come to me, you sons of bitches!" the boy shouted angrily, bringing his Odin's Wrath-enhanced blade behind his back. At the same instant, a crowd of fierce monsters pounced on the young man without a second thought. Before Sanku swung his sword, the system reminded him again that he had only killed 3 of Declan's 60 soldiers. The maddened guy immediately started swinging his sword, cutting everything in his path. You killed 12 of Declan's 60 soldiers, 16 of Declan's soldiers, 18 soldiers, 21. With a truly effective weapon enhancement, the blade of Sanku's blade cut through the monsters' throats like a knife through butter. However, despite such terrifying power of Odin's Wrath, the boy is still human. His strength is running out. As he pondered his next move, Declan's soldiers continued to attack from all sides. Stabbing his sword into another monster, Sanku realized that his F-rank body wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught for long. It was at this point that the boy made a mistake. The blade of his blade went into the monster's ribs but didn't kill it. Declan's dog yelped and grabbed the sword with his paws. The very next second, the creature struck several blows with its sharp claws, nearly cutting the young man into several pieces. Some time has passed. In a pile of shredded monster corpses, a tortured Sanku lay. His entire face is covered in blood and his eyeballs have rolled backwards. This guy's been dead for hours. Just as suddenly, with a piteous scream, Sanku comes to his senses. Rolling over on his side, the shocked young man begins to cough, trying to realize what has happened to him. A drizzling chill ran through his entire rugged body as he tried to stand up. Unable to speak, the guy tries to figure out how much time has passed since his death. When he called up the status window, the system alerted Sanku that the skill Man Overcoming Difficulty had been applied on him. It was thanks to this that the guy came back to life again. Minor injuries were healed and the painful sensations receded. Recharge time, 7 days. Looking at the remaining recharge time, the young man realized that he had been down for almost a full 24 hours. He couldn't believe that he had to use this skill in the first room. On the other hand, he didn't lose his left arm, and thank goodness for that. If it wasn't for the recovery from the overcoming man, those monsters would have ripped that arm off for sure. He then called up a task list of how many enemies he had destroyed before passing out. The system immediately informed the young man that he had killed 56 of Declan's 60 soldiers. Points earned, 112. Total points, 204. Therefore, this dungeon gives 2 points for each monster. The bronze box could be opened for 300 points. Hopelessly closing his eyes, Sanku finally felt how generous the training rewards were. Taking the knife in his hand, the boy, dragging his injured leg behind him, slowly made his way to the door. First, He needed to get the seal of escape by completing the hunting mission. If he killed at least 4 of them, maybe his plan would work. But suddenly the young man stopped, looking at the doorway in surprise. 2 of Declan's soldiers stand on the doorstep and look at him. Did they smell blood? Drawing his knife, Sanku prepared for battle. Once inside the room, the creatures began to slowly circle the guy from both sides, never taking their eyes off of him. Looking at them puzzled, the tense guy can't understand why these 2 are hesitating and not pouncing on him. It's not like them. But at that moment, seeing what now stood in the doorway, the boy shivered with fear. The silhouette of a creature not unlike the other monsters of this dungeon can be seen on the threshold. It's Declan's 2-headed soldier, the task of the great contest. This is cheating. Why is he here? While Sanku was trying to figure out how this could have happened, the monster had already struck. He ducked, dodging the attack, and jumped back to a safer distance. Suddenly in front of him again, the 2-headed creature brought its sword as far behind its back, preparing to strike again. When the monster swung his sword with all his might, Sanku bounced back sharply, realizing that there was no way he could go on the attack now in this state. This thing is at least E-ranked. Guy definitely won't be able to handle it without a man overcoming difficulties. At the same moment, Declan's 2-headed soldier, trying to pull one of his blades out of the ground, threw his other sword straight at the young man. Jumping up, Sanku dodged the attack. The sword flew past and slammed into a monster standing nearby. Feeling that he didn't stand a chance against this monster, the guy made the decision to try to escape from it. On the other hand, there's nowhere to run. It's a confined space anyway, so if the young man can't handle this bastard, he's a dead man. As suddenly, while still running away, Sanku noticed in front of him the very box of the dungeon, free to drive a man insane. Realizing he had no other choice, the boy immediately grabbed the box, holding it tightly against him. When the system asked the boy if he wanted to open the dungeon box, a monster running up from behind had already grabbed his leg. "Open up now!" Sanku shouted in panic, looking fearfully at the monster that had grabbed him. However, when the 2-headed creature lifted the guy up with one lightning-fast swing, the guy, unable to hold the box in his hands, dropped it. The system alerted that an escape seal had been issued to Na Sanku. At the same moment, the monster swung with all his might and was ready to smash the guy on the ground. But as the young man prepared for his inevitable death, the system began to transport him outside the dungeon. A couple seconds later, Sanku found himself hanging in midair in front of the entrance to the dungeon labyrinth. The transfer completed and the guy immediately collapsed with his back on the ground. Then, realizing he was still alive, the boy jumped to his feet, glancing fearfully at the dungeon's descent. Staring into the abyss with horror, Sanku recoiled from the passage. It wasn't until later that he realized he was alive and outside the dungeon. With a nervous smile as he continued to watch the descent, the guy began to chuckle softly. Covering his face with his hand, the laughing young man noticed that he was trembling violently with fear. So the escape seal was in the dungeon box. That's why 8 guys went crazy because of the system. But these are just echoes of that horror. It makes people suffer, clinging to hope until the very end. Trying to keep his sanity, Sanku opened his eyes and looked at the items he had left behind before entering the dungeon. Reaching out, he picked up a cell phone from the ground. This time he got out, but going into the dungeon alone was his miscalculation. When he opens his phone, the surprised boy notices 30 missed calls from Jonathan. Despite this, he decides to call his friend back a little later. A cell phone vibrated on the table. Picking up the phone, the girl said hello to her interlocutor. "I guess you weren't in the hospital," Nasanghu said, starting a conversation with her. Hearing the young man's voice, the woman was greatly surprised. Sanku called Wu Yanhee's class teacher. That same night, a white car pulled up to a building that looked very much like a mental hospital. Seeing the bandaged boy standing at the gate, the woman asked worriedly what had happened to him. Was he attacked? Walking to the window of the vehicle, Sanhu said hello to the teacher and asked her to pull into the grounds. Looking at her student incredulously, Yanhee asked what this place was and why it looked like an asylum. Then the guy asked the woman not to worry, explaining that the mental institution was just a cover. It was just the 2 of them. The teacher looked at him indignantly and cried out that the word cover didn't make her feel any better. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, a shaking Young-hee explained to the young man that she wasn't crazy. "It's really hard to explain, but I know I called you to explain everything." Sanku suddenly interrupted her with these words. Looking at the girl, the guy realizes that if her skills were pumped, she would have read his mind by now. Which means she's not at that level yet. Leaning his hand on the roof of the car, Nasanghu added that Yanhee needed to work things out here and now. Go back and eke out a miserable existence as a local lunatic or jump down the rabbit hole? The huge feral monster opened its fanged mouth and immediately pounced bloodily on its victim. Seeing this terrifying creature, Woo Yonghee cried out in fear. While she is hysterical trying to figure out what this monster is, Sanku grabbed her hands and asked her to calm down, explaining that this is just a part of his memories. Woo Yonhee's abilities are still undeveloped, but the guy still managed to share the memories of the past few days with her. Looking at the dearly frightened woman huddled in the corner, the young man realizes that this is too much for her for now. Suddenly, Yonhee, overcome by the terror that had gripped her, decided to ask her student about something. The dumbfounded girl asks Sanku if he really means to say that both of them have been chosen to fight these monsters. How soon will they come to this world? The day of beginnings. I've been preparing for this day, said the boy confidently. With a glance down the slope behind him, the young man explained that further down the hallway was a myriad of monsters that the teacher had just seen. Holding out an envelope to her, Sanku asked the woman to take this. When Yonhee took out a document from this envelope and asked what it was, the guy explained that it was a contract. If she dares to walk in the dungeon with him, the contract will give the girl a reward. However, there is another option for the development of events. The teacher can be content to go about her life as usual, pretending that nothing has happened. Until the day of beginnings. The young man added that not everyone would fight. Please come back. I'll wait here until tomorrow, Sanku said, giving the woman time to think. I have to admit, it's not an easy choice. Please think carefully. Illusions that Yonhee had seen since middle school. A blue window that only she could see. When the girl told her mother about it, she led her church. One day out of the blue, Woo Yonhee began to understand other people's emotions. She tried to understand how they were related to each other. But it didn't work, and among them she felt him most strongly. Nasanku. The girl thought she could pick up on some clues with his help. However, this was certainly not the turn that Yonhee had expected. A contract value of 200 million won and a salary of 1 billion won per year. 500 million won as a reward for entering the dungeon and a bonus of 500 million won for successful return. In case of death, the salary will triple. 3 billion won. Where did that kind of crazy money come from anyway? Looking hopelessly into the roof of the car, Yonhee tries to figure out if she's definitely not being tricked or something. Soon standing at the gate of the mental institution, Sanku heard the sound of a car engine nearby. Stepping outside the fence, the guy saw the teacher's vehicle in front of him. The young man went to the driver's seat window and asked the woman if she had made her decisions. But seeing her frightened but trying to appear confident face, Sanku immediately said he understood. Realizing that Woo Yonghee was now completely on his side, he exhaled in relief. It's time for her to show how deep she jumped. Woo Yonhee awakened before the incident. Soon, a few minutes later, a white car is being carried at breakneck speed down the highway. Sanku, sitting in the passenger seat, dumbfounded, asks the driver if they can go a little slower. The guy explains that if the teacher is doing it because she wants to impress him, it's not worth it. No, I'm grateful to you. Before you told me everything, all I could think about was dying as soon as possible, Yonhee suddenly said, keeping her eyes on the road. There's no reason for her to turn down that much money. And as it turns out, she's not crazy at all, is she? Meanwhile, looking at the girl, Sanku realizes that although she acts so confident, you can't tell that from her trembling hands. At this moment, glancing at the young man, Yonhee decided to wonder if the guy really had such fabulous money. You'll find out when we get there. Nasanghu answered her, smirking contentedly. With a stern look at the student, the woman wondered why he was talking to her like that. Was he older than her? Looking at her in response, the boy hesitated a bit. I guess you could say that, but age means nothing in the world we'll have to live in, Sanku explained to her with a laugh. In any case, Woo Yonhee would soon realize it herself as well. Sunshine! Shrieked a dumbfounded Jonathan upon seeing his injured friend. Grabbing the surprised boy by the shoulders, the man reminded him that the man had said he was fine. So where did those bandages and the broken arm come from? How badly had he been hurt? Still stunned looking at his partner, Sanku noted that Jonathan was quite famous, yet he just walked around like that. He could be followed. In turn, the friend indignantly replied that it didn't matter now. When he felt a headache coming on due to stress, he immediately stopped screaming and covered his face with his hand. Sanku, reassuring him, explained that he would get over it. Watching their friendship, Woo Yonhee tries to remember where she has seen this man before. You're from Jonathan Investment, I believe. Jonathan Hunter, right? Said the girl, dumbfounded by the surprise. With a satisfied look at her, Sanku asked the teacher to say hello. This person will certify their contract. The world's top 20 billionaires according to Forbes magazine. The god of investment, Jonathan Hunter. Surely Wu Yanhee is no longer in doubt, is he? Wow, 200 million. Wow, Jonathan. The dazed teacher mentally mumbled as she carried a box of her belongings into the office center. This was watched from the window by Sanku along with his friend. With a puzzled look at his partner, Jonathan asked Sun why on earth he was giving this young lady so much money. And if you go missing, the firm agrees to pay her father 3 billion won. What's wrong with you? Shouted the man indignantly. Meanwhile, an embarrassed Sanku closes his eyes awkwardly and apologizes to his friend, promising to explain everything when the time comes. Until then, Jonathan just has to keep it in his mind. After saying that, the guy suggested his partner to have lunch. He had just ordered the dishes he liked. Unhappily placing his spoon on the table, Jonathan remarked that this place was so-so. The friend explained that the restaurant that the men liked had recently closed. The dumbfounded Jonathan, hearing this, could not believe his ears. That wonderful restaurant had closed? They must be in a terrible predicament. Meanwhile, Sanku pointed out that local companies are not the only ones feeling the crisis. He asked where the foreign funds that came to the Asian market earlier are now. A puzzled Jonathan reminded him that they were now in Eastern Europe and Latin America. Aren't they? The partner confirmed, but said there was one more place, and that place is Russia. Already in the office, checking all the information, a dumbfounded Jonathan can't believe his eyes. How many nuclear weapons does Russia have? This country is simply impossible to destroy, Sanku agreed, noting that everyone else thought so too. That's why they're going there. Smiling contentedly, the guy reminded Jonathan how he had recently asked how good the zillion they had recently hired was. However, the partner replied that he'd asked why the guy had decided to participate in the interview about hiring him personally. Is this Morgan Group member really that good that he was so honored? Without answering this question, Sanku decided to offer his friend a little competition. Whoever rises the highest and makes the most profit from Russia wins. Jonathan looked at him indignantly and asked why he was mocking him. Has he even seen himself in the mirror? Jonathan doesn't have the same trustworthy person that Zillion has for Sun. Taking the computer mouse in his hand, Sanku promised that of course he would find a partner as good a buddy as Zillion. This is Brian. His Korean name is Kim Chansu. He may not look like much, but he's definitely the right guy for the job. Jonathan glanced happily at the computer monitor as he thought about it. So he would just have to watch this man from the sidelines? He could finally get some rest. But suddenly, Sanku snapped all his dreams of a well-deserved vacation. Guy explained that they needed to raise rates. There's going to be a big sell-off of Russian government bonds soon. We're going to burn the place to the ground. About $1 billion, maybe? The guy said bloodthirstily, looking at his partner grimly. Soon, Jonathan took an overnight flight to Russian Federation. Sitting on the airplane, the man can't understand how Russia could have screwed up so stupidly. He realizes, of course, that this country will fail in the world market, but he and Sanku are already burning $1 billion. It started again. Jonathan, Zillion, Jessica, Kim Shan-soo, the Knights of the Empire of Finance are back in motion. Needing his already healed, recently broken arm, Sanku decides to begin training the new knight who will soon enter the dungeon with him. Stab me! The guy shouted insistently, looking at Wu Yongyi trembling with fear with a dagger in his hands. When he grabbed her hand and pressed the knife blade against her stomach, the frightened girl said she wouldn't do it. That's not right! In turn, an irritated Sanku remarks that if they were in the dungeon, the teacher would have died several times over. He then reminds her of point 1 of the treaty. The orders concerning the dungeons are unquestionable. Of course, training before entering the dungeon is included. Did you forget? The guy asked indifferently, looking at the girl. The ability Wu Yanhee showed him was a mere trifle. As expected, her sensitivity ability didn't rise above F rank. Even a hunter has a hard time raising the sensitivity rank. But there's an ability this girl has that has Sanku very much hooked. A skill called Mary's Touch that abruptly cancels the target's inability to bat. The guy had never heard of this skill in that era, and so he has to check how it works. This skill transfers the wounding of the target to the one being wounded. Now, Wu Yanhee must stab to learn how to stab wounds. That's pretty cruel, but there's no time to put it off now. The young man explained that if the girl started to hesitate in the dungeon, then they would both die. "This is the last time, Woo Yeon-hee! Hit me now!" shouted the enraged Na Sang-hoo. Realizing that she had no choice, the woman, unable to hold back her tears, screamed and plunged the knife into the boy. This power has an alternate skill called Opponent that acts only on the wielder. Like Opponent, Mari's touch is activated when the target is bleeding profusely. The skill Opponent makes the owner forget the pain, but does not heal the wound. However, because of Marie's touch, the wound seems to disappear, and the target to whom the skill was applied feels an incredible surge of strength. But Woo Yeon-hee's pain is unbearable. It's tantamount to activating the man who overcomes difficulties. With such a frail body, she must have already seen that light. Would this woman be able to use Marie's touch in the dungeon without hesitation? The girl lost consciousness for a while because of the painful shock, and her whole body convulsed in unbearable pain. Suddenly, Yeon-hee woke up and dazedly opened her eyes. Slowly rising from the hospital bed, the girl asked how long she had slept there. Without taking her eyes off her work, Sang-hoo told her that she had been out for 12 hours. The girl explained that she thought she would die after activating the skill, but it was much easier than she had imagined. Was it really that exaggerated? However, when Yeon-hee accidentally jerked her hand, she noticed an IV hooked up in the palm of her hand. After that, Sang-hoo said she should rest for a few days. Right now, she didn't feel like it was that bad because of the painkillers. Putting on his jacket, the guy explained that he'd be back soon and asked the woman to make herself at home. The only thing she needed right now was to just focus on recovering. Yes, after all, the orders pertaining to the dungeons are undeniable. Repeated his recent words to Yeon-hee, exhaling irritably. Jonal Investment's main building in Seoul. An investment company employee asks a guest what she owes his visit. Adjusting his tie, Na Sang-hoo said he came to see his father. Just then, an elevator nearby opened, and Jonal stepped out, talking to a colleague. "Oh, it's Sang-hoo! I am glad you have come," he said in surprise as soon as he saw his son. The father immediately introduced his son to his coworker. The man noticed how handsome the boy had grown and asked him what university he was attending. Jonal immediately noticed that Sang-hoo looked really mature, but he was still in high school. Looking at him in surprise, his colleague laughed and said that he would have nothing to envy in this world if he had such a wonderful son. "All right, I'm giving this money to you so you can become a great man like your father," said the man, holding out the bills to the boy. Boss gets pocket change from an employee he hired. JPEG. Tapping his son on the back, Jonal noted that he was probably surprised that his father had called him so suddenly. The fact is that the man wanted to show him some company. He has a conversation to have with Sang-hoo that Mom must not know about. "Father tells me that he has been promoted twice this time. It is a secret because he is going to surprise Sang-hoo's mother tonight." Leading his son up to the tall building, Jonal said this is where he would work from now on. A foreign exchange bank? The boy wondered if his father really worked in a foreign exchange bank now. This man has worked hard to get this position. Awkwardly looking at this building, Sang-hoo realizes that Jamie wasn't left out here. "Good job, but you know your father works for a foreign company, don't you?" Jonal suddenly made a strange conversation with his son. When Sang-hoo asked him what he was talking about, the man asked the boy if he knew where the country was now. It would be nice if his son understood that. Jonil would be happy if the boy showed more interest in economics. Hearing such familiar words, Na Sang-hoo realized that today was the day when his talisman would return. "Take this, Sang-hoo," the father said, handing his son his new bank account. Jonil asks the young man to think about what stocks to buy with the money and then tell him when he decides. His father suggests talking more about such important things. With this bank account, Na Sang-hoo entered the world of finance. He survived the Wall Street ordeal. In fact, this account is the beginning of the butterfly effect. If his father had not given it to the boy, he would never have had even the slightest chance of saving the world from the coming disaster. This action completes the preparations for the entrance to the dungeon. With its sharp tip cutting through the air, the arrow flies at great speed into the target. In the same second, the arrow sank exactly into the center of the target. "Did you see that? I'm going to be a pretty good shot, aren't I?" Woo Yeon-hee said cheerfully as she aimed her crossbow. Looking at it skeptically, Sang-hoo isn't sure if such a shot can even pierce the monster's skin. But unfortunately, there is no other choice. This girl can't fight in close combat. "We're going out to the dungeon as early as tomorrow," the boy reminded the woman. With a tense look at him, Yanhee wondered what else she should prepare. The only thing I can say is that you should prepare a suicide note and a will, the young man advised her confidently. The reality is that the likelihood of her not being able to come back alive is too great. For some people, the day starts with coffee, but not for Na Sang-koo. He and Yanhee went to the dungeon early in the morning, and all hell broke loose at the entrance. Overcoming unbearable pain, the young man fights to the death with a huge number of beastly monsters. Looking at this, Woo Yanhee realized how far from the truth her perceptions of these dungeons were. We live only to kill other living beings. There is not a single difference between monsters and humans. Treat! Sang-koo suddenly shouted in desperation. At the same moment, Woo Yanhee used the body healing skill on the guy. Feeling that his wounds had healed a bit, the young man immediately began to scatter the monsters piling up on him to the sides. After killing all the enemies, Sang-koo got to his feet, holding the dead beast by the scruff of its neck with one hand and wiping the blood off his face with the other. Smiling through the pain, the guy walked over to his partner and complimented her on a job well done. She was quite reserved at such a terrible moment. Dazedly looking at the young man, Yanhee realized one truth. This place is a struggle for survival. At the same second, the system announced the completion of the quest, Declan's Trial. The reward for the quest is the Seal of Escape. Turning to the girl, Sang-koo asked if she was willing for him to take the reward for himself. Yanhee just nodded silently. She knows that the Seal of Escape could save her life. Is her will stronger than the boy expected? As expected, Na Sang-koo was much more effective in battle with a healer. If he had been alone, the wounds he would have had to numb with painkillers would have been more difficult to bear. As he tried to catch his breath after another battle, he thought about his past. He never thought that one day he would be partnered with an empathic healer. In the original story, only 2 unkind boys with such abilities survived. These men were under the command of a real monster, an ability that allowed him to use unimaginable attacks of completely different forms at any given time. Sang-koo couldn't even imagine what this guy was capable of in anger. At this moment, interrupting the boy's negative thoughts, Woo Yanhee used the fear elimination skill on him. Not fully realizing what had just happened, the boy looked at his companion in surprise. Shivering with fear, the girl standing opposite him hesitantly aimed a crossbow at Sang-koo. She was afraid that the young man might have lost his mind or gone mad after such a fierce battle. Got it. That's how we do it. As expected, I'm getting more sensitive with you, the boy said, looking awkwardly at the woman. Asking for the crossbow to be lowered, Sang-koo explained that he was fine for now and was just reflecting on his past. After saying that, Yanhee apologized to him, wondering if they should wait a bit until the guy calmed down. Wiping the blood from his chin, the young man said there was no need for that. The woman had done exactly as he had taught her. Sang-koo asked his partner not to let her doubts cloud her resolve. Immediately afterward, they decided to head to the next room. As they opened the wooden door, they saw what they feared most. Woo Yanhee, don't forget what I told you, the guy earnestly muttered, not taking his eyes off of what was in the room. He asks the girl to remember the instructions he gave in case of an encounter with Declan's 2-headed soldier. At the same instant, the monster pounced on the young man at full speed, wounding him in the shoulder with its huge swords. Not letting the creature attack him again, Sang-koo immediately dodged the second blow. Trying to find a gap in the enemy's defense, the guy decided to increase his mobility and try to run around the monster from the side. But all his efforts were in vain. The monster turned around and slashed at him with the back of his other sword. Seeing such a terrifying picture, Woo Yanhee covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming in fear. In the instructions for fighting the 2-headed monster, Sang-koo had instructed her to never use either body healing or Marie's touch. Nor should she dare to provoke the opponent with her ridiculous crossbow. The guy has a last resort that can defeat this monster. While Yanhee was staring dumbfounded, Declan's 2-headed soldier had already attacked the wounded Sang-koo and bitten his throat. The girl herself is now required to do only one thing. If someone attacks her while the guy's out, then she'll have to run to survive. In tears running away from the monsters, Yanhee begs Sang-koo not to die. He just can't die at a time like this. She's been running for quite some time. The girl feels like her heart is about to explode. She lacks stamina. Taken to her chest, the woman realizes that there is no way she can use Marie's touch. How is she supposed to survive? Where can she get stamina from? At Yanhee's most desperate moment, a blue system window pops up in front of her face. The system notifies that the girl has succeeded in completing the diary task. It then asked Yeonhee to make a decision and choose which player would take the top spot. Sanku! The girl shouted in her last breath in desperation. Sanku! Sanku wins! Feeling fresh blood behind them, the ravenous monsters turned around, preparing to ooze another victim. That's it! Over here, you bastards! Shouted the guy, activating Odin's wrath at the same second. Bloodthirsty man, you're crazy about here. Standing with the severed head of the dead two-faced monster in his hand, the enraged Sanku was covered in bright lightning in an instant. At that moment, the system notified the young man that the requirements for the one-on-one battle task had been met. It asked him to decide which of the players would take first place by mutual agreement. So she's still alive? After realizing this, Sanku laughed. Good job, Woo Yonghee. At this moment, there were 10 seconds left before the ability of the skill Man Overcoming Difficulty ended. The guy immediately rushed into the fight, mercilessly tearing his opponents apart with his fists. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 0. When Sanku, in murderous pain, opened his eyes, one of gold came to his mind, surprisingly. The man had probably been through enough of this horror. The boy used to envy his character, but he never thought he'd have to go through such terrible pain for this. The young man used all of his healing skills, but none of them helped. Fortunately, Woo Yonhee also survived. Sanku thought he had survived because of the trap he had set, but that was not the case. When this woman was running away from the monster, she had essentially no chance of survival. However, despite the hopelessness of her situation, Yonhee still didn't give up. Firing her crossbow, she hit Declan's soldier in the eye with an arrow, and after waiting for the right moment, stabbed him to death with a dagger. Sanku would never have thought she could help him in any way. How wrong he was. A rookie healer who hadn't even reached F rank. Guy didn't expect her to survive such a ruthless situation. Some time had passed, and in the last week, the two had collected all the dungeon boxes. In terms of the specific results of the opening mission, Sanku attacked everything he saw and destroyed the dungeon by fighting every enemy. During this time, he got a lot of boxes, upgraded his skills, and prepared for the main boss battle. Of course, sometimes there were curses in the boxes. At times like this, Sanku thought in despair that those sharp fangs and claws would tear him to shreds. He thought he should run away from here, but he could not even move out of fear. It was then that Woo Yonhee came to his aid using the fear elimination skill. Every time this girl gets rid of the curse, Sanku involuntarily thinks of the two representatives of evil. When one person can break curses, another person should be able to put curses on. This woman's skills to get into a guy's mind at any moment makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. Here it had been hours since they had re-entered the dungeon. Stopping, Sanku finally found what he had been trying to find all this time. A stately door loomed before them, outwardly resembling the entrance to the boss's chambers. Tensely looking at this gate, Yonhee asked her partner if this was what she was thinking of right now. Yes, this is the last room. Behind this door is the main boss of the dungeon. It takes a minimum of 5 E-rank hunters to clear this dungeon. Sanku can't believe that he and Yonhee are going to do it alone. An F-rank hunter and a healer who hasn't even reached F-rank. Grabbing the handle of his backpack, the guy explained that if everything went according to plan, it wouldn't take long. Since we're still alive, don't you dare die here, Nasanghu said, glancing at his partner. Taking off her bag, Woo Yonhee confidently said that she was ready. As they dropped their backpacks at the entrance, Sanku approached the gate and slowly opened it. Peeking through the gap that opened before him, the guy noticed a white monster sitting on a throne and surrounded by Declan's regular soldiers. Leaning on the armrest of his throne, the creature glanced irritably at the uninvited guests standing in the doorway. In the same second, the monster opened its mouth and howled, giving its subordinates orders to attack these pathetic humans. The creature that sits on the throne is called Anubis. When Sanku first entered this place, there were those who thought such opponents were ridiculous. They thought that this monster looked too weak for a boss. Only then did they realize that the more of Declan's soldiers they killed, the stronger Anubis became. But by the time they realized it, it was too late. That monster had become a real demon. After activating Odin's Wrath, Seal of Speed, and Armor, Sanku realizes that given Anubis's peculiarity, until the guy gets to him, he should ignore the rest of Declan's soldiers for as long as possible. Get out of my way! Nasanghu yelled in rage. In the next instant, the boy flew over the army of monsters in one leap and flew up to Anubis, who was sitting calmly on his throne. Noticing the youth rapidly approaching him, the embittered foe lowered his muzzle with a growl. Unfortunately, Sanku lacked one jump to get to the boss right away. Upon landing, the guy drove his foot into the face of one of Declan's regular soldiers. Pinning the enemy to the ground, the young man found himself surrounded by monsters. With a frustrated glance at Anubis sitting behind the throne, Sanku realized that he wasn't even halfway through yet. At this moment, the white monster looked bloodthirstily at the boy and imperiously raised its muzzle with a smile. When Declan's soldier pounced on the lad, he held his arm out in front of him, allowing the creature to sink its sharp fangs into the armor worn on the young man's wrist. Immediately afterward, Sanku struck back with his fist, breaking the monster's neck in an instant. As expected, F-rank Iron Hand can't simply block the teeth of such monsters. In that case, the guy's got no other choice. All he has to do is try to break through. Meanwhile, while Sanku is scattering the monsters in different directions, Wu Yanhee uses her healing abilities by hiding with the help of a concealment item. Although it's a weak F-rank artifact, it can hide her presence from those bloodthirsty monsters. Covering her face with her hand to keep the blood flying from all sides from getting into her mouth, the girl realized that this guy was just insane. It seems as if he is fighting a wall of blades with his bare hands. Trying to break through dozens of sharp claws and fangs and not lose consciousness, Sanku realizes that he needs to get to Anubis before the overcoming man is triggered. He and Yeonhee only have one escape seal for 2 people right now. Defeating the boss now is the only way for both of them to get out alive. At that moment, Declan's soldier ran up out of nowhere and slammed his paw into the back of the boy's head with all his might, delivering the fatal blow. Man overcoming adversity has been activated. Your vitals have been improved from F to E. Your strength has been improved from E to D. Your dexterity has been improved from E to D. Your intelligence has been improved from F to E. Wounds are healing. Pain sensitivity is temporarily reduced. Duration of the skill, man overcoming difficulty, 5 minutes. With the points obtained in the dungeon, Nasanku was able to increase his vitality and intelligence to E rank. It's time to fight. The overcoming man has upgraded his strength and agility to D rank. Nothing can stop an F-ranked player from going berserk. There was literally nothing human left of Sanku. He turned into a creature for extermination of monsters. Duration of the skill, man overcoming difficulties, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. There was 1 minute and 12 seconds left before the skill expired. Noticing that the guy who had scattered his subjects was heading towards him at full speed, Anubis began to cast a fireball. In the next instant, the monster shot a spell from his hand like an arrow. Although Sanku had time to react to the sudden attack, this spell still caught his neck while dodging. Grabbing the knife, the guy immediately, without delay, threw it at his opponent. At the same moment, a dagger pierced Anubis's chest through and through. Jumping a few meters up, Sanku swung around, preparing to strike his opponent with Odin's wrath. However, with only 14 seconds left of the overcoming man's action, the lad began to feel that he was losing consciousness from the profuse bleeding caused by the wound Anubis had recently inflicted. "Wu Yanhee!" the young man yelled out in desperation, trying to keep his sanity. 4 seconds before the end of the overcoming man skill, the system alerted that Wu Yanhee had activated Marie's touch. In the same instant, the girl's entire body and organs began to tear apart, transferring all the pain Sanku had received to her repeatedly. Meanwhile, the guy had already landed on his opponent, pinning him to the ground with his feet. Convinced that Anubis was dead, the young man immediately grabbed the dagger in his hand and turned around. With a few lightning-fast lunges, Sanku had no trouble cutting his way to his partner through the remaining minions. As he approached the girl's disfigured body, he still couldn't believe that she had decided to take such a desperate step without hesitating for a second. "Wu Yanhee! Open your eyes! Come on, wake up!" the guy shouted in desperation, lifting the barely breathing woman up. A system alert has occurred. You have completed crying face, smiling face. Please decide which player will take the first place. The girl who was lying dying tried with her last strength to tell Sanku to go first. Asking her to take it easy, the guy agreed to her decision. At the very end of the fight, Sanku's artery burst, and so because Yeonhee had activated Mari's touch, this deadly wound was passed on to her. "She's bleeding, goddammit! I'll save you. Just hold on a couple more minutes," said the guy holding the girl in his hand, trying to fight off Declan's advancing soldiers. It's been a while. Sanku doesn't remember how he killed all the remaining monsters. By the time they made it out of the dungeon together, he was literally torn to shreds. Wu Yanhee was still able to survive, receiving the resurrection skill as a reward for second place. An excellent skill that retains minimal vitals even with lethal frames. But it doesn't take away the pain, so the person still needs time to recover. In turn, Sanku received the Sword of Devi. This skill was that of the first Samaritan of this generation. But really, it's not just a skill. It's the very real cheat that even the worst of evils fear. Davy's sword is capable of firing a sharp blade of energy, a totally dishonest skill of the first Samaritan. Sanku was fascinated by the moment it fell into his hands. A major announcement has just been heard all over Moscow. It ended with words about a moratorium. A moratorium is a postponement or suspension by a government of any action or fulfillment of any obligation due to extraordinary circumstances. A delighted crowd of people chant Brian's name. New York? At this time, Jonathan and Kim Shan-soo, nicknamed Brian, are standing in front of them. Zillion! Zillion! Shouted by the company's enthusiastic employees. Isle of Man. Smiling awkwardly, Zillion looks at them, with Jessica grinning contentedly beside him. Bills with a 40% loss soared again. It was a miracle-like comeback. Son, the calculations are complete. The profit is 450%. We're getting $90 billion. Brian did it, Jonathan cheerfully informed a friend on the phone. When Sanku remarked that 450% was pretty good, the partner said they had won the vote, then asked how Zillion was doing. The happy man added that it would be really great if the guy was here too. He just can't believe what's happening. Congratulations, Jonathan, but you lost, suddenly said a satisfied Sanku with a sly grin. The profit of the Isle of Man was 615%. Nasanghu will give it to Wu Yanhee when she wakes up. This is the entire stock of New Medical Corporation. Handing her an envelope, the guy told the girl that the dungeon had been destroyed. That's why the stock was now completely at her disposal. Then he handed the woman the promised payment. 500 million to enter the dungeon. 500 million for survival. 1 billion as an annual installment. A total of 2 billion. Shivering with excitement, Yanhee couldn't immediately believe that it was all really hers now. She was in the sponsorship business, making a paltry profit. It must be a bit hard for such a sensitive person, but now as the owner of a medical corporation, Sanku is free to help more people. After that, the guy asked Yanhee if she had changed her mind about going to dungeons. Hearing these words, the girl looked awkwardly at the envelope of expensive shares in her hands. Then, with a glance at the young man, she noted that she would need a lot more money to make such a decision. That's why I'm always at your disposal, Captain, Yanhee added. Hearing the loud sound of heels, the surprised bank employees on the bottom floor of the office center turned around. A tall woman wearing glasses and carrying a small purse walks leisurely down the corridor. Long time no see, Ethan, she said, walking over to the guy waiting for her. Looking at her, the young man agreed that it had indeed been quite some time since their last meeting. How do you like New York, Jessica? Ethan inquired as the girl took off her glasses. Putting an envelope in front of her, the guy told her that it was a new investment proposal from the management, related to investments in Russia. Now it was up to Jessica to decide what to do with it. Meanwhile, the woman explained that Zillion, her boss, had a very high opinion of her. Therefore, she felt that she should consult this person about such a case. Ethan didn't disagree with her, asking her to take her time. However, he wondered why she didn't listen to his suggestions. Sell all major IT stocks on the NASDAQ market in New York. Jessica is flustered, but she can take it. Investing $30 billion is an unusual kind of therapy that doesn't impose responsibility for losses. Sanku pretends to be too shy, but really he's just watching Zillion perform from backstage. Something interesting is going to happen soon, and there's someone else. Jonathan, who oversees Shansu's assets, also has a role to play. The brown-eyed man holding the documents tells us that his company develops research technologies. But when he decided to talk briefly about trust rank, the man sitting across from him interrupted him. It's a method of assessing the importance of a website based on user trust, right? I've heard this technology is worth $1 million, Jonathan remarked, looking at his guest. $1 million. The brown-eyed man can't get used to the idea that his work will be sold for $1 million. With that kind of money, he could get a doctorate, or at least come close to it. But in another story that Nasanku knew, the trust rank technology was not sold. The two executives of that company were on a roll and were able to push the technology to the masses without anyone else's help. Now is the best time. Acquiring shares is not easy, even after the IPO, and Jonathan realizes this as well. However, if he buys out the entire technology right now, these two will go back to their doctoral work and stop supporting the trust rank technology. And the brainchild is of no value without its creator. This can't be allowed to happen, so Jonathan should make a mutually beneficial agreement with them and only get a piece of their company. Okay, like you said, $1 million. But I have a better idea, the blonde-haired man said, pulling a piece of paper out of his wallet. Jonathan is the only one who can resolve this issue, which is why he took this step. $10 million! The brown-eyed man shouted dumbfoundedly, taking the check handed to him. Despite the fabulousness of this sum, he could not yet decide to do it for a long time. In a trembling voice, the man apologized to Jonathan, explaining that he had a partner, and then asked for permission to discuss it with him. Jonathan looked thoughtfully at his watch and explained that he had a flight to Washington in an hour, so the guest had only 10 minutes. The hands of the clock showed 10 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. A brown-haired man enters the office and looks awkwardly at Jonathan, holding a blue folder in his hand. As he approached the table, he sincerely thanked the man sitting there for his generosity and kindness to their technology. But it looked like the deal was not going to go through. Jonathan looked at his guest in surprise and wondered if something was wrong. Maybe I should hand you another check for the same amount, he said, pulling a second check out of his wallet. Jonathan, the god of investment, is that interested in them? They'll be rich if they don't sell this technology. Realizing this, the brown-eyed man refused again, explaining that he and his colleague had already decided everything. Do you know how I made my fortune? Jonathan suddenly asked. The guest replied that he had heard about it. He happened to read a book about Jonathan on his way here. Very impressive. In that case, the blonde-haired man decided to remind himself that he had bet everything he had twice already. It wasn't just luck or gambler's instinct. He had taken advantage of his exclusive opportunity, and the calculations were extremely accurate. And today I saw my third chance. How much do you think I'm willing to bet on that third chance? We now have over $500 billion in liquid assets, and they are in the United States, Canada, and Japan, and the number is only increasing every day. Well, back to where we started. If you want something, never show your true intentions. I don't do that. Jonathan added finally, sliding 2 checks for $20 million across the table with his finger. He then explained that the brown-eyed man had absolutely changed his mind as soon as he saw such fabulous money. The guest was originally aimed at selling his technology. Now I wonder what he's thinking now. Was he really sure that he would be able to get a bigger profit than Jonathan had offered? Taking the phone in his hand, the god of investment complimented that if the guest was sure of that, he wasn't going to stop him. The man could leave now if he wished. Cancel my meeting with the finance minister. I have more urgent matters to attend to, Jonathan said testily, bringing the phone to his ear. The dazed, brown-eyed man looked at him frightened and couldn't understand what this urgent matter meant. Is it a threat? It's definitely a threat. As he rises from the table, the god of investment says that he is doing this for the benefit of the guest. That's why he puts it succinctly and clearly. This is not the end. You'll be forced to come back to me. Hearing these gruesome words, the guest trembled with fear. He couldn't believe it. Why would Jonathan go so far? Then the man grabbed the checks and squeezed them, asking for a little more time to think it over as seriously as he could. 50-50. However, our 50% should include the rights to operate. If you're really that interested in us and our technology, you should guarantee at least that, he pronounced after a while. Jonathan, who had heard him, immediately frowned and looked at his guest unhappily. But the very next second, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Holding out his hand to the man, the god of investment said that he would like to apologize to him for what he had said earlier. They say good fortune favors me, Jonathan suddenly said, shaking his guest's hand. 10 to the 100th degree. Google always lives up to its name. When the guest who bid him farewell said he would be happy to break the news to his partner, Jonathan's uncontained admiration shouted out for those sure to have fun at the party to celebrate the deal. Even after the man left, Jonathan stood there for a while with a satisfied glow on his face. But in the next instant, he exhaled tensely, remembering the horror he had just endured. Meanwhile, applause broke out nearby. Sanku came out of hiding, smiling mockingly, and praised his friend, saying that he was doing a great job. Jonathan glanced at him irritated, then adjusted his tie, nervously reminding him that he had just been serious about giving that guy 20 million freaking dollars. The guy realizes how large the amount is for his partner to set up such a small firm. On top of that, the man is convinced that low-priced shares won't do any good. But in 10 years, the total value of this company will increase to 60 billion. At that moment, Sanku's cell phone rang in his pocket. "I found the cat," came an encrypted message from the speaker of the mobile device. "There he is! Finally found him!" John Clark, ex-mercenary, infiltrated Wall Street, hoping to meet an important client. "I'd rather shoot myself than live with the idea of someone making big bucks doing the same job." However, when he got tired of the private detective agency lifestyle, a man named Ethan came to him. The guy has a memorable scent that only those who have crossed the line between life and death can recognize. Obviously, this man has something to do with an important client. Clark had done his best to earn his trust, but he couldn't fulfill his request without breaking company rules. The man had to offer a favor beyond the law. When he heard that, the guy smiled slyly. John Clark finally got what he wanted. He had contacted an important client. A black minivan is speeding down the highway. A masked man sitting inside the car pulled the bolt of his gun. As he screwed the silencer onto the weapon in the back seat, Nasanku gathered his thoughts. He was in a detention center, and so it was not easy to find this person. The case was called first-degree murder. He was released for lack of evidence, but he was definitely the killer. He was interrupted by a mercenary who handed him a balaclava. When Sanku put on the mask, the man told his partners to grab everyone except the concierge. If the cat tried to escape, he was to be shot in front of a witness. In response, Roger was told that the cat was in the main room working on something, committing first-degree murder at the age of 13. That psycho was definitely out of his mind long before Inception Day. Roger reported that only 3 people would be going there: him, John, and T-Boy. Turning to John and Roger, Ethan asked them to keep the information in mind. "You can't underestimate a target because of his young age. If the operatives know the success fee, surely they must know how dangerous this guy is. The success fee is $1 billion. With a skeptical look at him, Roger still can't understand why the hell they give $1 billion for catching a 13-year-old kid. It's scary to imagine what those rich people are thinking. Meanwhile, an operative sitting on the roof with binoculars reported that the cat had come in motion. There was a splash of water. He's probably in the bathroom right now. After climbing the stairs to the correct floor, the mercenaries stood at the front door with their pistols at the ready. There was indeed the sound of water coming from the apartment. Listening closely, Nasanku can't figure out what the target is doing in the bathroom at this hour. Did he really notice them? But at that moment, everything went silent, and the guy felt an intimidating aura right next to him. Suddenly, the door opened ajar and a blonde boy peeked out neatly from there. Not a second later, Roger and John found themselves immobilized by 2 lightning-fast blows under the breath. The guy standing on the doorstep with his hands in his pockets watched the 2 squirming in pain for a while longer. But suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Not even the blonde had expected this. How could he not notice the third opponent? Even though the guy wasn't taking damage from the bullets for some reason, each successive shot was noticeably physical on his body. Turning back to the mangled mercenaries, Ethan shouted for them to get to their feet faster and focus on firing. Meanwhile, every bullet fired at the cornered target did not inflict a scratch on him. Is that a damage absorption seal? It blocks bullets! This seal has at least a C rank. While the operatives firing at the enemy couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, Sanku, who had stepped back a bit, activated the Sword of Davy skill. In the same instant, he hurled a sharp blade of energy at the blonde boy. From the power of this attack, the guy crashed into the opposite wall at a tremendous speed. Without giving him time to think about it, Sanku immediately snatched up a survival knife and used Odin's wrath on him. Without stopping to use all his skills, the guy activated the restraining metal on Bobby. In the same second, he raised his dagger upward, preparing to slash at his opponent. "You failed to brace it," the system said sharply, as the blade of Sanku's knife shattered into pieces. While he was trying to figure out what had happened, Bobby had already grabbed a Bowie knife from his pocket. With a lunge, the blonde tried to wound Sanku, but he managed to dodge this unexpected attack. After that, due to the fact that the enemy had lost an advantageous position, the guy was easily able to retaliate by punching Bobby in the face with all his might. With this attack, the boy was able to break through his opponent's defenses. He finally broke his shield! Realizing this, Sanku pinned the blonde man to the floor and began delivering blow after blow to his face and vital organs. Roger and John, who were watching this horrible sight, could not understand what these monsters were. How suddenly, when the boy had already killed Bobby, the latter abruptly raised his hand and grabbed the boy's fist. Feeling the power overwhelming his opponent's body, Sanku immediately realized everything. A man who overcomes challenges! Here we are again! Only waking up, Bobby immediately got to his feet and pounced on the guy. In one sharp movement, he slapped Sanku's forehead on his face. The moment the young man fell to the floor, the mercenaries immediately raised their pistols and pointed them at the target. At the same instant, 3 shots rang out. Looking at the fly of the gun, Roger stood dumbfounded for a while longer. All the bullets hit the floor, and in turn, Bobby disappeared before their eyes. Teleportation! The range is 20 meters! He's still around! 1 to the roof, 1 to the basement! Shouted Sanku, pulling off his mask. As the mercenaries snapped out of their seats, the guy shouted that he himself would check things out on the street. The skill, man overcoming difficulties, has been activated. Hearing this, Sanku noticed the Bowie knife stuck in his stomach. When the hell did he do that? Even with their heightened senses, the mercenaries couldn't find the bastard. Soon, due to the action of the man overcoming difficulty, Sanghu lost consciousness. The next day, these battle-hardened soldiers, even they couldn't hide their excitement. It's quite normal. Yesterday they saw an unfamiliar world of cruelty. Sanku should choose his words more carefully from now on. As he approached the crates standing close together, the boy noticed the corpse of a man he didn't know lying on them. If Bobby's poisoning skill is strong enough to make Sanku faint, this man's stomach probably melted. The boy asked the mercenary standing next to him what the man's name was. John told him his name was Brown. With a glare, the boy promised John Clark that when this was all over, he'd set up an insurance fund for the employees. Until then, he asked the mercenaries to concentrate on catching the bastard. Meanwhile, the man wondered how they were going to catch someone like him. Is that even possible? Ethan explained that the longer they waited, the stronger the monster became. If they miss the moment, even a large army won't be able to stand against it. They had to strike before it came true. Swallowing nervously, John realized that since even a large army couldn't stand up to this bastard, it was clearly no longer a joke. Tensely closing his eyes, the mercenary agreed and said that they really must catch him at any cost. John Clark wrote a report on what Iraq Bobby did. The victim was a 28-year-old man he met on the same messenger. No murder weapon was found. The perpetrator was released for lack of evidence. Last night, he wrote a letter to the prosecutor in charge of his case to exonerate himself. Smart bastard. No wonder he's growing up so fast. He was probably hunting potential awakened ones. After calling Jonathan on the phone, Sanku decided to check with a friend about how much gold online stock they owned. The messenger Bobby used was called Goal. It was a product of Gold Online. For the sake of investigating Goal and becoming major shareholders of Gold Online, Jonathan Investment accessed the server reports. Room, welcome all with F rank and above. Room, welcome all with strength and health of F rank and above. The bastard was contracting with potential awakenings by naming his chats and goals similarly. Handing the documents he had just printed to John Clark, Ethan asked him to follow up on the people named in the papers. Taking it in, the mercenary wondered if they had anything to do with the bastard. Ethan confirmed this in turn, saying that there was a chance that the target was in contact with them. So the officers just need to keep an eye on them. The guy also advised John to take on at least one squad. It's worth being more organized. Then, turning around, he asked if the man needed advice about the job. The mercenary replied that there was no need, but he was curious about the price for the job. You don't have to worry about any prices, Ethan said, walking over to the red container. When the guy opened the doors, John Clark went into a stupor of surprise. The entire container was filled to the top with wads of $100 bills. Afterward, Ethan added that he cooked it with a trust company, and therefore there was nothing to worry about. That was the end of the U.S. case. Sitting in the business class of a passenger airplane, Sanku reads the morning newspaper. World Asset Management ranking for the year 1998. Gross profit at the end of December in dollars. Jonathan Investment ranks number 1 by a wide margin with a capital of $509 billion. First place, huh? There's nothing wrong with that, but it feels good enough. The pension funds that influence U.S. policy, the assets of billionaires around the world. Everything goes into the hands of New York City groups. The shadow bank controls the world economy from behind the scenes. With that status, the whole world is under its boot. How dare you answer me like that? Shut your mouth and carry on. You'll be out of a job as soon as we get to Korea. Got it? The drunken man shouted angrily, pointing his finger at the stewardess. While the offending girl bows to him apologetically, he continues to shout what stupid and ungrateful bastards everyone here is. What are you looking at? The man asked aggressively when he felt a stranger's gaze on him. Laughing arrogantly, He can't believe that this worthless boy thinks they're on the same level just because this guy is flying first class. What a stupid thing to say. Listen carefully, lousy boy. I am a great member of Hansel Group, the drunkard shouted, grabbing Sanku by his shirt. But suddenly he stopped on the spot and began to convulse. The man then fell unconscious to the floor. In order to save Wu Yanhee, who was in critical condition, Na Sanghu had to learn how to control the power of Odin's wrath. This skill can be used as a substitute for a defibrillator, but maybe the guy can use it a little differently. Before long, the boy met Wu Yanhee in Korea. This girl decided to exchange the 11 points she had earned for 11 bronze boxes. She was waiting for Sanku to arrive so that she could open them with him. It's because Yanhee doesn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings since she signed a contract to give all the items to the guy. Looking at the flustered girl behind the wheel, the guy noted that she was pretty stubborn. "I got health points!" came a joyful shout from Seoul's main office center. While a happy Yanhee dances, Sanku can't understand why she's so overjoyed about something like health points. Maybe all people react differently to items from the boxes. After that, the enthusiastic woman decided to continue opening loot boxes. From the next box, some obscure object fell out to her. A clown dagger? With a surprised look at Sanka, the girl inquired what this thing was. "Wait, could it be? Could it be?" With a trembling voice, the boy muttered after looking at that dagger. Clown dagger. Skill. With a low chance, can inflict a random negative effect on an enemy when dealing damage. Rank. F. When Yanhee asked the guy if it was a good weapon, Sanku admiringly took the dagger in his hand and confirmed it. It looks so much like 3 one-of-a-kind weapons. Perhaps this dagger has been reinforced. Could something like this really be obtained from an ordinary bronze box? It was a secret curse he had placed on the spirit world. The effect of accidental spoiling. If the enhancement wears off, the item is destroyed. 3 one-of-a-kind weapons are the only items elevated to S rank. He was a guy who never stopped once he got a grip on something, but Sanku would never have thought he'd go this far. Meanwhile, in Jonal Investment's traditional meeting room, fascinating conversation is once again underway. "Geez, it's not easy meeting you, Mr. President," an elderly man in a hat shouted in admiration. While shaking his hand, legal director Park Chang-sik asks his client not to speak like that. Why does he keep calling him that, even though he is much older? In turn, the old man reminds him that Jonal Investment has given people the opportunity to fly from Seoul to Busan at any time. Therefore, he can't call such an influential person any other way but president. Meanwhile, such words didn't seem to please Puck. When the man in the hat noticed the frightened look on his face, he asked him not to take it personally. Then he asked if he could make it up to him by having a drink as punishment. "You can't tell you're the CEO, and all my assets are under your care, aren't they, Mr. Chairman?" Puck said, as the old man in the hat took another drink. With a laugh, the chairman remarked that his interlocutor had a talent for reading eyes. At today's executive meeting, no one could resist Director Pak. So the old man has one request for his colleague. The chairman asks him if he could release the shares that have been given to Jonal Investment in exchange for 100 of mine. No, how about 1,000? Hanshil Group's extremely large capital is almost entirely made up of shares in this company. Recently, Daehyun Group made an offer of 200 billion won. Since these are my assets, I can do absolutely anything with them, can I? Park Chang-sik asked, downing another drink. However, the man immediately stood up, threw on his jacket, and explained that it was time for him to get back to work. In turn, the chairman, trying to restrain him, shouted that he was talking about big money. Puck needs more money in his pocket to feel like a full-fledged man. I've listened to you carefully. Reconsider your own proposal, old man. Jonal Investment's legal director explained, adjusting his tie. As Director Park was leaving, the chairman still tried to stop him for a while, but all his attempts were in vain. After leaving the building, the man got into a black car parked at the entrance. Settling into the passenger seat, Puck exhaled with relief. He can't believe he dared to give up 100 or even 200 billion won. Damn, that's a great feeling. The man is incredibly happy to have gotten into Jonal Investment. At that moment, he received a call on his cell phone in his jacket pocket. Taking the call, he informed the president that he was on his way to the office. However, on the other side of the call, he was told that the settlement meeting had been postponed until tomorrow morning. The man was then asked if he would be there in person. Surprised at this sudden change of plans, Pak said he understood and there would be no problem meeting tomorrow. Resetting the call, the man couldn't understand for a long time why the president had decided to postpone the meeting. After all, he himself had asked him to come back soon, just a couple hours ago. I wonder what could have happened to the woman who had declined the invitation to the Blue House because of this meeting? Same night, Seoul's big office center. On a pedestal against the wall are two katanas. There are also many daggers and other edged weapons hanging nearby. On the opposite wall is a target that has been shot many times. Looking around this strange office, Jamie can't figure out why her boss dragged her to this gangster hangout. Meanwhile, brewing himself some coffee, Ethan asked the woman not to worry, explaining that it was all just a collection. And then he noticed that in this country, any information about Jonal investment was heavily censored. That's why he called the girl here, to hear everything firsthand. The guy's curious about the company's investments. When Jamie heard this, she just smiled contentedly and prepared to talk about the company's achievements in recent months. There are a couple of pieces of news that are sure to make you happy. We've captured the majority of the tied shares of the most successful business companies. Tuck-in shares. In times of national turmoil, conglomerates have formed tuck-in funds and rearranged their management structures. For example, the Ilsung Group's share structure starts with Ilsung Dreamland, then goes to Ilsung Life, then to Ilsung Electronics, and finally from Ilsung Card back to Ilsung Dreamland. Thus, Ilsung Group controls the entirety of the company through Ilsung Dreamland. The same is true for Daehyun Group and Daehyun Elevator, Hansel Group, and Hansel Confectionery. They play a key role in successful management. That is why they are called anchor stocks. It would be nice to tell our investors that. This country has become a republic under Jonal investment. In the end, such actions disrupted the course of history already in the summer. It did change a little, but all the natural disasters happened exactly when they were supposed to. On the day Typhoon Olga swept across the Korean peninsula, the heat in the stock market did not abate despite unimaginable torrential rain. It seems that the reason for this was the New York .com boom. The current trend started with those $10 billion invested in Jonal investment from Russia after the financial war. Daehyun Security quickly released buying Korean funds products. Later, the Cyber Korea 21 policy was implemented. But on the day the Bank of Korea repaid its last debt to the International Monetary Fund, Na Sang-hoo had a decision to make. He wanted to finish high school normally, so as not to arouse undue suspicion. But this matter couldn't be put off any longer. The guy should talk to them so they wouldn't worry. On the same day, Sang-hoo arrived at his parents' house. First of all, the boy had to calculate how best to present his successes to his father so that it would look believable. The boy decided to tell everything he had bet the $1,000 that Jonal had once given him. The cost of electronic dictionary technology increased 147 times in 1 year. Brightness technology, 150 times in 6 months. Miscellaneous communication technologies, 17 times in 25 days. The Seoul government budget increased 93 times in 40 days. The KO-Stack stock price rally starting right now will go down in history. In addition to that, Sang-hoo decided to show his father some message that had recently arrived in his mail recently. In the letter, Na Sang-hoo received an appeal from Jonathan Investment. The company was supposedly really impressed with the guy's research, especially the detailed reports on Goodcom, APE, and the Nasdaq market. They swept up that the head of Wall Concept, now known as a prominent hedge fund manager, was also an analyst as a kid. Of course, the organization has to be careful, as the kid is not yet of age. However, they would like to work with him directly. The message ended up being an invitation for Jonal's 13-year-old son to work with them. Jonathan Investment had chosen him as an analyst for the company. While a stunned Jonal stared at the monitor, Sang-hoo explained to him that he had achieved all this only because his father had opened a stock account for him last year. Meanwhile, the stunned man asked his son if he had been doing it since then. Could it be called anything other than genius? Looking at Jonal, Na Sang-hoo realized that it was unlikely that the parents of a high school student would be happy about their child's success. After all, he had gotten involved with a big company at such an age. And this could have unpredictable consequences. Moreover, the main office of Jonathan Investment is located in the United States of America, and therefore the boy will almost never come home. It's the kind of situation that makes you feel down. The boy can't even imagine what his father is feeling right now. Seeing his son's tense face, Jonil asked why he looked like he was about to die. When the boy bowed and apologized, the man smiled, asking what he was apologizing for. How could I not see how special my child is? Hold your head up, child. You did the right thing, said the father, putting his hand on his son's shoulder. I'm just sad that I won't be able to be there for you at such important times in your life, that's all. But it would be nice if I could check on you once in a while to see if you're okay. After saying this, the man felt tears welling up in his eyes and tried to wipe it away with his hand. He added that since Sanku was now a busy man, he would not bother him anymore. But suddenly, Jonil walked up to his son and hugged him tightly. You're all grown up now. I don't need to look after you anymore. Go play with the big boys. Do what you want to do. That's all I can say. I'm sorry, son. I could have been a lot more supportive of you, but I never thought about it before, Jonil concluded with a sob. That was enough, father. I am grateful to you, Sanku muttered, also unable to hold back tears. In the past, taekwondo was Nasanku's only hobby. From what his mother remembers, boys at that time were very interested in representing their country. She thought that this was the reason why her son was practicing so hard. However, it turned out that he hadn't even been in the section for 3 months. In turn, the boy holding a photo from junior high school in his hand, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, apologized to his mother. Looking at Sanka, the woman smiled and exhaled in relief. I'm so proud of you for developing your abilities. I really am, pronounced the mother, looking happily at her son. Sanku, on the other hand, promised his mother that she would never have to worry about him. The kid's parents ended up being much better prepared for such news than he thought. Sanku soon returned to his office where Woo Yeonhee was already waiting for him. Seeing the boy, the girl noticed that he looked happy, but seeing the guy's scornful look on her, a frightened Yeonhee tried to justify herself by swearing that she hadn't used her skills on him, and Sanku literally had it written all over his face. Anyone who saw him would have thought the same thing. Asking her not to worry, the boy said he was just kidding. Then he inquired about what they were looking for. It wasn't that hard, Captain, Woo Yeonhee answered him confidently. It's pouring rain in the mountains, somewhere in Korea. 2 men with heavy burdens and wearing green raincoats walk through the trees of a dense forest. They've been wandering in the same direction for hours now, looking for what they came for. Suddenly, the man walking ahead notices something strange. Meanwhile, the girl weaving behind comes closer and notices it too. In the depths of the forest, they finally found the second entrance to the dungeon. But there was something unusual about it. It was open, which meant that someone was in there right now. Taking off her hood, Woo Yeonhee tries to figure out what's going on. When she was here yesterday on reconnaissance, this definitely didn't happen. That's why Na Sang-hoo couldn't sit through 3 more years of high school. Now every day counts. Traces of the awakened are everywhere, not just here. Can you tell how many there are? Yeonhee suddenly inquired coldly, taking out a knife from her pocket. There can only be one, right? Like us, he's extremely vigilant. Hearing these words, Sanku looked at the girl in surprise. He had never taught her to look out for people who were about to awaken. As expected, Woo Yeonhee was savvy. After that, the guy gestured for his partner to come closer to him. The boy whispered that the rain made it difficult to distinguish the tracks. He suggested that the girl wait a while and follow the situation. In this position, watching the entrance to the dungeon, they sat for a while longer. Looking at Yeonhee, Sanku realized that at this rate, she might get hypothermia. But the idea of not covering her head with a hood to heighten her senses was a good one. While he was thinking about it, the girl noticed something. The entrance to the dungeon that had been open all this time suddenly closed. Asking his partner to stay behind for now, Sanku moved closer to check what had happened. At this point, the system alerted that a dungeon had appeared, and then asked the guy if he wanted to open it. The dungeon has returned to its sealed state. That means the first person you went in there is dead. When Yeonhee asked the boy if the man was dead, the boy immediately confirmed it. Disappointedly putting on her hood, the girl realized that all her vigilance had been useless. But Sanku didn't see it that way. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he complimented his companion on her excellent work. You're just the vigilance itself. If you keep this up, it won't be so easy to kill you, the young man remarked with a satisfied look at Yeonhee. Using your own senses is nowhere near as convenient as using an escape seal, but you can never be sure what will be inside. One shouldn't relax so easily. Sanku added Wu Yongyi to his team with a little bit of polishing on the system window. Let's go. You have entered the dungeon. Attention. You must complete all tasks to leave the dungeon. The End Zone quest has been activated. The task Destroy the Count has been activated. The task Inaction has been activated. Upon hearing of the Count's destruction, Sanku realized that mopping up this dungeon would not be an easy walk. The guy informed his companion that there was an arthropod monster in the area. He probably wouldn't be the most pleasant person to talk to. Laughing, Wu Yanhee asked her partner why he was suddenly thinking about bugs. With a smug expression, she added that she was definitely not afraid of bugs. Seconds later, for some unknown reason, her partner began to fall a few steps behind Sanku without stopping to smile naively. In another moment, the shivering girl was far behind. Noticing this, the guy asked what she was doing and asked her not to move too far away. But at that moment, small pebbles started falling on his head. Perplexed, the two looked up and saw an incomprehensible thing sticking out of the rock above them. Suddenly, the thing turned into a tail, and after shattering the rock, pounced on Sanku and his surprised partner. Reacting lightning fast, the guy grabbed Yeonhee and jumped aside with her. When an unknown monster tried to attack them with its tentacles, the boy took his dagger out of its sheath and repelled the enemy's attack. Meanwhile, while Sanku is reflecting the enemy's attacks, the girl behind him looked at the huge creature in front of them with horror. It is a high-level monster of incredibly large size. Current count. The guy immediately warned Wu Yongyi for the companion to be careful of his tentacles, which contained poison. Without taking her eyes off her enemy, the girl can't understand why something so huge is called fluid. In turn, the guy asks her to keep her cool. They'll have yet to encounter monsters much worse than this one. Much worse? Do you really mean? Wu Yanhee dumbfoundedly muttered. Yes. There are some monsters that look no different from humans. If you cut off the antenna, the creature will be defenseless. You can then separate the head from the body by ripping out the joints. Beware of the venom glands at the ends of the limbs. Suddenly, the system alerted that the current count had been killed. There were still 29 more to go. Freezing in place, Nasanghu looked at the corpse of the monster he had just killed in surprise. Killing counts was that easy? Shouldn't they be several times stronger than Anubis? They may not look like it, but these creatures have a brain. You shouldn't mistake them for ordinary bugs. But they get dumber when they lose their senses. The guy once again warned Yeonhee to stay away from their glands. If it got under her foot, she would experience incredible pain. The girl then asked if the poison could only be neutralized with seals and skills. Sanku confirmed this, explaining that in an overdose, the pain would become unbearable. But there's no need to be afraid. The poison would neutralize itself in a few days. As he kicked the count's remains, he noticed that the monster's body was already getting softer. When the girl inquired as to what he was doing, the boy remarked that up until that point, the situation hadn't been very pleasant. But now he had a couple of byproducts to take care of. Approaching the dead creature, Sanku grabbed its belly with his hand and ripped off a body part in the same second. After that, he stuck his hand inside, trying to feel for something there. As the guy with a nonchalant face searches for something in the dead count's body, the Yeonhee standing behind him stares at him stunned, unable to even ask what he's doing. Phew, got it! I hit it deep! Sanku said contentedly as he took out some crystal from the corpse. Looking surprised at the thing in his hand, his companion inquired what it was. Showing her the crystal, the boy told her that it was a magic stone. It was useless for now, but it would soon be more valuable than gold. The number of the first count wasn't just that easy. Soon, the Jay's Will debuff was activated, allowing the rest of the monsters to know the location of Nasanku and his squad. However, even against such a huge horde of hostile creatures, Sanku had a suitable technique. He activated the skill Seismic Wave, and, striking with both hands, caused a devastating earthquake. In the same second, the monsters flew into the air and some were pelted with rocks. Meanwhile, the guy had already managed to use Davy's sword skill and shot several energy blades at his opponents. Grabbing the clown blade, the boy continued to exterminate the counts one by one. Those enemies who had lost their antennae simply began to rush at him mindlessly. But as it was, Sanku had no choice but to massacre each and every one of them. He had already defeated a dozen counts, but had only received a couple of wounds from particularly high-quality attacks. That's when the young man realized everything. His former feelings returned as he approached the E rank. Countless battles as an A rank hunter using abilities to stay alive. His current state is far more powerful than the system's score. Well, let's get this over with quickly, Na Sang-hoo said contentedly as his bewildered partner looked at him. There's no point in waiting 6 months for them to attack. However, something unexpected happened. They were attacked by over 100 counts. It had already been 5 days since Sang-hoo had been poisoned by their poison. Cradling his head, the wounded boy still can't understand what happened. They had him surrounded. There was nothing to do. While using Odin's wrath, the explosive effect of the clown dagger, or man of overcoming difficulties, when the vortex that increases dexterity was activated, and Woo Yeonhee seemed to be using the fear elimination skill. All this the boy remembered with difficulty, fighting to the death with a mad swarm. That doesn't sound like Sang-hoo. That's why his mind is a mess of memories. The guy didn't expect this to happen. Rising to his feet, the guy tensely looked at Yeonhee lying on the ground. Noticing that she was breathing, the young man exhaled in relief. Walking over to the girl, Sang-hoo began pouring drinking water from a flask into her mouth to try and wake up his partner. When Yeonhee started coughing, the concerned-looking guy asked if she was okay. Then the girl raised herself up and, holding the back of her head, asked what had happened. The boy told her that they were surrounded by counts. The boy told her that they were surrounded by counts and that he had managed to complete all the tasks except the boss battle. After recovering a bit, they finally gathered themselves and sorted out the rewards they had received. Woo Yeonhee had received 2 mood skills, hate and confusion. This would help her blend in with her enemies. Stepping aside, a dumbfounded Sang-hoo realized that this girl had more and more insidious skills. Hey, it would be a good idea to come up with some secret technique. Of the skills Na Sang-hoo has gained, the one that stands out the most is natural-born face. Thanks to this ability, using any other skill has a high chance of elevating it to the next rank. There's no way that can happen. Does it really mean that a guy can elevate a man overcoming challenges from S rank to SS rank? After a while, the two brought the remaining boxes with them and prepared for the boss battle. After the last battle, Sang-hoo had finally resolved his worries about Woo Yeonhee. They need to get stronger first. No matter how you look at it, healers are a necessity in high-ranked dungeons. Meanwhile, they had leisurely approached a very strange place. The tall, bone-like pillars appeared before their eyes. With a hopeful glance at her partner, a dumbfounded Yeonhee asked what those things were. They're just poles, right? In turn, taking the bag off his back, Sang-hoo explained that they were actually medium-sized sealed earls. The Count boss relies on them. By itself, it poses no threat. If they can break this shell, they can easily deal with medium-sized counts, killing them one by one. The guy then walked up to one of these pillars and slid his arm behind his back, preparing to blow the cover. His fist made contact with the shell with immense power and a loud rumble. While the guy who couldn't break through the armor was squatting in pain, Yeonhee, standing behind him, activated the body healing skill. After realizing that this thing is much, much stronger than he thought, Sang-hoo decides to try using the Overcoming Man to test the skills he's learned. Thinking about it, the boy immediately turned to his surprised partner. Geez, he's going to do it again! Woo Yeonhee grudgingly realized after noticing the guy's cold-blooded gaze on her. The secret of Davy's sword was revealed when his rank rose to the rank of Man of Overcoming Difficulties. It is a roguish skill capable of outwitting anyone. Davy's sword is free to release a blade of energy. There is also the ability to convert this into a sword of Shiva. The ability is only E rank at this time. Shiva is the god of destruction, and the sword of Shiva itself is the main skill of the 8 evils. That's why every one of the evils was frightened when a benefactor with such a skill appeared. It can become any other ability that has the name of a god in its name. That's what you'd call a fraud. Standing with his back to his partner, Sang-hoo immediately asked her to move farther away. At the same instant, the guy used the Shiva sword, shooting out a huge blob of fiery energy. The energy sphere crashed into the ceiling and exploded with a loud rumble. This skill allows for a powerful fire attack in a large radius. Using it, Sang-hoo can fry all the bugs hiding in their shells at once. In the same second, the huge stone statue shattered into pieces. Medium-sized graphs burst out of the shell and immediately pounced on the guy and girl. In this case, Na Sang-hoo decided not to think long and use one of his strongest skills. The guy immediately activated Odin's wrath in a moment, sizzling most of the monsters. But suddenly there was a deafening roar. Even by covering their ears, Yeonhee and the boy couldn't protect their eardrums from that piercing sound. This flying humanoid creature was here from the wrong shells. Whatever the case, the focus now needed to be on fighting it. Flying closer, the monster immediately struck Sanku with the blade attached to his arm. But the boy managed to snatch the clown's dagger and block the attack. Due to the contact with the blade, the opponent's hand completely paled. Random side effects, just in the nick of time! The guy immediately ran up to the monster and smashed his fist into its face with great force. Meanwhile, the Woo Young-hee sitting on her lap, holding her head, still trying to recover from that deafening roar. Suddenly, the dead body of a humanoid creature fell beside her. It's done. Woo Yeon-hee, Na Sang-hoo uttered, standing in front of the burning dungeon. Looking at the remains of the strange monster, the girl who felt his despair asked the boy if this was what she was thinking. That's when the guy realized that her sensitivity was increasing. Apparently, it's also because of the graphs. There's only the dungeon boss left, Sang-hoo reminded, looking at his partner holding back tears. I told you you'd see worse things, didn't I? Get used to it. The battle with the boss didn't prove to be anything difficult. After all, he was left without his minions. Immediately after defeating him, the end zone task was completed. Just like last time, the system asked the squad members to decide which player would take first place. Of course, by contract, first place went to Na Sang-hoo. But Woo Yeon-hee also received the top-ranking award for killing the main boss. From the challenger box, she gained the Aegis Gaze, a skill possessed by the first evil of this era. Everyone, including Sang-hoo, should avoid it. The skill gives the user the ability to control and manipulate another's mind. Now that Woo Young-hee has this skill, there's only one thing left for the guys to do: maintain their own state of mind. After getting out of the dungeon, the two struggled to return to the base nearby. Woo Young-hee's sensitivity has elevated to E rank. Adapting to this was not as easy as raising the rank of physical stats or skills. The light is unbearably blinding. Breathing is like screaming. Even the faintest odor feels like a terrible stench. As he approached the exit, Sang-hoo told his agonized partner that he had put the food away in the refrigerator. Then he asked her not to open the curtains or turn on the lights. When the girl looked up at him, she wondered if the boy was going somewhere. The boy explained that it would help, and then asked her to call him when he felt better. When Yeon-hee asked the boy not to leave, he just turned around and asked her to hold on. She's going to be an incredible person. A few days later, United States of America, Arizona. A group of mercenaries who, for some reason, have been gathered in a small office stare at the man standing across the room. Meanwhile, while the guy in the Panama is stretching, the man with the spiky mustache carefully casts a glance at the co-worker sitting next to him. While Mick, sitting back in his chair, familiarizes himself with the target's case given to him, the mustachioed man also peers at the documents in his hands. Silence, a gruff voice was heard. The commander in glasses, holding a piece of paper in his hand, explains to his subordinates that from now on, they must report to him all information that can help the case in any way. Mick, for his part, fully agreed with that decision. The one they'd contacted was a cyborg of some sort. Even the air around him felt different. Mustache noted that law enforcement obviously loved that dude, since he hadn't been prosecuted yet. Especially those who work at Langley. The ones who are literally running in place. Hearing this, Mick realized that the situation might be even more difficult than he had expected. By Langley, his colleague meant the CIA. The commander explained that he expected the others to follow the lead of the Level 2 agents. All he wants from his subordinates are reports and secrecy. And if they can't fulfill these conditions, they can turn around and go home. The organization will cover the cost of transportation. Not understanding why such extremes, the mustachioed man decided to ask the commander what their direct job was. Looking at him thoughtfully, the blond man in sunglasses only frowned. You need to catch him, uttered the commander. A black minivan driving through the streets of the city. The mercenaries sitting inside are preparing for the upcoming operation, screwing silencers on their pistols and putting on the right equipment. A tense Mick can't figure out why they're taking so long to drive. Should they run away if something goes wrong? The mustachioed man sitting next to him called out to him and advised his colleague not to even think about anything like that. See that van over there? It's probably got people sitting in it who will kill us if we do something wrong, the masked man said, pointing to the vehicle outside the window. The opposite road does indeed have the same black minivan driving by. The mercenary in glasses, with a grudging chuckle, hopes that this mission has nothing to do with anything criminal. The mustache adds that Judging by the way the customers do business, they could be called a special service. But when he said that they would most likely be able to recognize their target soon, an unknown glow appeared in the van. Jumping up from their seats, the mercenaries who have their pistols ready can't figure out what the hell is going on here. A laser? How could something like that appear in space out of nowhere? But suddenly Mick noticed something else strange as well. All the mercenaries, including himself, are paralyzed. They just can't move. At that moment, the van stopped and the back door swung open. An unknown man wearing a red hoodie and hoodie walked in. At the same second, the stranger pulled a Bowie knife from his pocket. As he approached one of the mercenaries, he began to strike at him blow after blow with exceptional ferocity. After killing him, the stranger turned around to the mustachioed man who was dumbfounded. "Save me!" In a trembling voice, the man with the spiky mustache uttered before the killer slit his throat. Looking at this horrific sight, a paralyzed Mick noticed something even more terrifying. "Shit, that bastard! He's smiling! He loves it!" Soon, the stranger in the red hoodie was done with the mustache. Walking over to the still unable to move Mick, he held a bloody Bowie knife to his glasses. After that, the killer slowly leaned toward the man. "A waste," he said, staring blankly at the mercenary. His gaze conveyed cold-bloodedness and a desire to kill. But why did that bastard stop? Why didn't he finish off the powerless victim, unable to even move? At the same moment, a bullet fired from a pistol passed the bloodthirsty killer's head through and through. Right before the shot, and looking eerily at Mick, the stranger managed to use teleportation. Flying through the entire interior of the car, the bullets shattered the windows, never reaching their target. Dumbfounded by what had happened, Mick continued to sit with his arms stretched forward, staring at the place where the man who had almost killed him had just been. "He's gone," muttered the frightened man with glasses, finally lowering his hand. In the same second, he grabbed the radio in his hand and shouted into it for the surviving mercenaries to secure the perimeter as soon as possible. A passenger plane is coming in for landing at an international airport. Adjusting his tie, Mick walks leisurely toward the main entrance of the airport. The very thought that such a monster exists is insanely frightening. But there's someone worse than that bastard. This man preys on his own kind. Mick tensely approached him, and saying he was expecting him, politely introduced himself. But placing a hand on the man's shoulder, his employer asked him to relax and not to worry. "We're not here to catch him," he explained, glancing at his subordinate. A few hours later, 4 SUVs are speeding through the countryside. Sanku and Mick are riding in the same car, and without uttering a word, they just remain silent. Deciding to break the silence, the chief told what he had heard about what Mick had been through. He had lost all his comrades. In turn, the man explained that they were all ready for it. However, the guy sitting next to them pointed out that their deaths were far from ordinary. He then asked his subordinate if he had ever doubted his job. When the man asked what the employer meant, the guy with the glasses reminded him that they don't work for the government, but they know their work is very important. "Thank you for your understanding," Mick muttered, continuing to drive the car. Soon the SUVs pulled up to their destination and stopped. While their employer was on the phone, the mercenaries stood behind them and discussed something amongst themselves. The thug asked his partner in the Panama what the Asian guy was talking about. Is he really going to buy all this? His colleague looked at his boss in surprise and asked him if he had heard everything well. After discussing everything, the employer closed the phone and turned around and headed towards his subordinates. He explained that from now on, it was their private territory. The mercenaries only need to control the entrance. They would be here for at least 2 weeks. Grabbing hiking backpacks from the vehicles, the squad set off to climb the mountains. The chief walked in front and Mick closed the formation. A long time passed. When night fell, the group lit a fire, and the mercenaries, separated from their employer, sat down together and began to think about something. The bullies still can't figure out what they're doing. It's not even much of a workout. The partner in the Panama suggested that maybe it was just a stupid rich kid's idea of fun. "You're in such a good mood. Would you like to play cards again?" Mick said with sudden contempt. Looking at them, the man in glasses asked his partners not to relax, adding that they didn't come here to camp. Hearing this, the mercenaries just looked at him and couldn't say anything in response. 3 days later, 23 minutes past 8 in the evening. Looking at a phenomenon unknown to them before, the mercenaries can't understand what's going on. At this point, the supervisor is nonchalantly looking at his feet, as if he has seen this kind of thing many times before. All of them were lucky enough to see the opening of the dungeon passage before the day of beginnings. Seeing this eerie glow, Mick remembered what had happened to his comrades and sharply pointed his rifle at this mysterious matter. This time he would not sit idle. But suddenly, a superior came up to him and put his hand on the barrel of his machine gun. Guy gestured for the man to put the rifle down. Turning to the mercenaries, the boy explained to them that their job was to defend the territory. They must not allow anyone to come near. It's good that Mick realizes the seriousness of the situation. It's the subordinate's responsibility to keep things under control until the employer returns. Then, with a tense glance at the boy, Mick wondered how long he would be gone. "I promise I'll be back in a week, no matter what happens," Na Sang-hoo said before stepping into the dungeon. It was unknown how much time had passed since the guy had entered the dungeon. But the mercenaries were still standing there, waiting for him to return. But one day, an eerie sound was heard from the depths of the dungeon. Running up to Mick, the man in the Panama shouted that some strange sounds were coming from the blue square. It was indeed true. The agonizing moans and screams were becoming clearer by the second. Realizing that something unknown was approaching them, the mercenaries immediately raised their rifles, preparing to shoot whatever might come out of the dungeon. A moment later, someone's head appeared in the passage. A creature with a terrifying aura began to enter this world. Realizing what was happening, Mick shouted to his partners to lower their weapons. A mortally wounded Na Sang-hoo appeared from the passage. The dungeon was destroyed. Soon, Na Sang-hoo sent Mick and the agents to the second location. The guy, however, managed to endure the pain thanks to a man who overcomes difficulties. Recovering without Wu Yonghe was hard enough, but even in this situation, I wanted to laugh out loud. "I can't believe I closed the dungeon alone!" The Dev King's glove has helped Sang-hoo somewhat. The magic of monsters cannot affect it, which avoided taking damage. Unfortunately, the flame ring broke, but the guy got a shadow ring instead. He was already able to use it. Such a ring gives a useful stealth skill. On top of all this, the boy's intelligence had elevated to D rank, which was also a big step forward. Fully healed from his terrible wounds, Na Sang-hoo arrived at the camp a few days later and summoned Mick to join him. When the man in glasses sat down in the chair next to him, the guy narrated that he had now been promoted to director. "Since John Clark didn't tell you about it, I have the right to do so," Ethan added, glaring at the mercenary. Looking at his boss in surprise, Mick asked what his job would be. Sang-hoo replied that Mick would have to report all the actions of Clark and the other directors. That doesn't mean he should suspect them all of anything. It was just a job necessary for the organization to grow. In the future, Na Sang-hoo plans to make this company into an association of awakened ones to manage them. We need to make all the preparations to develop this to serious proportions. The John Clark Sanctuary was an abandoned building in a Manhattan neighborhood. There was a little discomfort when meeting Mick, but he was accepted. Clark soon escorted the guests back to his hideout to show them what he had accomplished recently. Walking to the front door, the man grabbed the handle and opened it. Entering the room, Mick saw something incredible in front of him. Seated in front of dozens of monitors, John Clark explained that he'd set up cameras wherever the kid they were after might have escaped to. When Ethan asked if they'd found Bobby, the man confirmed it. They'd already sent agents to the nearest streets, and even talked to the sheriffs of each neighborhood. He promised that the bastard would be caught soon. Good job. With all the surrounding neighborhoods cordoned off, this guy won't be able to teleport or grab anything without a trace. They've been trying to catch him for the last 6 months without success. And today was another good opportunity. Ethan then asked what about Joshua's case. The mercenary sitting in front of him told him that agents had already broken into his house and installed a permanent caretaker. And here's the video they got from the surveillance. He's just doing his job here. Nothing to report yet. Joshua von Karyan is the second benefactor. Na Sang-hoo has orders to keep an eye on his actions, but he doesn't seem to be doing much of anything during this period. Having found success in business, Joshua had a great opportunity to give his family an even higher position. This would be the moment of the birth of the revolution, the strongest guild. Jonathan Investment's main building in the United States of America. Sitting in the white SUV, Ethan asked the driver to stop the car here. Opening the door of the vehicle, the guy leisurely stepped outside. Before leaving, he turned to Mick, who was sitting behind the wheel, remarking that the organization will grow in the future. And that means a man's job will become more and more important. After saying these words, Na Sang-hoo slammed the car door and, adjusting his jacket, headed into the building. Meanwhile, Mick, still staring after him, noticed a sign that bore the name of Jonathan Investment. That's when the man realized who he was messing with. Of course, he had known before that this guy was no ordinary person. However, he had never imagined that his boss was somehow connected to the top of such a large company. But whatever it is, he has no other choice. Stop thinking about it. Just thinking about work would be enough to tire him out. A knock sounded on the office door of one of the company owners. The man sitting in the office is grudgingly running his fingers over the desk, looking at the man standing on the doorstep. Sanku came up to him and looked surprised at his irritated friend. At least tell me you're going to disappear again. You don't even check your mail, Jonathan said resentfully, leaning on his elbow. When Sanku sat down on the table, the man asked the guy why the hell he had come to New York. To this, the boy replied that he sort of had not yet figured out the important stuff. Now the company was going through an unrivaled period of growth. Sanku realized that his friend would be angry at his disappearance without a single warning. However, what was wrong with his face? Why does he have such a grim grimace? It was unlikely that it had anything to do with his comrade's long absence. With a disgruntled glance at his partner, Jonathan told him that their net worth had increased by 200%. It now totaled about $300 billion. Of course. Only the most reckless are left in a reckless market. And that's just the New York companies. If you include Jessica's and Zillion's groups, that's about $500 billion. Not bad for a 2-year stint as a financier back from the future. While a puzzled Sanku was trying to figure out what the problem was, his friend handed him some kind of envelope, saying that it eventually pissed them off. September 15th, Jonathan said as the boy took the letter out of the envelope. It's next month's summons, hearing. A stern warning from the White House. If anyone doesn't follow their instructions, they threaten to flood the company with tax investigations. Reading the letter, Sanku asked when they had noticed. In turn, Jonathan explained that it had happened a long time ago. What do they want? Inquired the perplexed fellow to his slumped partner. After a tense silence, Jonathan lifted a serious gaze to his friend sitting on the table. Son, they want you. The people at the top of the United States government have already found out the real identity of the owner of 51% of Jonathan Investment. There's no way they're going to let an Asian bastard walk around their territory like that. They will spread information about Na Sanku and use him as a puppet in their theater. To be honest, the answer came much later than this guy had envisioned for himself. He glanced unhappily at his partner and said again that he couldn't let them reveal his identity. I know, son, I know, those bastards. Don't they know how much money they got from us? Jonathan said, clutching his head angrily. Yes, someone at the top already knows exactly who Nasanku really is, but we can't let that information spread. The first reason is the kid's parents. If his identity is revealed, they will have to spend the rest of their lives under the supervision of bodyguards, which is no better than imprisonment. Moreover, the entire world would be watching Nasanku's every move, and this would not be a weak hindrance to raising the level. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Jonathan offered to return all pension benefits received from the authorities. If they informed the pension fund committee about the conflict with the White House, they might even be able to counteract them. Considering how much profit the committee makes from their company, this assistance could not be doubted. However, a dejected Sanku standing nearby explained that the committee itself was too weak. Get a meeting with the President of the Russian Federation and the Prime Minister of Japan. I need to see them in person. The boy suddenly said, shocking his friend with such words. Not understanding why he wanted to do this, Jonathan asked if it was all for the pension funds of the Russian and Japanese governments. No. We'll yank the U.S. national debt. We'll take the United States detonators distributed around the world. When Jonathan heard this from his friend, he was stunned. Clutching his head, the man explained to the guy that they would try to avoid participating in something like this. In turn, Sanku offered his partner to buy out Japan's debt to Russia and Russia's debt to Japan. If you do it under the pretext of swapping it for U.S. debt, there is nothing they can do to counter it. U.S., Russia, Japan. Is this guy really trying to start World War III? Still holding his head, Jonathan closed his eyes tensely, realizing that there was no way to stop Sanka now, and there was no point in doing so. What he had suggested was the only way out of this difficult situation. The man apologized to the guy, saying that he shouldn't have let the White House get interested in them. Sanku, on the other hand, asked him not to worry, explaining that he knew this would happen. At least once. Gathering his thoughts, Jonathan looked at his friend and wondered exactly how much they would buy back. The guy said it would be enough for now for them to buy out the equivalent of the entire value of the New York group. However, if the White House won't back down even after that, the Isle of Man and London accounts will have to be used, and that means at least $300 billion will have to be put into circulation. $300 billion. That's about the same amount of money spent each year to support the U.S. Defense Forces. If Jonathan Investment also uses the accounts of the Isle of Man and London, something much worse than war could happen. One last thing, Jonathan, we need to make sure the White House knows of our intentions. Show them how massive this problem can become, Nasanku muttered. Meanwhile, the man had already risen from the table and started to put on his jacket. He decided to go there in person right now. This is the last chance. The last chance to prevent this war from starting. But the moment Jonathan started making a phone call somewhere, Sanku said he would go with him. Let's show them who we are. Evening of the same day. United States of America, Washington, D.C., the White House. Two men in expensive business suits are walking leisurely on the red carpet. Sanku immediately reminded his partner not to do anything without his signal. Jonathan did not object, noting that he was already on edge. Got it. Got it. Silent. The man spoke fearfully, seeing the angry look in his friend's eyes. The tall door leading into the study creaked open. Once inside, Jonathan and Sanhu saw a man in a tie sitting at a desk in front of them. That man is the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States of America, Lawrence Winters. Sanku, of course, would like to meet with the president, but that's fine, too. The Treasury Secretary, the President, Wall Street, they all work as a single organism. Lawrence, listen carefully. I'm now carefully considering whether or not to bankrupt LTCM. The boy who had approached the finance minister said, dumbfounding Jonathan, who was standing behind him. Pondering his words, the man behind the desk looked sternly and suspiciously at the lad. We're not in your office right now, young friend. Calm down, let's talk this over. We have plenty of time. Lawrence answered him with a friendly smile. Looking at him, Sanku guessed that this man was only holding back because of the boy's age. Meanwhile, the finance minister continued to speak. The man remarked that he had no right to stop the guy's intentions to do something so stupid, but wasn't LTCM an important asset for Jonathan Investment's employees as well? LTCM is a hedge fund that was defeated in the Russian financial war. The bankruptcy of LTCM was a big blow to the U.S. economy, but thanks to Na Sanku's influence, it is now part of the New York Group. Then the guy reminded Lawrence that the White House is heavily indebted to Jonathan Investment. How are they going to pay it off? With a puzzled look at the boy, the man asked what kind of debt they were even talking about. Did they have some debt that the Minister of Finance himself did not know about? How dire would your situation have been without us taking control of LTCM? Was it only one hedge fund that was saved? We picked up all those rotting corpses for you. And with our own hands, we prevented the second Great Depression you personally spoke of. Nasanku replied, looking at the man at the table. Looking irritated at the boy, Lawrence said that Jonathan Investment was doing this solely to line their pockets with money. In response, the boy said that was a lie. The finance minister looked at Jonathan, who had not said a word until then, and asked why he was silent. The blond man said he understood Sanku's anger. What about your public hearings? Did you do everything just for that? A puzzled Lawrence asked, not taking his eyes off Jonathan. Sanku may be young, but he's still my boss. Lawrence, I'm not going to interfere. Jonathan answered him confidently. Meanwhile, Nasanghu asked the Treasury Secretary if he had heard anything from his donors. Something about the White House not being able to save a single asset. Not the banks in Korea, not the big companies. You can bother me all you want, but know that you're the reason for all this trouble. Come on, Jonathan. He turned to leave, while his partner's face twisted at the nervousness of the situation. Lawrence Winters will spend the rest of his life in the world he brought death to, laughing and cursing people with economic jargon. In this world, everyone is sharpening their knives for unimaginable sums. He simply cannot be prepared to be so direct and aggressive. What's so important about keeping one idiotic secret? Shrieked the enraged finance minister, pounding his fist on the table. Unsurprised by this reaction, Sanku and Jonathan stopped and turned around on him. The guy immediately explained that this situation only happened because of Lawrence himself, and the fact that he didn't realize the seriousness of what was happening. If Na Sanku had been in his shoes, he would have done something more. They just shouted in their chair. The one who loses control of himself first always loses. Shivering with anger, the sweating finance minister asked the guy what he meant. I'm blocking Japan's bonds right now. Shouldn't you try to do it before one young idiot does? Oh, that's right, you shouldn't. After all, if you block the bonds, I'll just change my target to the yen. At the same second, a reply from Sanku was heard. I don't know if Japan will want to cooperate with you. I mean, they're still recovering from what you guys did in the 90s. Oh, and do you know how many Russian officials still think the Cold War isn't over? When Lawrence heard these words, his heart began to beat with even greater frequency. He certainly didn't expect to hear a declaration of war while in the White House. Even China doesn't do that. Don't these two realize that they could lose everything over decisions like this? Sanku asked the finance minister to stop this nonsense. He knows very well how Jonathan Investment conducts its business. The guy is sure that he can only make even more money. But he's ready to lose too. He just needs to pay it all back. After these words, an angry Lawrence jumped up from his desk. Tensely clenching his fists, the man headed towards the two men. He walked up to the boy and immediately looked him in the face. As he continued to look at the guy, Lawrence wondered if he was only 15 years old. Jonathan confirmed this with a sigh, telling the minister that he too had underestimated the boy at first. Yanking the doorknob, the man said that these guys are causing too much trouble. He then promised that the White House would not post any information about Sanku. However, Lawrence asked the two men to keep in mind that this was only a small mistake by some lowlifes. Oh, right, and solve the pension fund issue, said the finance minister before the door closed. Then the door slammed shut, and Sanku and Jonathan were left on the other side of the office. When the two of them heard the rattle of the door closing, they stopped and stared in surprise at the entrance to the office. Afterward, looking at his emotionless friend, Jonathan began to struggle to contain his laughter. Already, when they were both in the car on the way home, there was a loud laughter. Even China doesn't allow itself that, Jonathan shouted, laughing at the top of his voice. Sanku, who was sitting next to him, shared his mood, saying that it was indeed an unbelievable pleasure. The United States Treasury Department, headed by Lawrence Winters, raised the white flag in front of the White House with its own hands. It was as if the S-rank monster itself had surrendered completely without a fight. However, they are still not afraid of Nasanku, but see him more as a rival. The guy has to make sure that they don't even think of challenging him. Since the day of beginnings, humanity has gone through 3 stages. The first is idiocy carried by governments and big business. The second is mutual annihilation by nuclear weapons. The third is a civil war waged by 8 evils and 8 benefactors. If the problems of the first stage were solved in time, the rest wouldn't even happen. Most of the monsters that appeared from the gate at the very beginning could be killed with modern firearms. As the economy collapsed, the world order collapsed. First, nuclear weapons were used just once, and then again, and again. That day will undoubtedly return, but humanity will not fall. That's the future Nasanku dreams of. That's why he needs to build up his financial strength. Understood, proceed as planned, Jonathan muttered, talking to someone on the phone. The sun seems to have begun. Gold Online has collapsed, he added, glancing awkwardly at his partner after ending the phone call. In the original story, the dot-com crash happened in March of 2000. The dot-com bubble was created by the soaring stock of internet companies. Shares of companies that offered to use the internet to generate revenue skyrocketed in value. These high prices were justified by numerous commentators and economists, but in reality, these new business models proved inefficient. In the beginning, the Nasdaq index crossed the 5,000 mark. However, as the dot-com bubble burst, the index fell to about 1,000 in October of 2002. About 80% were gone. Looking out the window, Sanku, sipping his coffee, asked his friend what the Nasdaq index had been yesterday. Jonathan told him that the index had already reached 5,239, and then asked him how low he thought it would fall. The number his comrade gave was a little more than Nasanghu remembered. Still, the story is changing little by little. The guy immediately told his partner to prepare for the index to be below 1,000. This is the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008, the bridge that will lead the world economy into the Great Recession. The boy told the man that it all started with the currency crisis in Asia, more specifically, with the attack on South Korea. With a puzzled look at him, Jonathan wondered if his partner was talking about the dot-com bubble. Where is he going with this? Mexico, Russia, and other countries. Because of the crisis spreading around the world, interest rates have decreased and a lot of money has simply disappeared, gone along with the rosy illusion of the new millennium. It created the dot-com bubble, But that's not what Sanku was trying to say at all. The Federal Reserve will continue to lower the standard interest rate to reduce the stock market turmoil. Jonathan agreed that it will definitely happen. But the main question was how long they would lower the interest rate. The guy answered that it will happen until the end of the year 2001. The standard interest rate will be below 1%. But the best part is the 2008 year. Glancing at his partner, the blonde-haired man remarked that the answer then was in real estate. Sanku confirmed this in turn, explaining that its value would rise. The main problem lies in the poison that will accumulate because of this situation. Between 2007 and 2009, the biggest bomb will explode, and that bomb will be much bigger than anyone can imagine. Jonathan looked at his friend dumbfounded and wondered what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Sanku, looking out the window, was thoughtfully silent, remembering what would happen just a year later. I'm talking about the development of the world economy. The financial sector will be paralyzed. The guy answered him, continuing to look at New York's Twin Towers, which had a great view from his office. The fall of the Korean Monetary Fund, the dot-com bubble, terrorism and wars, the oil era, the real estate bubble, and the horrifying end, the subprime mortgage crisis, cause and effect relationship. In the financial system, there are no events without causes. Rates in Hong Kong and Russia have risen, and so Sanku needs to stay focused and calculate the consequences. Stepping away from the window, the guy explained that this was just his view of the future. He then said that he would later send Jonathan a plan of immediate action when he returned to Korea. A few days later, a large office center in Seoul. An email is open on the computer, but not a single character in the email is printed. Sitting at his desk, Na Sang-hoo stares thoughtfully at the monitor. We need to send Jonathan the plan as soon as possible. However, it's so difficult to put together because there are factors that can't be controlled by data alone. The terrorist attacks of September 9, 2001 and the Iraq War. Such problems are clearly not on the same level as a tax investigation. The well-known terrorist attack in September of the year 2001 will be the weak point of the United States. This will shake the world as much as Commencement Day. The scandalous attack on the Twin Towers will destroy a symbol of the world economy. Finally, deep in thought, Sanku tensely covered his face with his hand and began to ponder what he should do about it. But if one thought about it like that, why did only low-rank monsters attack on the Day of Beginnings? If the 7 demon kings came in person, they wouldn't be able to instantly wipe out humanity. In any case, no record of it should be left. But Sanku still needs to create a proposal that can convince 3,000 geniuses. It's worth thinking about the presidential election in September. George Bush Jr. This will be the second president from a family involved in the oil business, the link between the current situation and the Gulf War unleashed by his father. Could use this to create a lead. Soon, Nasanku has scheduled his partner and Zillion and Jessica to go over everything. In February, the expected results of Super Tuesday will happen. After the first point, in September, a presidential election with an obvious outcome. This will be followed by the challenges of taking office, the impact of Iraqi oil reserves on the oil market. And the conclusion to all of this is simple. Boss, you saw the proposal, right? Jessica inquired when she saw the email that arrived in her inbox. The man on the phone asked the woman how much longer she would call him boss. The girl with the glasses has made the point that a boss once is a boss forever. But this is a long-term proposition. It even made her stop breathing. Zillion, on the other hand, asked the woman to wait a bit. Such matters are not discussed over the phone. The man reminded her that they would meet soon as representatives of different groups. At the same moment, standing up from her chair, Jessica told her boss that she shouldn't wait so long. She would come right away. Then the girl asked Zillion not to go anywhere and just wait for her in the office. After getting dressed, the woman closed her office and went to the landing. As she walked downstairs, she noticed her reflection in the window. Using the window as a mirror, the girl immediately fixed her unkempt hair. That's so much better. A red sports car came out from behind the corner at breakneck speed, stopping abruptly on the side of the road. It sounds like a children's fairy tale, but I think it's possible, even with just Russia. Who could have known they'd go down like this? Jessica shrieked, kicking the door open as she entered her boss's office. Sitting at the computer, Zillion agreed, noting that they were on a whole different level this time. That wasn't why he'd called her, however. Noticing that the boss didn't even sleep a wink from the monitor, The surprised girl asked what she had been called for. The man explained that as long as the group's funds were invested as a base, his company had no responsibility. And Zillion hated it. Jessica, relying on the genius of the proposal once is fine, but with a bid like that, it's just crazy, Zillion explained to the woman, grabbing his head. Hearing this, the girl looked at her boss thoughtfully. What are we? Rothschilds? Morgans? Jessica suddenly uttered. Fixing her boss's hair, the woman asked if there was something he didn't understand. We've been given the ingredients. Our job is to prepare the final dish. We are the cooks, the girl explained, taking Zillion by the shoulder. We're not farmers or fishermen. Our work is quite different. There is no need or reason to fall before the genius of the proposal. There's a group of experts on the opposite side, and we're fighting alone. We're the best, Jessica said in conclusion, giving her boss a hug. The girl then asked the man to hold still, explaining that she was trying to set the mood. An embarrassed Zillion remarked that they really needed to talk as representatives of different groups. Jessica then wondered if they couldn't talk as a man-woman. Several hours passed. While Jessica lay on the bed, Zillion stood pensively by the window, sipping hot coffee. Here's a moment he's been mulling over everything he's gotten in his email recently. The Republican Party and the course of the presidential election. A behavioral analysis of the current state of Texas, the U.S. economic cycle, the world economy, the direction of bank rate policy, professional analysis of U.S. real estate, investment forecast of major banks after interest rate fall, the state of the fourth world oil market. Such a precise analysis of the economy on a macroscopic scale. Yeah, it's impossible for one person to see that. It takes at least 100. It's silly to feed your inferiority complex with groups like this. Even now, the management is probably working overtime. And where are they now, anyway? It was raining that night in Seoul. Standing at the entrance of a large office center, Sanku was waiting for a car to arrive. At that moment, a man in a suit approached him and opened an umbrella over his head. The man reported that the general manageress asked him to escort the guy to her and convey her thanks for understanding. When Na Sanku got into the car, the vehicle immediately touched down and drove onto the highway. A couple of minutes later, they were already at the entrance to the underground parking garage. A black car slowly pulled into the parking lot and stopped. After opening the door of the vehicle, the driver got out and saw a beautiful woman in front of him. The man immediately walked over to her and bowed and greeted the principal. Opening the car door, the woman sat down next to Na Sanku, who was waiting for her. The guy immediately asked Jamie if government surveillance had increased. Closing the door behind her, the girl explained that wiretapping and surveillance of executives had already become the norm. This problem would soon be solved. Handing the boy some kind of envelope, the woman asked him to take a look at this. This is the asset management report of Jonal Investment. The firm is a shareholder in over 230 companies out of the 902 that are listed on KOPSI, the Korean stock exchange. No wonder the government is so wary. While the whole country was trying to adjust to the insane terms of the International Monetary Fund, Jonal Group took over about 25% of Korea's economy. The company is foreign. If it leaves Korea, taking all its assets with it, there will be a new economic crisis. And the government certainly understands that. I heard that director Park Chung-sik has been nicknamed the Lord of Riches, Na Sang-hoo suddenly remarked. But when a tense Jamie said she would explain everything, the guy asked her not to do that and to continue supporting this man so that he would be known as the King of Riches in the future. Jamie is the CEO, and there's no need to change that. The guy thinks she'd be better off concentrating on the company image. Have you already forgotten why we hired you? Don't butt in and do interviews and other public appearances. We need to make everyone forget that we're a foreign company, Sanku added, looking at the girl. Jamie knew it well enough without Togo, but the boy had decided to strengthen his internal structure a bit. He would soon have to go on a 6-month tour of the world's dungeons, after all. Sitting at the table with his son, Jonal holds a mug of beer in his hand and laughs contentedly. The man asked Sanku where he was going to live in America. He certainly didn't have enough money to buy an apartment there. The guy said that he was promised accommodation near the firm's office. In Manhattan, huh? They seem to really like you. What a brat, succeeding faster than your father, Jonal said, laughing contentedly. Then, looking at the mug of beer in his hand, the man suddenly thought about something. Would you like a glass? The father asked, holding out a mug to his son, to the indignant cries of his wife. Then Jonal explained that it was better to learn to drink with his father, not with just anyone. This situation reminded Nasan of the days when they used to drink together while trying to survive on Wall Street. His father had been worried about him then too, and had always been supportive. This life is like climbing a mountain. I love that phrase. Jonal, already quite drunk on beer, said, pointing upward. If the mountain is too high, you can take a break and then continue climbing. Or you can go down to the bottom and start from the beginning. And there are many mountains. You don't have to try to climb only one all the time. After these words, exhaling, Jonal added that Wall Street was very cautious about outsiders. The man asked his son not to put everything on his shoulders and to come home if it got too hard. Your mom and I are always waiting for you, said a wide, smiling Jonal as he hugged his wife. Forbes World Ranking of the 2000th year, according to the data of December 1999. The first place is occupied by John Doe from the United States, one of the owners of Jonathan Investment, with a capital of $168.3 billion. The second place is occupied by Jonathan Hunter from the USA, also the owner of Jonathan Investment, with a fortune of $161.7 billion. Standing at the airport, Na Sang-koo carefully reads this news clipping. Neither the guy's name nor his nationality was revealed. I'm glad that the Minister of Finance decided not to do anything stupid. Meanwhile, the boy noticed the man he had been waiting here all this time. Not far away from Sang-koo, waving at him, a joyful Woo Yeon-hee was walking with her luggage. A man in a bandana stood next to her, checking his gun. Another mercenary was also there, carefully wiping the dirt and dust from his firearm with a rag. Surrounded by these people, Woo Yeon-hee felt awkward, not understanding why she needed to have guards assigned to her. Sang-koo, on the other hand, reminded him that they had already talked about this. And yet, did something happen between you two? They're all afraid of you, said the girl, looking at the tense mercenaries. However, the woman's point is that the driver is not one of them. He is not afraid, but rather in awe. Noticing that Yeon-hee had changed and her skills had improved greatly, Sang-koo explained that he and Mick had worked together before. A few days later, a group of people went to the snowy mountains. There they came across another entrance to the dungeon. Walking over to Ethan, Mick handed him the dagger and told him it was what his boss had asked for. Take it, it's yours, the guy said as he looked at Woo Yeon-hee. Without objecting to him, the girl immediately took the dagger in her hand and pulled it out of its sheath to get a good look at it. At the same second, the unperturbed woman made several lightning-fast swings of her knife, testing her combat skills with this weapon. The mercenaries who were watching her at the time could not believe that such a fragile girl was capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, after taking a few more swings through the air, Woo Yeon-hee slipped the dagger back into its scabbard. Glancing at her partner, she noted that this knife wasn't as good as the one from the dungeon, but it could be used. In turn, Na Sang-hoo looked at the dumbfounded mercenaries and realized that it wasn't surprising that they weren't that shocked. Woo Yeon-hee, even without using skills, could straighten out every single one of them. Trust you all on this side, Mick, the boy said, looking up at the man with the glasses. In response, Mick asked how soon the boss would be back. As he approached the entrance, Sang-koo turned around on him and smiled contentedly. In 5 days, the guy uttered as he entered the dungeon together with the enthusiastic Woo Yeon-hee. The task Extermination of Kuspos has been activated. The task Painful Whips has been activated. Looking at the 2 messages carved into him by the system, Sang-koo realized that this time they would be attacked by the Kuspos army. They usually go for numbers. The guy turned around and saw a concerned Yeon-hee behind him, also staring at the system window. No. The boy who had grabbed the knife spoke briefly, puzzling his partner with it. Looking at her, the young man explained that this time, it wasn't bugs. Hearing this, Woo Yeon-hee tensely looked at the guy. But then a joyful smile appeared on her face, expressing incredible relief. Sang-koo immediately told him that their task now was to close the dungeon in 5 days. But in doing so, he wouldn't use the person overcoming difficulties. When the surprised girl asked if it was possible, the guy said that since she was with him, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The woman then reminded him that she still had some points left, so she wouldn't mind opening a couple boxes. However, the boy pointed out that the companion still needed to get used to her improved characteristics. She needed to practice in real combat without auxiliary items. They're here, Sang-koo said, stopping abruptly and looking into the distance. On the stone dais in front of them sat unknown creatures and simply stared at the uninvited guests. So, Fluffy, are they definitely monsters? They don't look dangerous. But as soon as Wu Yanhee thought about it, the furry beasts became wary, and their eyes sharply lit up. In a moment, they turned into hideous monsters, much to the girl's dismay. Noticing the horde of monsters pouncing on them, Yanhee asked her partner if she could use her new ability. Upon receiving the approval, the woman immediately activated Aegis's gaze. The skill immediately began to affect all opponents simultaneously. It could be said that this girl had entered the minds of a whole horde of monsters at once. All the enemies immediately went crazy and started attacking their brethren. Soon, most of the monster horde destroyed itself from within. The opponents simply tore each other apart. She defeated a third of the enemies in one fell swoop. This skill is unbelievable. While Sanku was pondering this, the remnants of the monsters pounced on Wu Yanhee. Taking her dagger out of its sheath, the girl pierced through one of her opponents with a sharp movement. Then, with lightning-fast lunges, she began to chop down the monsters one by one. In addition to her knife, she also let her feet into the fight, simply crushing her enemies into meat. A few seconds later, the entire horde of monsters were already lying dead on the cold stone floor of the dungeon. "Stop! You're overexcited!" Sanku said, looking at the girl trying to catch her breath with the dagger in her hand. Hearing this, Wu Yanhee glanced at the surprised guy standing next to her. "Got it," uttered the girl, looking into the boy's face. Wu Yanhee's eyes glittered with indescribable bloodlust. The superiority over Cuspus's army had definitely affected her emotions. She still needs to train. And it was Nasanku who was the first victim of Aegis Sight's training. On the border between dream and reality, he experienced an unpleasant feeling of his own helplessness. But this ordeal did not go smoothly. Wu Yanhee had literally seen hell. Absorbing Nasanku's consciousness, this girl saw a part of his memories and immediately recoiled. 7 demon kings. Even for her, a person who lived side by side with the supernatural, it was indescribably frightening. She needs to learn not to assimilate with the target. If this woman had gone to the test site in this state, she would have died before she developed her skills. The second evil could only use Aegis's gaze for its own purposes because it had not yet awakened. A few days later, standing in front of his opponent, Sanku cast a determined look at him. After that, he immediately took a hunting knife out of his pocket. The next instant, there was the sound of a blade cutting through flesh. Feeling the incredible pain, the monster roared loudly. In one blow, Sanku finished off his opponent, who had managed to run his sharp claws across his back before he died, leaving deep wounds. The task, Painful Whips, has been completed. You have received 1,500 points. As a reward for the first clearing of this dungeon, you have received a golden box. Sanku had planned to clear this dungeon in 5 days without using the Overcoming Man. But in the end, he only needed 3 days. If they didn't have to wait for dungeon boxes and skill rollback, they would have finished even faster. In addition, Wu Yanhee's support level had increased much more than he had expected. After that incident with the 7 demon kings, she seems to have begun to harden her heart. Every day, the weak personality in this woman becomes stronger and stronger. Wu Yanhee works hard for the sake of meeting the demon kings, and for Sanku, who needs to evolve even stronger. 8 evils and 8 benefactors had appropriated all the dungeons, and Nasanku had to remember the location of all the F-rank dungeons they didn't care about. If the guy and his partner managed to mop this up now, they would have a completely different starting point at the testing ground. From next time, it will take 1 day per dungeon, Sanku said, startling his companion. But Wu Yanhee did not object to her captain. On the contrary, she supported his decision. After all, it was the best way for them to grow. This day marked the beginning of their monopoly. After confirming that F-rank dungeons were no longer a problem for these two, there was no reason to hold back. With the sweep of all F-rank dungeons in the North American territory, Yanhee and Sanku's stats have increased by a level. While Wu Yanhee was getting used to her new characteristics, the guy went to close the dungeons alone, doing so without wasting any extra time. Sanku already has 52,300 points. His partner has a little less, 48,310. It's not long before the guy can open the diamond box. In 2 months, the two of them had closed 15 dungeons. Including transportation and equipment searches, each dungeon took 4 days. Marie's touch, body healing. Recently, Anhee began whispering the names of her skills in her sleep. All of them have been through a lot in that time. While in the car, Ethan turned to Mick sitting behind the wheel. He asked the driver to take Route 15. When the man asked where exactly they were going, the guy said the Wilson Hotel. Hearing this, the awakened Anhee quietly asked why they were heading to the hotel. Is there a dungeon there? The boy explained that everyone needed to de-stress and have a good vacation in Las Vegas. Hearing this, the once slumped members of the group looked at the boss in shock. A moment later, there were shouts of joy. One of the nymphs yelled at Ethan not to dare recant. A few days later, United States of America, Nevada, Las Vegas. The huge Wynn Casino building, lit up with bright lights, is decorated with beautiful fireworks launched into the sky. A noisy crowd of people tinker with the slot machines of one of the largest casinos in Las Vegas. Well then, let's play, shouted Woo Eun-hee in a beautiful dress, running into the game room. Looking at her and the two men beside her, the other visitors can't figure out what the hell is going on here. Eun-hee and the two mercenaries immediately began drinking whatever liquor they could get their hands on, greedily eating freshly cooked marbled beefsteaks, and then play cards for the huge sums of money earned from dungeon sweeps. Perplexed visitors, not taking their eyes off these three, can't figure out what's wrong with them. Have they never been let outside before? Meanwhile, Sanku, who is standing nearby, is a little embarrassed by the situation, but he doesn't mind. Then, walking over to the cheerful Woo In-hee, the guy put his hand on her shoulder. The boy looked at her and asked the girl if she wanted to go somewhere quieter. After saying that, a rather smiling Sanku looked at her face as if hinting at something. Of course, In-hee pronounced, looking at the boy with embarrassment. An expensive sconce hangs on the wall of the room. There are beautiful white flowers standing nearby. When she saw where the boy had led her, Anhee was mortified. Unfortunately for the girl, Sanghu didn't mean what she thought he meant. The boy didn't even realize the hint he'd made to her, and just stood there looking around the room. It was a quiet VIP room. The guy explained it was a better place to focus on the game. Oh, and the stakes are bigger here. Yeah, it's marvelous, and he muttered, looking at him frustrated. Meanwhile, a man sitting in the room noticed the newly arrived guests. What a coincidence! Who would have realized that I would be lucky enough to meet the CEO here? He shrieked upon seeing these two. This person's name is Cho Chango, and he is the department head of Hansel Group. Then, glancing at the guy next to the director, he asked who it was. He thought to himself that he had seen this man somewhere before. Gosh, hello, department head! And this man, Eun-hee said awkwardly, taking a literary pause. This is my lover. The girl who grabbed Sanka's hand added, averting her gaze. While the man stared irritably at the kid, saying that he'd figured it out, the woman told her partner via telepathy that Chango was the hospital's sponsor. He's pretty distrustful, so Sanku should just talk to him for a while. Since we're meeting in a place like this, why don't we play a game? Sometimes this activity is very enjoyable, said the department head, pointing to the game table. Hansel Group, right? Sanku inquired, glancing at the man. The medical company led by Woo In-hee is known to many for its good deeds. In times of weakness at the International Monetary Fund, even more attention has been paid to it. Because of this, many companies with bad reputations have tried to get involved with them. One such example is Hansel Group with a worthless second-generation leader. Heh, that poor bitch is trying to act like she has money. I'm gonna crush her and that sluggish boy next to her. Even the professionals will recognize my great poker face, Department Head Cho Chango thought as the two men sat down across from him. Game 1. Sanku raised the bet and the girl went all in, which won the game. In the second game, the guy immediately reset, but Eun-hee raised the bet and took the pot again. In the next game, Na Sanku quadrupled the bet, and the woman bet all in again, forcing the angry Chango to risk losing all his chips. You're cheating! Shouted the department head of Hansel Group, hitting the table in anger. Meanwhile, looking at Eun-hee, Sanku relayed his thoughts to her, asking if she had used her skills to win. However, the girl explained that she did no such thing, and the man had it literally written all over his face. But when the boy offered to end it there, noting that his opponent had nothing else to bet, Chango squealed, asking the boy if he thought he was worth anything just because he'd won a couple of games. The bodyguard who approached his boss asked him to calm down, reminding him that there were too many eyes here. But the department head didn't listen to him, ordering his men to search the two. They are definitely using some kind of tricks. Just as suddenly, at that same moment, Chango froze in place. Turning to his bodyguards, he told them to return to Korea immediately. He remembered something. And when they decided to remind their boss of his schedule, the department head told them to shut up and asked if they would take responsibility if his house burned down. Wu Lanhee, who used her skill on him, said that it was a forced measure. She doesn't want her first vacation in a long time to be ruined in this way. Sang-koo only praised his partner. He told her that the squad would be here for a couple more days, so they should not let any upstarts bother them. 2 days! Really? The woman shrieked happily. In turn, the boy promised that he would, only if he managed to sort something else out. After calling Mick, the young man told his subordinate that he was going to the back door of the hotel and asked him to meet him there. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man watching Na Sang-hoo contentedly muttered that he had finally found his target, a few minutes ago. Chango, sitting at the playing table, stares thoughtfully at the cards dealt to him. Noticing what he'd gotten, the man smiled slyly. In the next batch, also looking at the cards, the department head's face expressed displeasure. Looking at the endlessly changing expression on his opponent's face, Sang-koo noticed that this man was not at all good at keeping his emotions in check. And that's when the guy noticed something wrong behind him. Already during the game, he felt a steady gaze on him. It was clearly not just curiosity. If he was spotted the moment he doesn't even use the ability, then this spy is definitely not an ordinary person. That's why Sang-koo called Mick and asked him to meet him at the exit to attract the attention of the stranger watching him. Soon the guy exited the casino through the back door. He walked slowly for a few minutes so as not to let his pursuer lose sight of him. And it really worked. The unfamiliar man followed on Sang-koo's heels, hiding behind the walls. At that moment, a lurking Mick was behind the brown-haired guy. The man immediately wrapped his arms around the stunned spy's neck, beginning to strangle him. Trying to resist, the guy started grabbing Mick's arms. But after a few seconds, he finally lost consciousness. Not realizing what the hell had just happened, Mick just let go of the passed-out guy, and he collapsed to the floor. Is he really that weak? The man said perplexedly, scratching his head. The man said, scratching the back of his head in bewilderment. This guy's a stalker, a useful class that can track both monsters and awakened ones. He runs a chain of fast food restaurants in the eastern United States. He arrived at the hotel unaccompanied. No cameras on the squad, and this kid has no injuries. There's no investigation. The big question now is what they're gonna do with him. At this time, the stranger finally woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Na Sang-koo in front of him. The guy realized who was standing in front of him and immediately grabbed his throat, which was still showing signs of strangulation. "How dare you! To strangle a stranger like that!" he shouted, glaring angrily at the boy. Sang-koo, however, pointed out that it was the boy's own fault. Since the unknown strange man was following him, he thought it was some kind of thug. Sang-koo then asked Woo Eun-hee for a favor, whereupon the pursuer's mind went blank. Shivering with fear, the guy can't realize what it is. He can't move. At the same moment, his body began to move on its own towards the balcony. His legs just don't listen to him. It's like someone's controlling him like a toy. As he realized what was happening, he began to scream mentally. Is this really how it's going to end? As he stepped out onto the balcony, he began to climb over the railing in silence. Do you understand now? It won't be hard for us to drive you to suicide, Na Sang-hoo said, looking at the boy hanging hopelessly on the edge of the balcony. Turning around on him, the stalker shouted that he would explain everything. He would explain why Sang-koo was being followed. The boy glanced at his partner, mentally asking her to let this stranger go. The brown-haired guy immediately regained control of his body and fell off the railing to the floor. As he approached him, Sang-koo guessed that the reason must be the guy's class or some assignment. It seemed as if the stalker had never met another awakened person before. He was just lucky to have survived this long. There are missions that require some awakened to kill others. That's not me! I didn't get assignments like that! The brown-haired guy shrieked, trying to justify himself. Sang-koo looked at him suspiciously and asked why he should believe what he said. The frightened stalker explained that it was because of one of his class traits. He immediately promised Sang-koo that if the team trusted him, he could be of great help. However, Na Sang-hoo advised the guy not to even try to trick them or come up with some stupid scheme. His friend has a keen eye for the soul, and the stalker had already felt it. After a couple of intimidations, the stranger obediently told me everything. His name is Leon, and he awakened during a graduation ceremony. Subsequently, the guy received the skills of pursuit for the fulfillment of a life task. Leon had met awakened ones before, but they were nothing like the first evil. That's why he was so lucky. Having just met Sanku in person, this guy immediately started asking to join their team, promising to try his best to help. He probably only said it for his own survival, but it didn't matter. Stalker skills are required to close high-rank dungeons. Soon a helicopter landed on the roof of the Wynn Casino building. "You asked for it. Get in," Nasanku said after seeing Leon's dumbfounded face. While he was getting into the helicopter, the boy explained to Mick that this guy wasn't dangerous, and so he asked the subordinate to take it easy. If he didn't listen, the man might just teach him a lesson. "How good a lesson?" Mick inquired, adjusting his glasses. "The kind so he doesn't die," Ethan answered him. "This guy will be very useful as an ally, but if he refuses to cooperate, he will have to be eliminated. That's the burden of the stalker. Now the big question is, whose side are you on?" Upon entering his hotel room, Sanku noticed a slumped Woo In-hee sitting on the sofa in the living room. The guy immediately told her that he had sent Leon to the training center and asked the girl not to worry too much about that. However, unexpectedly to the boy, the woman replied that she wasn't worried about that stalker at all, forcing self-created awakened ones to kill each other. "Is the system really evil?" the girl tensely muttered, staring disappointedly into the distance. Woo Yan-hee sounded as straight as 8 evils. Sanku, who sat down next to him, disagreed, explaining that the system wanted to make the awakened stronger. And that was the opinion of the 8 benefactors. Clenching the glass in his fist, the guy asked his partner not to try to understand the true intentions of the system. "We should just use it to become stronger." "Then let's get the main event started," uttered the boy, extending his arm forward. Events far more exhilarating and exciting than gambling. The opening of 30 silver boxes and 30 gold boxes. Under the mesmerizing lights of Las Vegas, all of Nasanku's stats except health had risen to D rank. Sanku's phone rang with a call from Jonathan. "Son, when are you going to answer me?" Immediately, his partner shrieked as the boy took the call. Holding the crystal in his hand, the boy wondered if his friend meant banking. He then explained that if he couldn't get an answer, he would have to put it on hold. Not too much time had passed yet. Not too much time had passed. It's been over a year since Sanku started closing F-rank dungeons. Talking about entering the real estate mortgage business is certainly a great idea, but now is not the time. Jonathan agreed with his partner's conclusions, but he felt that the opportunity should not be missed. The boy replied that he knew his friend's worries about it, but he should be patient. The man then inquired how much longer he had to wait. "As long as we're not disturbed anymore, I'll figure it out. Take care of the short-term projects for now," Na Sang-hoo told him in response. Going to the window, Jonathan said that having checked everything, he found out that IT, media, and communications were in decline. Hearing this, his partner praised him, remarking that if his friend kept going as well as he was, their group could become an empire. Sanku asked his comrade to work hard and then hung up the phone, leaving a dejected Jonathan to himself. "Empire," the man said quietly, exhaling sadly. Covering his face from the sun with his hand, Jonathan looked up at one of the tallest buildings in New York City. In the sky, he saw a dragon personifying his friend. "Son, that's what you're trying to achieve, isn't it? To gain power over the Rothschilds?" Lots of SUVs speeding toward the next dungeon. It's hard to pinpoint a specific date yet, but this event will definitely happen again. The Kosovo War, the Texas gubernatorial election. So far, things are going without much change. After this day, we'll be above them, right in their living room. 4 months later, year 2001, England. An expensive white car stopped at the entrance to the restaurant. The passenger door of the vehicle opened and a woman in a black dress stepped out. Looking at this incredible establishment, Woo Yan-hee couldn't immediately believe that they had actually come here. The girl remarked that it was quite a glorious place, and Sanku walking beside her explained it couldn't be visited so easily even with money. While walking through the restaurant, Yan-hee noticed a Rothschild-looking man sitting nearby. In turn, the dumbfounded guy, realizing this, didn't even look in their direction. Leaning on the boy, the girl said that these people looked as if they were connected with the Rothschild banks. And that is indeed true, for this salon belongs to their family. Opening the door, Sanku asked his partner if she knew what the Rothschilds were up to. Taking a seat on the couch, the woman told me that she had once thought it was a silly story. But now the two of them were not far from them themselves. It didn't feel unusual anymore. In a way, you could even say that Yan-hee had gotten used to it. Woo Yan-hee's sensitivity had increased to C rank, so the soundproofing in this place posed no problem for her. Even from here, The girl could hear the three people in the hall chatting about ending the quarter with a 9% price increase. Sang-koo had come here to show this part of the world to Woo Yeon-hee and scout the situation. But it just so happened that they caught the Rothschild bank employees in the middle of a very serious conspiracy. Unsuspecting, the people in the audience continued to communicate among themselves. AP Morgan and Silverman Sachs will talk to you. We will schedule a meeting with the Berlin Bank and the U.S. Treasury. We don't know if the United States side will agree, but whatever it is, we will make sure they have to do it. Hearing those words, Woo Yeon-hee looked at her partner in shock and asked what it meant. Sang-koo, on the other hand, narrated that the Gold Punisher seems to want to develop a market for his focus. When she and Yeon-hee return to Seoul, the girl will need to invest in gold souvenirs. The still dumbfounded woman asked how many people make such decisions. Life is harsh, Woo Yeon-hee. Don't think that only we live in a different world, Na Sang-hoo said to the loud ticking of the wall clock. At the same instant, the clock struck 14 minutes to 2 in the afternoon, London time, on the 11th of August 2001. Woo Yeon-hee's mind instantly erupted into desperate death cries and screams of panic, literally starting to drive her insane. What? A plane crashed into the World Trade Center? It's happening! Breaking news. The anchorwoman, trembling with fear, reported that a passenger plane had crashed into the World Trade Center a minute ago at 8 hours and 46 minutes local time. The building was soon engulfed in thick smoke and fire. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'm not even in Manhattan right now. Jonathan, you didn't touch the accounts I told you to freeze, did you? No, of course not. How's the gift market responding? Sales have been volatile so far. No, on the contrary. Jonathan, get rid of all the company's souvenir stocks quickly. It's okay to lose money. Try to make as much as you can. The losses will be great, son. Let's wait some more. No, do what I told you to do, Jonathan. This event was not just an airplane accident. The market will soon realize that. Sang-koo immediately sent out an urgent message to all his other employees as well. He ordered them to urgently get rid of all stocks right now. And no objections were accepted. Zillion, missing the same situation. Jessica, now near the Isle of Man. Daniel, who recently achieved independence from the same Isle of Man. To these three people, the guy sent text messages. August 11th, 8 hours and 48 minutes, New York time. This time, the terrorist attack took place on August 9th, not September 9th. However, the time did not change for a minute. Which means it's not over yet. There will be a second collision in 5 minutes. Without stopping on the phone, Jonathan informed his partner that the whole market had turned into one huge sale. It must be funded by London and the Isle of Man. But the problem is that market participants are starting to copy Jonathan's investment. At the same second, the frightened man heard a terrible rumbling sound behind him. Hoping it wasn't what he thought it was, sweating with terror, Jonathan turned around to see what had happened. What he saw next defies description. A second passenger plane flew at breakneck speed into the World Trade Center building. Sang-koo! One more! Woo Yeon-hee, who was no longer holding back her tears, shrieked. Meanwhile, Jonathan said in a panic, first he had to get all the staff out. The two highest mountains of global finance, New York's Wall Street and London's CT. New York was attacked, but that didn't take away from the shock of what happened in London. It was as if a war had broken out. Only 1/1,000,000th of 1% of the world's population could remain calm at such a moment. Among them, an even smaller percentage are able to act quickly, and Na Sang-koo is one of them. Woo Yeon-hee had already done her work for the day, and so she should go home and try to calm down. Since the Lord of this world is about to be replaced, a group of 4 university students decided to put their investment plans into action, and on September 11th, they had an unspeakable stroke of luck. However, this incredible luck did not lead to good. The U.S. authorities launched an investigation. This case, which even involved human rights violations, was the beginning of a new patriotic act. An Arab student among the 4 boys caught the attention of the authorities. And indeed, he was there for a reason. Arab terrorist forces were behind what happened on September 11th. The outflow of oil-related funds from the U.S. market was estimated at $200 billion. The oil market and real estate. This is when the long-term plan came into play. Trying to catch his breath, the man ran to the door and pulled on the handle. Entering the office, Zillion apologized to the boy for keeping him waiting. Because of the recent incident, he didn't have time for anything at all. Sitting on the couch, Ethan reassured the man, noting that it was a disaster of unprecedented scale, so no department could have predicted it. He asked Zillion if he had gotten his message. Holding out some papers to Ethan, Zillion replied that he had managed to take action before the terrorist attacks were officially confirmed. Then, grabbing his head, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to close all the positions, but that wasn't so terrible. After all, the company could have lost a lot more. Reading the documents, Ethan agreed that such disasters were beyond anyone's control, and so there was no need to blame himself. Far more important was what would happen now. The long-term plan predicts lower interest rates in the US and the Iraq War, Sanku muttered, looking at the brooding man. When Zillion listened to the boy, he knew immediately what he meant. This catastrophe would be the impetus. Seeing the look on the man's face, Ethan asked him if he hadn't invested in oil. With a creepy look at Zillion, the boy explained that the main objective now was to meet them as early as possible. America's largest building collapsed, but not America itself. We will respond with due force to an act of terrorism. The perpetrators will be found and killed. Was soon broadcast on a major U.S. television station. Meanwhile, watching TV in his office, Zillion remembered something. He was developing relationships with billionaires in the hope that one day they would come to Jonathan Group. Prince Walloman is the first heir to the Saudi ruling party, and Prince Alid is his henchman who runs the warehouses. These two are capable of influencing Arab investment funds that reach $1 trillion. It was then that Zillion realized that all his preparations were so appropriate to the situation, as if they had been made specifically for it. Is this guy really thinking of moving U.S. oil market money out of the country while a terrorist attack case is being investigated? He's always been weird. Zillion was going to be fired after losing to Jonathan Group in Thailand and Hong Kong. But someone came to see him that day. This man turned out to be a young Asian man whose age was extremely difficult to determine. And his proposal was quite strange. As long as you act according to the director's plan, you won't be held liable for damages. That's what the guy said. Remembering those words about the director's office, Zillion thought deeply. Could it be what he just thought it was? Taking his work phone, the man called someone and asked them to trace one person. Asian man in his early 20s using the alias Ethan. I'll send a photo a little later, Zillion muttered, walking over to his desk. After starting to look something up on the computer, the man suggested that perhaps this guy could have been caught on CCTV cameras. If you're not happy with your position, you can just tell me. Was suddenly heard behind Zillion's back. With a serious look at the man, Ethan promised to let him become independent and guarantee full legal control. Or do you want me to report you? Then go ahead. When he heard Ethan say those awful words, Zillion tried to figure out what kind of response he was expecting. Was this boy really going to leave him now? No, it can't end like this. This was Zillion's only chance to surpass Jonathan. Why did he even come back? Is this guy really the devil? Suddenly, a new letter arrived in the man's mail and popped up on the monitor. Zillion has enough money to afford childish behavior. However, he's very capable and he finally got an opportunity. So I've expanded his contract, adding to his powers. I want to see where this will lead. After reading the message, Zillion sighed with relief. Ethan, standing next to him, holding the phone in his hand, explained that he had just written it. It's already started. Pay attention until we're no longer disturbed. Meanwhile, at Jonathan Investments headquarters, Jonathan sits at his desk, staring intensely at one point. He can't believe what's happening. Did Sanku know about everything? It's just not possible. But perhaps this disaster can play into the company's hands. The situation in the world is getting hotter by the second. The U.S. authorities have already announced that they will punish both terrorists and those who harbor them equally. After thinking about it all, Jonathan decided to act. A call came in on the phone lying on the table. Bringing the phone to his ear, Jeffrey K. heard a familiar voice. "Provide me with a list of banks that are potential targets," Jonathan ordered confidently, walking out of his office. Sometime later, Sanku's training ground. A man with a knife in his hand and a bag over his head prepares to begin his training. The countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the command to start was given, the man took off from his seat and ran towards his opponents. Hitting the targets one after another, he continued to run at a tremendous speed. In an instant, he felt a moving target suddenly appear beside him. With a sharp lunge, the man plunged the knife blade straight into his opponent's head. In total, it took the man 2 minutes and 23 seconds to hit all the targets. Mick just showed Ethan the tape of this training session. The man said that this guy successfully hit all 26 fixed targets and even took care of 6 additional ones. And when Mick asked his boss what he thought about it, Ethan pointed out that the guy didn't move very well, but he could still be useful. The man with the bag over his head was Leon, nicknamed Casino Chip. When Leon finished his workout, Mick escorted him to his boss. Seeing Sanku, the guy asked for permission to ask one question. "Does your organization have anything to do with the recent terrorist attack?" Leon asked, startling Mick, who was standing next to him. Enraged, the man in glasses immediately punched the boy in the chest with his fist. Sighing, Ethan held his head and asked him to stop this idle chatter. They were facing a much bigger threat now. Soon, the entire squad with Sanku at the head was already standing at the next entrance to the dungeon. Looking at the gate in front of him, Casino Chip wondered if this was the dungeon. Wu In-hee confirmed it in turn. When he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him, Leon turned around, puzzled. The girl introduced herself to him as Marie. Then she added that the squad leader's name was Odin. Code names were created to hide the real names of the group members. Sanku had never introduced himself to Leon by his real or middle name. So In-hee comes up with a new alias for the boy to use during his forays into the dungeons. It's time for Leon's first dungeon. The Declan extermination quest has begun. While Casino Chip poked something in the system window, In-hee and Sanku looked at each other contentedly, pleased with their first outing in such a long time. At that moment, Leon noticed the wooden door and looked at it strangely. Turning to the squad leader, the boy warned him that there was one opponent behind that door. With a confident look at the boy, Odin told him to go in there himself. Leon needed to see it for himself. And before Leon could object to anything, Sanku kicked the door with his foot at the same instant. Everything was silent. The only thing visible behind the door was the impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Declan's soldier jumped out and pounced on Leon. Noticing that the boy was literally petrified with fear, Marie rushed to his aid. With a sharp lunge, she pinned the monster to the ground and plunged her knife into its chest. This dagger activated a random negative effect, blindness, on the enemy. Declan's soldier was immobilized, and Wu In-hee herself had no intention of finishing him off. Calmly looking at the enemy, Odin ordered the tortured to death Leon to finish this monster off. With a glance at the boy, Sanku explained that his opponent was immobilized now, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. But Casino Chip just sat there shaking with fear. "If you don't kill him, you'll die yourself. Come on, Casino Chip, it's either you or you," shouted the angry Odin. Gathering his thoughts, Leon picked up his dagger and, still shaking with fear, began to move closer and closer to the immobilized enemy. Looking at this, Wu Lan-hee realized that this trip would not be easy. She and Sang-hoo would still have to adjust to this kid's F rank. Until a few days ago, Sanku had told his partner not to use advanced skills. After all, this dungeon is a kind of exam for Casino Chip. That day, In-hee asked the young man what would happen if Leon did not turn himself in. Then Sanku only looked at her tensely. Then, turning away, he replied that in that case they wouldn't have to get their hands dirty. Soon the troop reached the next door. Still cold-blooded, Odin asked Leon how many enemies he sensed behind that door. Trying to keep his cool, Casino Chip said that there were more than 10 monsters there. "I'm the tank, you're the damager, Marie's the healer," Odin suddenly sentenced. When Leon asked the squad leader what he meant, Sanku began to outline his plan of action. Odin will attract attention, and Casino Chip will have to start attacking. Of course, injuries would be avoided, but luckily, there is Marie in the squad to treat Leon so that he wouldn't get hurt. This girl can even save a man with a cut throat. The newcomer should remember that with positions assigned to each squad member, the chances of dying are reduced to almost zero. However, there are only 2 outcomes. Either everyone survives, or everyone dies. After listening to the leader, a startled Leon asked if he was obligated to do so. As he began to take off his shirt, Odin reminded Casino Chip of the day of beginnings he'd told him about before the dungeon. Since Leon was awakened, it would affect him anyway. The boy was now in a simple dungeon, but no one knew where he would be on the day of beginnings. That's why Sanku decides to give him one last chance. Pointing to the symbol on his chest, the dark-haired man explained that it was not a tattoo, but a seal that only the awakened could see. This is the seal of escape. If you peel off a piece of skin and give it to another person, the seal will be transferred with it. After explaining this, Odin asked the newcomer if he was going to run away and just keep waiting for the day of beginnings. Then he added, just for the record, that his group would be in the vanguard, and therefore the chances of survival for the members of that squad would be the highest. Casino Chip had a hard decision to make. He could not believe that everything Odin had told him was true. The day of beginnings would really happen. After thinking it over, Leon said he would go on with the squad and apologized to the leader for showing his weak side. When the group came through the door, Declan's soldiers immediately pounced on them. A fierce battle ensued, in which Casino Chip was severely and painfully wounded time after time. Leon had always considered himself quite strong, but after fighting 10 Anubis at once, he nearly lost his mind. Soon, the squad killed all the enemies in the room and moved on at once. While Sanku and Inhi walked calmly ahead, the exhausted Leon slowly followed behind them. Looking worriedly at the group leader, Anhi used telepathy to ask him if Leon should continue taking the exam in this state. It would be too cruel. The girl suggested that he not torture the boy and just use Walder's silence on him. The most powerful of the emotional healing skills is Walder's silence. Its effectiveness increases dramatically after elevation to C rank. Turning to look at the Casino Chip, Sanghu grinned and remarked that he did look pathetic. Inhi agreed and added that the boy looked like a child whimpering and demanding to be taken to his mother. I wish he hadn't taken the test. Family is the trigger that disrupts the stability of Wu Yinhe's mental state. Even after she became rich, her relationship with her family didn't change. Of course, if this was an exam, the help of comrades would just be a luxury. But on the other hand, shouldn't Sanku be a little more lenient with this kid? Even so, whatever choice the squad leader made now, the outcome would be impossible to predict. Marie activated Valder's silence. As soon as Leon saw the system window with this message in front of him, he immediately felt incredibly relieved. When Marie approached the boy, she explained that this was the power of the healer. Realizing that his mind was now completely clear, a delighted Leon asked her if she was all-powerful. It's just incredible that it can heal not only physical wounds, but mental wounds as well. When the boy thanked his squad mate, Mari advised him not to get too excited and to prepare for what came next. Tapping the guy on the back, the girl told him that she herself had started out without military training. Meanwhile, Sanku, who was walking ahead, had a bad feeling. Would this kid run away? Would Leon fight for the survival of the team? After all, the exam has only just begun. Running up to the dying Odin, Casino Chip falls to his knees and hysterically begs him to wake up. Not far from them stands a white Anubis with a severed arm. Trying to stay conscious, Odin orders Leon to get up and finish the bastard off. Looking at the wounded Anubis, the frightened boy asks the leader how he can kill him. It is pure evil in the flesh. Then Odin explains to the newcomer that he can't lift a finger. Now Leon is the only one who can fight. At the same moment, the enemy opened its mouth wide and pounced on Casino Chip with an intimidating roar. The guy immediately jumped back, dodging the enemy's attack. Noticing a bloody dagger lying on the ground, Leon picked it up. This is the same knife that Marie used. Realizing this, Casino Chip glared angrily at Anubis. I'm just gonna kill that monster! As soon as Leon shouted this, Anubis let out a deafening roar. The boy covered himself with his hand and held the knife out in front of him, taking a few steps back. At this time, the Sanku lying on the ground had already completely run out of strength. But even in this state, he was able to assess the situation. This beast is making its final move. Now Leon should not be afraid and dare to make one last move. This monster is barely on his feet and it won't be difficult to finish him off. But suddenly, everything was silent. At the same moment, Sanku felt someone's frantic breathing. Shaking with fear, Leon approached the squad leader and held the bloody blade of his dagger to his chest. Apologizing to Odin, the boy began to scream hysterically that he was sorry and had no other choice. The distraught boy remembered Odin telling him about the process of passing the escape seal to another person. And since the squad leader couldn't lift a finger, Casino Chip decided to seize the moment and cut out a piece of leather along with the seal to escape from the dungeon alone. As suddenly Leon's face filled with horror, the squad leader gripped the dagger's blade with his bloody hand. Seeing the eerie look in Odin's eyes, Leon realized what a deadly mistake he had made. Test is over, Casino Chip. After leaving the dungeon, Wu Yonhee cried for a long time. A funeral without a body. And while he was mourning Leon, Sanku decided to see Jonathan. It's time to move on to banking. Sitting back in his chair, Sanku confidently mused that the Federal Reserve and that idiot in the White House must be just plain pissed off. Hearing the way his partner called the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Jonathan chuckled. Yes, in the past, Jonathan would have looked around to see if anyone was eavesdropping, but now he was much more confident. That's the way it should be. The US government does not print dollars. The Federal Reserve System, or the Fed for short, does that. That's why the White House is the debtor and the financial conglomerates that control the Fed are the creditors. This is not a conspiracy theory. On Inauguration Day, the protagonist will be a group very similar to the Rothschilds. A couple days later, a restaurant in the center of New York City. Sitting at the table with Sang-koo, Yeonhee asks the guy what the occasion was for which he called her. If it's because of her psychological state, he shouldn't worry. The girl is already fine. Besides, she can't just sit idly by as they urgently need to look for new team members. Now Woo Yeonhee is trying to stay calm to convince Sang-koo, but the two of them won't be able to raise the awakened ones themselves. Cutting off a piece of meat, the dark-haired guy asked his partner not to worry about it, explaining that he had everything covered. And when the girl asked the boy what he meant, Sang-koo told her that he had a man who was a much better judge of people than anyone else. This guy would do a much better job of selecting and testing the awakened. Since last year, reports started coming in that this man was operating under the name Cat. Sang-koo had already ordered his staff to start rounding up those who supposedly could be Cat. The suspects have already piled up to over 30. And they're not just looking in mental institutions, they're looking on the streets of cities. Maybe this guy's already using the stalking skill, which just might play into his hands. Wiping his lips with a napkin, Sang-koo asked Yeonhee to return to Seoul. But he would go on a business trip to Germany. The next day, Germany-Berlin. A call came in on Sang-koo's phone. Berlin Telecom contacted the guy and set up an appointment for him due to some problems on the line. Leonard Lee is a Korean whose family has lived in the United States for 2 generations. He is currently traveling in Germany. This is Sang-koo's current identity. Thanks to that, the boy had managed to cast a rod for Joshua, and now it was time for him to get hooked. Berlin Telecom made an appointment to meet Leonard at Wilson Garden and promised to send an employee. And when the men of this company arrived at the place, they saw a guy sitting nearby. Holding some documents in his hands, a guy with glasses sat on a sofa and looked at the 2 men who approached him. Among the 2 representatives of Berlin Telecom, Sanhu noticed a man very similar to the 4th benefactor. He was a person who had reached the level of the 8 benefactors and 8 evils purely due to his innate martial abilities. He climbed to the top despite his lack of skills and special items. Sang-koo had once admired him as well. But as it was, the 1st and 4th benefactors were enemies. After greeting the Berlin Telecom representatives, Sang-hoo immediately noticed the strange behavior of one of them. It seemed that this man had already noticed something about the boy. It's like he's trying to tell his partner something by turning his head. Very reminiscent of how the stalking skill works. As expected, they're pretty well organized. While Sang-koo was pondering this, a dark-haired man approached him and introduced himself as Michael. He then remarked that it looked like it was going to be a long conversation. A week later, shooting range, Leonard Lee raised his pistol and fired several shots at the target. All the bullets hit the target, leaving a huge hole in the head of the training target. Watching this, Michael, standing behind him, noted the boy's amazing shooting skills. Nodding, Leonard replied that he had tried. It's a training camp built inside a renovated mansion. The fact that their organization specializes in firearms training proves that they have never been to a dungeon before. Therefore, Sang-koo met the man just in time. Taking off his headphones, the boy asked Michael if he could finally meet the chairman. Smirking, the man in the yellow t-shirt asked the guy to take his time, explaining that the chairman would be back tonight. Soon the sounds of cars could be heard on the street. A gray-haired man in a leather jacket stepped out of one of the cars. As he approached him, Michael gave a strange shake of his head as if reporting something. The gray-haired man walked a little further and saw an unfamiliar guy with glasses in front of him. Noticing the man, Sang-koo smiled contentedly. Finally, he met him. Joshua, head of Revolution and the 1st benefactor. Joshua had planned on going to his first dungeon, and he had spent the last week investigating the grounds. Already, he was realizing that dungeons were not a new world full of treasure. They could be a real hell. The first group of 2 awakened men and 4 mercenaries that the 1st benefactor had sent on a reconnaissance mission never returned. But these men had chosen this path for themselves. Joshua had only given them honest information and supported their choice. This time, the 2nd group will be joined by the chairman himself. Well, it's time to make a decision. Will Sang-koo be afraid to go with people he doesn't know, Or will he still trust the will of chance? A convoy of SUVs going somewhere on a dirt road. Sitting in one of the vehicles, Sanku remembered what Joshua had told him about the first group of scouts. Not a single one of the awakened had survived. After seeing the lavish rewards, they must have fallen into dreams of a bright future. That's what got them killed. Hearing Leonard's thoughts, the man sitting next to him told him that he had been practicing hard all year. Michael looked at the boy confidently and told him that no matter how talented he is, his lack of experience will make it hard for him. That's why, right after he said that, the man asked Leonard to stay close to him. Leonard only smiled at his new partner in response. Perhaps this man was being so protective of him because there were only 2 Asians in the group. Yes, in a previous life, Sanku would have been incredibly grateful to Michael. The plan to take over the dungeon was built around hired assassins. Each team consists of 2 awakened and 6 mercenaries. The leader of the movement is also an assassin. Michael moved closer to the boy and told him that the leader's name was Oliver. Now he sees Leonard, someone who can't speak German and joined recently, as nobody. Therefore, during this outing, the guy needs to show that he is not a young idler. As he finished listening to his partner, Sanku realized how much he wanted to turn their minds upside down. But unfortunately, he couldn't reveal his true nature at the moment. Soon the second group reached the entrance to the dungeon. "We are the chosen ones!" Joshua shouted, raising his fist in the air. Listening to the chairman's inspiring speech, Sanku once again realized how incredible this man was. Joshua's words will be remembered by everyone here for a long time. He knows how to make the blood boil. As he approached Leonard, the gray-haired man shook his hand and thanked the guy for believing in him. Joshua then promised to divide the awards fairly among the contestants. Noticing that the chairman was serious, Leonard thanked him for his inspiring speech. Today, Sanku was convinced that whatever the first benefactor's true intentions were, he was doing it for a reason. The Bar Clan assassination mission has begun. It wasn't until they got inside the dungeon that Oliver noticed that the flashlight had stopped working. While the man was trying to figure out what happened, the rest of the mercenaries began to panic as well. Their weapons broke the moment they crossed the boundary of the portal. Everything is going as Sanku expected. The mass hysteria has begun. This dungeon is the lair of Barklan's warriors. Despite their similar names, they are much stronger than Declan's soldiers. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries heard a strange sound and immediately asked his allies to be quiet. Pointing to a huge door, the man narrated that behind it was the enemy. Tensely looking at the door, Joshua realized it was time to change the plan. The assassins were useless, so now the plan is centered around the awakened. Those with long-range skills are in the rear guard, and the awakened with melee skills are in the vanguard. The tanks are ahead of everyone else, and rookies like Leonard have been put in the rear. It could be said that this situation has partly played into Sanku's hands, as he can now safely watch Joshua and Michael in action. Stepping forward, one of the tanks began to open the doors leading to the first room. Once inside, the men looked around but didn't see anything unusual. Suddenly, an unknown creature grabbed his head with both hands. With all his might, the monster squeezed the mercenary's throat and began to pull his head upward. Not a second later, the man who had entered the room was decapitated right in front of his shocked comrades. After that, in one swift motion, the monster hurled the tank head at his teammates. The head flew past the mercenaries, frozen in horror, already realizing the shit they had gotten themselves into. While those standing in the vanguard were trying to figure out what that had just been, the monster tore off. Those in front of the squad didn't stand a chance. Only when they saw the monster at full height did the mercenaries scream in terror. Of course, the awakened ones from the area guard immediately tried to help their teammates, but even using their superpowers, they were unable to stop the enemy. With such low-level skills, the squad can't even scratch that monster's hide. They shouldn't have originally recruited awakened ones whose skills are weaker than ordinary firearms. Now this blunder is going to backfire on them. Barklan warriors are very strong, and it would be no problem for them to blow a man's head off. The monster began to rampage out of the door, throwing the mercenaries who got in its way in different directions. All these 100 hysterical people can't think rationally. If they hadn't been gripped by panic, they would have been able to handle this monster. But it looked like Sanku would have to intervene. And just as the boy decided to get it over with, Michael came up to him and asked the kid to get the monster's attention. Since they were all going to die anyway, the man decided to do something and try to attack from the back. However, pointing his finger at the enemy, Leonard muttered that he didn't think it was necessary. Not understanding what the guy meant, a surprised Cycle looked at the monster hopefully. Standing beside the monster was Joshua. both arms extended forward. He placed a hand seal on his opponent, thus disarming him for a while. While Michael was in a panic, Joshua found a way to survive. Smiling contentedly, Sanku realized that he really hadn't come here for nothing. This guy was clearly worth it. The first benefactor launched the attack, and the fourth joined him. The clanking of swords was heard through the madness. The first benefactor went into berserk mode. Soon, the two defeated the monster without anyone else's help. But this battle did not come easily to them. After the battle, they could not catch their breath for a long time. Once the Minotaur was off his feet, the rest of the squad began to calm down. The chairman actually managed to slaughter that monster. In the end, a dozen were killed. Among them, there were as many as 5 awakened ones, all for the sake of one Minotaur. The brief uplift in spirits caused by the opportunity to fight and defeat monsters quickly passed. Noticing that Michael was holding his head, Leonard asked him what was wrong. Looking at the boy, the dark-haired man earnestly reported that there were 8 Barklin warriors behind the next door. The squad wasn't ready to fight 8 Minotaurs at once. However, even though this situation looked absolutely desperate, not all team members just gave up. When the fourth benefactor realized that physical attacks worked perfectly, he was able to overcome his fear. And Sanku, who was watching, couldn't believe his eyes. Michael calmly fought the Minotaur one-on-one, but still there were too many of them. It was only a matter of time before the monster came from behind and just threw Michael away. Seeing one of his subordinates flying away from the Minotaur's blow, Joshua immediately summoned Miller and Hoffman. The two men ran up to the chairman and began to treat the unconscious Michael, who was lying on the ground. If this keeps up, how long will it take to clear the dungeon? 6 months? A year? In their previous lives, it might have taken them years. Of course, Sanku is very interested in how the first and fourth benefactors will develop. However, just watching them, he doesn't have the time. When one of the Minotaurs attacked Joshua from behind, he was suddenly killed by someone. Turning around, the dumbfounded chairman saw a decapitated monster behind him. The monster's body fell, and Joshua saw Leonard flying through the air. With a few lightning-fast lunges, Sanku finished off the remaining Minotaurs, cutting off all of their heads. Meanwhile, Joshua and Michael, who were watching, couldn't believe their eyes. The surviving mercenaries also went into a stupor of surprise. The last monster was finished off in the blink of an eye. It all happened in a matter of seconds. As the monster's body fell to the ground, nearly crushing the chairman, Leonard's voice was heard. "Listen to me, Joshua. If it's so hard for you in the beginning, what comes next? Tell me, do you guys want everyone to die?" Rechecking Leonard's file, Joshua noticed that all of his stats were F rank, no skills, and only 4 seals. Sanku asked the man if he still believed that. The angry first benefactor asked the guy who the hell he is, to which Leonard answered him in the same way. The boy asked the chairman to tell him his plans for the future. Tensing up, Joshua asked the guy not to cross the line and reveal his true identity. "Funny," Leonard suddenly said with a smirk. "You want to know what happens if I actually decide to cross the line?" Seeing the boy's eerie aura, Michael asked him to calm down. "What's this all about? What does he want?" In response to these questions, the dark-haired guy said that he needed all the members of this squad to survive. However, if things continued like this, then no good would come of it. Look at this. Everyone is in a panic, and the leaders can't even protect their own backs. Exhaling, Joshua thanked the boy for worrying about them. Then he asked Leonard if his only wish was to take over as leader. But putting his hand on the first benefactor's shoulder, Sanku told Joshua that he didn't need it, and let the chairman manage his team himself. "Listen carefully," Leonard muttered, squeezing the chairman's shoulder firmly. With such incredible strength, Joshua crouched in pain and grabbed the guy's arm. Sanku, on the other hand, came closer and said something in the ear of the first benefactor. "The team may be yours, but you're mine." After saying these words, Sanghu let go of the chairman's shoulder and pushed him away from him. Looking at the boy tensely, Joshua wondered if that was his goal. He didn't want to bring the organization closer to the dungeon system, but to bring himself closer to the team. But Leonard only replied to the chairman to think as he wished. All that mattered was that this organization had caught his attention. Grinning, Joshua asked the boy if he would act like that outside. There was a lot he didn't know, after all. "Leonard, that's not a real name either," the first benefactor said, and then asked Michael to leave them alone for a moment. Left alone with Leonard, Joshua immediately offered to become partners. The man would give the boy half of Berlin Telecom's shares and $100 million. Sanku was of course surprised at this unexpected offer. They weren't even done with the dungeon yet, and the chairman was already talking business. But Joshua said that it made sense, because he was talking about the survival of his team. Besides, with Leonard here, they'd be able to get out of here. Suppose that's so. Is that all you can give me? Sanku inquired. Joshua, in turn, said that was not all. The first benefactor can put in a good word for Leonard to the Bilderbug Club. Sanku never thought he would hear that name again. Bilderbug Club is a secret organization that rules the world. It's made up of financiers, economists, and politicians. So, is it possible that Joshua's family has such serious connections? Smiling nervously, the chairman asked the boy if he had any idea what it meant. If the two of them could join forces, they would have no trouble climbing to the top of the new world. That's why I won't let you escape my grip, Leonard said suddenly, throwing Joshua into a stupor with that answer. When the irritated man asked the boy what he was thinking, Sanku replied that his aim was to teach the chairman only the basics. I mean, Joshua's just a kid. He needs Leonard's helping hand. Hearing this from the guy, the first benefactor finally lost his temper. You're overreacting! Joshua shouted in rage. When 5 parties of 5 merge into one, an attacking team is created. By selecting the head of this team, all members of the team receive a boost from the system. Fortunately, there were exactly 25 awakened ones left in the squad right now. When Sanku formed an attacking alliance for being the first in the world to do so, he received a golden box as a bonus. But truth be told, this award was extremely disappointing for the guy. He was hoping for a platinum box or something better. The system used to be generous with first-timers, but now it's clearly hinting that it's time for Sanku to stop thinking he's going to get everything for nothing. Once the attack formation was created, all members of the squad received a blessing of persistence, adding a small co-control to their crowd control skills. In the end, Joshua was elected head of the group. And even though the position of Sanku party leader was given to Michael, all the eyes of his squad mates were on the boy. An outsider has seized command of the group, and the assassins have now become completely useless. So how will the leader of the revolution deal with this problem? With the leaders of their parties, they decided to go according to a certain plan. The vote of the chairman, who is the head of the association, is weighted at 4 points, the votes of the party leaders at 2 points, and the votes of the party members at 1 point. All important issues will be decided by voting. The weight of the vote depends on the position. A similar method is found in London. Now it has been adopted because it would be too difficult for one person to assume all the power. However, in the future, this method will be the basis of the revolution system, and the first question put to the vote of the revolution was what the squad should do with the now useless mercenaries. In the end, it was decided to use them as porters, to distribute food and weapons, giving priority to the awakened, and to imprison the mercenaries so that they would not revolt. These people will be used as human shields, but no one has said it out loud yet. Yes, the world is a very cruel place indeed. All the mercenaries were tied up, and the resistance on their part was brought under control. In the original story, these people would not have survived at all. That's why the first and fourth benefactors then became enemies. Because Michael developed a friendly relationship with the mercenaries due to training together. Looking at the bound comrades, Leonard said that he didn't think it would make any difference. It would only cause confusion. Joshua, standing in front of him, asked the boy if he had voted against it, but Sanku replied that he was just abstaining. Then the boy pointed out that if things continued like this, there was a risk that Joshua's group would just go to him. And none of them want that, do they? With an annoyed look at Leonard, the chairman asked him to just stay out of it in that case. Then, smirking, the dark-haired guy said he could just leave, since Joshua wanted it that way. Are you sure this is what you want? Sanku clarified, looking threateningly at the gray-haired man. Afterward, the guy advised Joshua to stop looking at him and his band like that. He's the head, after all, so he should be smiling at his team. Leonard turned around and warned the chairman that if he saw that look again, Joshua's life would be the next topic for a vote. When the fight started, everyone was hoping for Sanku to intervene. However, the guy kept his involvement to a minimum. The mercenaries with bound hands did not stop screaming furiously, begging not to torture them and just kill them. The 8 awakened ones couldn't stand it either and began to argue amongst themselves. Some said they should use the mercenaries as bait, while others tried to prevent it. Unable to resolve his differences with the awakened alone, Michael approached Leonard, who was resting off to the side. The tense man tells the guy that something has to be done. Everyone is waiting for Leonard's word, and they are ready to follow his decision. But Sanku proved unyielding. He flatly refused to take charge and said he would only vote. Realizing that there was no other choice, Joshua decided to hold a vote, which resulted in 6 agreeing to use the mercenaries for strategic purposes, another 6 refusing, and the remaining 20 abstaining. Seeing these ambiguous results, all the awakened ones looked at Leonard, waiting to see what decision he would make. The dark-haired lad in turn authorized the head of the association to act in the manner he himself had voted for. To put it simply, what Sanku meant was that he had full confidence in the choice of the head of the association. This kid's got him stumped. As head of that association, Joshua had to call for a second vote with no abstentions. Look at that guy. Knowing that Sanku's decision would affect all the groups, he had to make sure that the boy's influence was minimized. Yeah, that's how you do it, you brat. A written vote proved that there were still human beings left in the squad. It was decided to release the mercenaries and give them various tasks. If the Awakens formation collapsed, they would join the fight. Joshua himself came to an agreement with the mercenaries, promising them higher pay. Soon the squad went to the next room, and the fight continued. Mercenaries and Awakened fought shoulder to shoulder and died one by one. And while his teammates fought the monsters to the death, Sanku just walked behind him and watched everything. Realizing that they had almost no chance of defeating the remaining Minotaurs, Joshua and Michael turned to Leonard and asked for his help. "You stupid bastards! How long are you going to rely on me? Show everyone what you can do!" Sanku shouted in rage, unable to contain his anger. These two need to make sure the squad members aren't afraid to rely on them. But realizing the staleness of the situation, Joshua began to plead with Leonard. He asked the boy to make sure that they could finish this battle without casualties. The chairman promised to take care of the rest. That's it, look! Cold, but sometimes merciful even to enemies. A man capable of doing anything to win. Capable of leading even desperate people. Sanku decided to help Joshua and used Odin's wrath on his dagger. Because this man is the true embodiment of the revolution itself. This is the first benefactor. 2 soldiers stand guard at the entrance to the dungeon. One of them asks his co-worker how many days it's been since the band went in there. Are they having a party in there? Suddenly, the man hears someone's footsteps behind him. The second group finally emerged from the dungeon. But the way the members of the squad looked greatly amazed all the soldiers waiting for them. There was literally not a single living spot on the people who came out of the dungeon. They were all concussed. And these are the mercenaries who were dubbed the Skull Gang during the Bosnian Civil War. What the hell happened out there? When it was over, Joshua offered to escort Leonard to the mansion. He refused, saying he had plans to stay at the Wilson Hotel and only needed the car. Soon Sanku got into the vehicle and drove away. Staring shocked at the boy, Michael can't believe that he too might someday be like him. Even though Leonard was watching from the sidelines, it was clearly making a difference. It was what led the first and fourth benefactors to defeat the boss. Thinking about it, Joshua remembered Leonard's words about him being just a child in need of guidance. No, this guy is wrong. Joshua is now fully convinced that this is not a collaboration, but a competition that will result in the loser moving on to the winners group. The chairman isn't going to just give up. He couldn't defeat Leonard in the dungeon, but he just can't lose in a battle where the rules of the real world apply. Taking out his cell phone, Joshua called the Wilson Hotel and decided to book the royal penthouse in the name of Leonard Lee. However, the desk clerk explained to him that the room had already been reserved for a month. This kid booked the room the German government uses for state guests? One night in that penthouse costs $70,000. When it dawned on Joshua how powerful this kid could be, he called his assistant and ordered him to gather information on Leonard and his family by the next morning. The next day came, the mansion of the chairman of the revolution. Abruptly jumping out of his chair, an angry Joshua threw the papers on the table. Everything he knew about Leonard up to this point was a lie. There's no way to find anything on this guy. He's covered his tracks and now he's just relaxing in the suite. This is definitely a consent to fight. No, Joshua's not going to give up. He's going to take that bastard to pieces. After receiving help from the main family, the first benefactor was able to get to the records of the Commerce Department and the U.S. Treasury Department. Money is the path to the coveted. Leonard Lee is probably hiding information about himself and his family for a reason. Lawrence Lee, who owns Cable Market. Robert Jr. and Jeff Mund, who split Driver Gold shares in half. That's it. Gotcha! Lots of small companies selling huge amounts of money to the Cayman Islands. About $1 million of the capital was used to create many shady companies around the main organization. That's how one Leonard Lee and his fake family came into being, owning cable market. Now it's just a matter of time. Joshua's already learned the transmission code to the Cayman Islands, so he can get to Leonard Lee's true identity. Once upon a time, Joshua's main goal was to join the board of directors of the Main family for the sake of becoming a member of the Bilberg Club. But that's all changed today. If a man gets his hands on this guy, he can start a revolution. It will allow him to destroy the existing order. While the excited chairman pondered this, his assistant pulled a printed document from the printer and called out to his boss. It turns out that Leonard Lee's safe name was the corporation Hello Joshua. When the first benefactor heard this, he was stunned. He could not understand what it meant at all. At this moment, one of the staff members ran up to him in a panic and tried to say something, but the chairman only stopped him and said that everything was fine. "No, your main family is under attack!" a man shouted. After coming to his senses, a dazed Joshua asked the employee what he meant. "There's no such thing. Aggressive investor selling caused the stock to fall 2%. After watching the news release, the chairman asked the subordinate if that was what he was talking about. Did Leonard really start all this? No, that's impossible. It's just a coincidence, right? A few hours later, the main Karyan family, sitting in his wheelchair, the head of the Karyan family, Aaron von Karyan greeted John Doe as he arrived. The old man decided to tell the lad a story about a man who dared to attack the Bank of England. This brought him fame and fortune. What the world does not know, however, is that this man endured trials for 14 years. Many people think that his success was due to the events in France in 88th year. After telling him about it, Aaron asked John if he was curious to know the truth. In response, the boy sitting across from him reminded the old man that he had already told him about it. In that case, the head of the Karjan family decided to get straight to the point. His main request to John Doe was to stop the attack. Aaron himself undertakes to reimburse the boy from his own pocket. However, John Doe clarified that there seems to be a misunderstanding. Although LTCM is part of Jonathan Investment Financial Group, these investments, it's an attack, not an invective, Aaron shouted in rage, not letting the boy finish his sentence. After this sudden reprimand, a sepulchral silence hung in the room. For a while longer, Sanku just sat there looking at the old man trying to catch his breath. These investments were made by LTCM themselves. All the hedge funds in the Jonathan Investment Financial Group make their own decisions, muttered John Doe as Aaron calmed down. Looking at the boy perplexed, the head of the family asked why he had come here, since his hedge funds were so independent. Then John Doe explained that that was the whole misunderstanding. He had only come to see a friend. Meanwhile, a white limousine pulled up to the main entrance of the mansion. When Joshua got out of the car, he immediately asked the butler where John Doe had come from. Wasn't he insanely secretive? The butler told the young master that the mysterious gentleman had called himself his friend. As he walked down the corridor, the servant noticed that it did not matter whether the young master was friends with this man or not. In fact, it was as if John Doe had simply come here on that pretext. His arrival here could be an opportunity. In the future, the front line in the market will expand, and neither side will be able to take a step back. If John Doe personally stops the attack, the main family will recoup all losses. After listening to the servant, Joshua asked him what he meant by recouping the losses. Would the family not even join the battle? Looking hopelessly at the young master, the servant explained that if Jonathan entered this war and used all his strength, he would have over $1 billion worth of capital on his side. If that happens, the whole of Europe will be plunged into a currency war. That cannot be allowed to happen. Joshua, however, thinks otherwise. Since the Karyan family is in this situation, it would be better for them to get Zillion on their side. Europe's Zillion group may well fight back against American Jonathan Investment. When the servant opened the door to the young master, he told him that their men had already met Zillion in London. Now Joshua had to do everything he could to convince his friend. Upon entering the room, the first benefactor saw before him a guy with a rather familiar face. "Hello, Joshua," Sanku said, looking at the gray-haired man. Meanwhile, Joshua himself froze in place. Is that Leonard Lee? Or do they just look alike? Asians are hard to tell apart. But when Joshua recognized that this was the man he'd been thinking of, he understood that Leonard had been superior to him from the start. But as it was, the first benefactor wasn't about to back down. For some reason, he only now realized what he had to do. As the young gentleman sat down, Aaron asked him if they knew each other. With a smile, Joshua confirmed it, saying that they had met last year in Vancouver. With a grin, John Doe asked the chairman if he could take that as a winning bet. But Joshua only muttered that the guy was making a mistake. Even though John Doe is the richest man on the planet and the owner of the largest Invisibles group, he has messed with the Karyan family. There will be no winner in this war. Sanku smirked and explained that financial wars don't work that way. In them, the winner always takes everything. At the same moment, a servant reported to the young master that Telestar Investment in gold and silver had joined the attack. Jessica Perry of Telestar Investment has launched an attack. But that's not all! The Zillion Group has joined in! London has betrayed the Karjan family! Sighing, John Doe reassured Joshua, clarifying that it wasn't a betrayal. They're commercial groups, not a blood alliance. So what were you saying back there? You won't relent? Sanku muttered, looking at the chairman grimly. Joshua turned pale at that terrifying sight. In the end, of course, the first benefactor had to put up with it. I lost. I'll be one of your men. So make it stop, please. And while Aaron, shocked by his grandson's decision, asked him what he is doing, John Doe asked Joshua what he made that choice for. Was it for his family? The chairman in turn said that the reason was not important, and he was willing to be one of Leonard's loyal men. Noting how touching this was, John Doe asked if the head of the family would act on his plan. However, noticing the look on Aaron's face, Sanku realized that they still didn't trust him. In that case, the boy would have to show them what he could do. In that second, the entire mansion went up in flames. Sanku started smashing everything in the room. The mansion was in chaos, and John Doe himself just continued to sit there as if nothing had happened. Joshua crawled up to Sanku on his knees and started begging him to stop this and not kill the head of the family. Why would he do that? He's already accomplished everything. Suddenly, through the noise of shattering vases and glass, the voice of Aaron von Karyan was heard. At the same instant, everything went quiet, and everyone in the room looked at the head of the family. Joshua, you are definitely the spreading wings of our family. Serve him valiantly and fulfill your family's long-held wish. Aaron spoke with a smile on his face. Coughing, the old man promised John Doe that the main family would remove all obstacles and retreat. At the same moment, a call came on the phone of the dazed servant who had fallen to the floor. Picking up the phone, the man reported to the head of the family that the attack had been stopped. Nodding, Aaron asked John Doe to treat his grandson well, promising that he wouldn't disappoint him. With a sigh, the dark-haired boy said that was why he'd chosen Joshua. After saying goodbye to his guest, the head of the family said he had to go, advising John and Joshua to discuss things privately. As Aaron was led away, Sanku rose from his chair and adjusted his jacket. Looking at Leonard, the first benefactor asked what he should call him now. I am Odin. Join my order, Joshua, Sanku said, holding out his hand to the gray-haired man. Looking up, the chairman looked hopefully at the boy's hand. Yes, Odin. I accept your offer, my lord.
Pet the cat.